Chapter 1556. One had to admit that Batianshan King was too powerful. One had to know that the Tao pattern that Gu Fei cultivated was imprinted on his bones. Even with the protection of the Tao pattern, it was still shattered. It was imaginable how powerful Batianshan King's punch was. Gu Fei took a deep breath and began to retract his battle intent. "I'm done." Batianshan King smiled. His punch was enough to shatter a semi-sage weapon. After receiving this punch, Gu Fei's bones and tendons were shaken and his body went limp. It was impossible for him to continue fighting for a while. At the same time, Batianshan King was secretly shocked. The legendary martial physique was truly worthy of its reputation. Gu Fei's martial physique was the most powerful physique he had ever seen. "I'm done." Gu Fei's bones and tendons were shaken. How could he continue fighting? He sat cross-legged on the ground and began to circulate his mystic art to heal his injured body. Batianshan King's last punch was incomparably powerful. The fist mark on his chest couldn't be healed. Batianshan King didn't say anything. He left the martial arts practice field and went to the ancient city of Guangcheng. At this time, the square was filled with a type of divine jade. This divine jade contained fire qi, and the fire qi formed the shadows of phoenixes on the outside of the divine jade. Fire Phoenix Divine Jade. Batianshan King's knowledge was extraordinary. He could tell the origin of this divine jade at a glance. This was a rare divine material. Legend has it that it was formed by the blood of the divine phoenix. At this time, He Tian actually laid countless fire phoenix divine jades on the ground. The entire square was filled with fire qi as though there were many flying phoenixes. He Tian was using this peerless divine material to set up the formation. Wow, so many fire phoenix divine jades. Where did he get them? Even Batianshan King was amazed by He Tian's generosity. As for the rest of the Yi clan, they were already dumbfounded. There were thousands of pieces of fire phoenix divine jade on the square. This was definitely a divine treasury, comparable to the entire collection of the Yi clan. This kind of divine treasury was very tempting. However, no one dared to covet these fire phoenix divine jades. He Tian's entire body was surrounded by Tao patterns. His entire body was a formation. Countless array patterns rushed out from his hands and entered the fire phoenix divine jade on the ground. Only a divine material like the fire phoenix divine jade could be imprinted with the array patterns of the Great Guidance Array on Mount Meru. Within each piece of fire phoenix divine jade, there were countless Tao patterns faintly visible. The runes on each piece of fire phoenix divine jade resonated with each other, interweaving to form a large array. On the square, lines of runes began to wander. He Tian had really laid out the ancient array on Mount Meru. At this time, he was extremely serious, not daring to be careless in the slightest. This person's cultivation in array formations is incredible. This was the Supreme Shan King's evaluation of He Tian. This person could actually lay out a quasi-supreme array. This made the Supreme Shan King feel that it was inconceivable. Finally, we can return to the great world. The Supreme Shan King turned around and left. He was very much looking forward to the Yi clan of the Wildlands. They had been trapped in the Wildlands for countless years. The Yi clan's upper echelons were incomparably nervous. At this time, anyone could see that He Tian was about to succeed. As long as the Great Guidance Array was successfully laid out, they would be able to return to the Great World. However, the final array patterns were too abstruse. Sometimes, He Tian couldn't even imprint a single array pattern on the fire phoenix divine jade below after a long time. The Li clan's upper echelons also came. The Yi clan and Li clan had already formed an alliance. With the two clans working together, they could protect themselves even against the Beast Sovereign Mountain or the Chaos Dragon Cave. This person, Li Qingyi, stood on a tall building beside the plaza. She stared at the figure floating above the plaza. Her eyes flickered, and no one knew what she was thinking. A genius appeared in the Li clan of the Wildlands, and a pair of geniuses appeared in the Yi clan of the Wildlands. These three people were the rising stars of the human race. At such a young age, they had already cultivated to become supreme existences. However, after meeting Gu Fei and He Tian, Li Qingyi and the others realized that there was always someone above them. Compared to Gu Fei's freakishness, Li Qingyi and the others felt that their talent was not even worth mentioning in front of Gu Fei. Even that He Tian who was together with Gu Fei was someone that Li Qingyi and the others couldn't defeat. On a mountain peak 300 miles away from the ancient human city, a slender figure stood against the wind. Her clothes were whiter than snow, but there was a faint layer of golden light around her body. This was a woman who couldn't be any more beautiful. At this moment, the sky above the ancient human city was a sea of red. There was a faintly discernible fiery bird soaring in the sky. It looked like a fire phoenix and exuded a divine beast aura. What's going on? Why is there a divine beast in the ancient human city? The strange phenomenon that appeared in the ancient human city alarmed many powerhouses. This woman was the Chaos Demon Lord, who had been roaming around the ancient human city. Although Shen King Batian had chased away the Chaos Demon Lord, Gu Fei had killed the #1 expert under the Chaos Demon Lord. The Chaos Demon Lord would definitely not let Gu Fei off. Moreover, Gu Fei had also killed the 3 Black Dragon brothers in addition to the Half-Saint realm. However, Gu Fei didn't show any signs of leaving the ancient human city. The ancient human city was protected by a great sage-level array formation. Even the Chaos Demon Lord, who was at the quasi-sage level, wouldn't dare to barge in. The Chaos Demon Lord hadn't left for a month. The human race is making a big move. Some powerhouses were attracted by the strange phenomenon in the sky above the ancient human city. The faintly discernible fire phoenix in the sky above the ancient human city gradually became clearer as time passed. The aura of the fire phoenix spread in all directions, as if a real fire phoenix had descended from the 9 heavens. 9 days passed, and the aura of the fire phoenix spread out from the ancient human city. It was as if a real divine beast was gradually awakening in the ancient human city. The aura of the divine beast was vast and mighty. Even the ancient beasts of the Beast Emperor Mountain appeared. Some people saw the figure of the savage Beast Lord appear near the ancient human city. The ancient demons of the Chaos Dragon Cave also came. All the powerhouses were shocked when they saw the fire phoenix in the sky above the ancient human city. There are no fluctuations of life. This isn't the power of a real divine beast. Could it be that someone is using the legendary divine material to do something? It seems that only the legendary Fire Phoenix Divine Jade formed from the Fire Phoenix Divine Blood can contain the Fire Phoenix essence. Some old antiques saw through something, but how many Fire Phoenix Divine Jades were needed to gather such a vast Fire Phoenix essence? There were no absolute secrets in the world. Soon, some powerhouses learned of a piece of news. This news shocked all the forces, and all the powerhouses couldn't sit still anymore. An almighty powerhouse of the human race had set up an array formation in the ancient human city. The array formation was actually the Great Receiving Array of Mount Meru. In other words, once it was successful, the human race would be able to freely enter and exit the heavenly Buddha path. Please share. Chapter 1557. He Tian sets up a formation in the ancient city of Yi family. The Fire Phoenix Essence Qi contained within the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade was gradually activated. A huge Fire Phoenix appeared in the sky above the ancient city. Shadow. The entire sky was dyed red, as if there was a fire in the sky. A Fire Phoenix soared in the sea of fire. This type of irregular scene was rarely seen throughout the ages, startling everyone. In the vicinity of the ancient city of the human race, there were more and more experts. Big figures were appearing and disappearing, and all the experts were staring at people. everything that happened in the ancient human city. But the human race's ancient city was protected by a great saint-level formation. Even if a quasi-sage cultivated the heavenly eye, it would still be difficult to see through it. When they entered the ancient city, no one knew what was going on inside. Something has changed. At this time, in the sky above the ancient human city, the He Tian Hun billions of formation patterns blossomed from his body as he used the formation to communicate with the heavens and the earth. This time, it attracted the power of the great Tao. Swoosh! 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 Hundreds of millions of formation patterns appeared around him. From time to time, formation patterns would be drawn into his hands. Up, and then into the fire phoenix divine jade below. Lines of runes flowed on the ground, and a powerful wave of energy surged out. His aura was vast and mighty. Did he really succeed? At this time, Gu Fei also walked out. Over time, his gains have been enormous. His cultivation has improved. He had already reached the peak of the fifth firmament of the Almighty. It was possible for him to break through to the sixth firmament eminence. The sixth minor realm of Almighty was already within reach. Just one step away. This time, He Tian had put in a lot of effort. He obtained the fire phoenix divine jade from the land of the phoenix perishing dragon in the heaven realm. All of them were taken out. Only this kind of divine material could bear the mark of a quasi-supreme being. The final formation pattern was very abstruse and complex. He Tian Bude had to be very careful not to make any mistakes. If there was a mistake, the consequences would be dire. On the plaza of the ancient human city, the fire phoenix essence chi rose. Tang, He Tian used the power of the fire phoenix to replace the Buddhist power. Then, the formation began to operate. Crimson fire chi condensed in the sky above Guangqing. A fire phoenix soared, born of heaven and earth. It was the aura of an innate divine beast. All beasts within a 10,000-mile radius of the ancient human city. The aura of an innate divine beast made all the beasts tremble. Humans were all terrified, suppressing them innately. Only ferocious beasts and great demons who had cultivated to a certain level could resist the pressure of this divine beast. Can we really succeed? More and more experts gathered outside the ancient human city. That's right. Even the Buddhist Vedanta had arrived. Someone saw heavenly monk Dharma's figure. You really overestimate yourself. How can my Buddhist formation be so weak? How could it be so easily stolen? A mighty figure of the Buddhist sect said something like this. The receiving formation on Mount Mi was a great formation. The great Buddha, who had the qualifications to aspire to the position of the extreme Tao supremacy, laid down endless. Throughout the ages, no one had been able to set up a new Buddhist formation that could connect to the outside world and the heavenly Buddha path. The Vedantas of the Buddhist sects are not optimistic about the ancient human cities. The Almighty who had set up the formation. It must be known that this was the Buddhist school of Buddhism. Not even a great virtue could replicate the great gate of guidance. Some people had tried to set up arrays before, but they all failed in the end. However, He Tian was different from ordinary people. He had countless rounds of experience. This time, he was a formation grandmaster, a master of countless generations. His cultivation base was gradually manifesting on his body. Every time he went through a reincarnation, He Tian's cultivation base and strength would be reduced to a minimum. However, He Tian's understanding of the great Tao wouldn't change. Every time he went through a reincarnation, his understanding of the great Tao wouldn't change. Every time he went through a reincarnation, his experience was accumulating. He Tian cultivated a supreme technique that could seize the fortune of the heavens. Heavenly art. Even Gu Fei couldn't see through He Tian, but he could. What was certain was that He Tian had many secrets. He had mastered the incomplete extreme Dao array and could set up a corner of it. An incomplete extreme Dao array. The Buddhist receiving array on Mount Meru was merely a quasi-supreme ancient array, but He Tian's cultivation base had reached a limit. He had spent countless efforts, but in the end, he still managed to set it up. It was set up. Boom! Just as He Tian imprinted the last array pattern, the entire array immediately emitted a bright fire. Light, thousands of pieces of Fire Phoenix Divine Jade contained Fire Phoenix Essence energy. Light, thousands of pieces of Fire Phoenix Divine Jade contained Fire Phoenix Essence energy. A bird's cry resounded through the 9 heavens. Endless Fire Phoenix Essence energy condensed into a Fire Phoenix. It was as if a real phoenix was being reborn from the fire. It was as if he had been reborn from the fire, and a powerful aura appeared. The Fire Phoenix soared into the sky and directly broke through the ancient city's seal array. The void shattered. A ball of fire in the ancient city. The Fire Phoenix soared into the sky and directly broke through the ancient city's seal. The flaming phoenix charged straight into the sky. Rumble, countless red array patterns interweaved. A spatial passage appeared in front of all the experts. The passageway appeared in front of all the experts. Everyone was stunned. No one thought that this would be the result. The few Buddhist great virtues were even more dumbfounded. They were dumbfounded. It was hard for them to accept such a conclusion. Bureau. How is this possible? Soon, a vast and boundless aura of heaven and earth came out from the spatial passage. This was the power of the outside world. The power of heaven and earth came from the other end of the spatial passage. It came. The true great heaven and earth, that aura of heaven and earth was different from that of the heavenly Buddha Tao. The power of heaven and earth was the law of heaven and earth of the perfect great heaven and earth. The embodiment of it directly suppressed this world. Only the true great heaven and earth had a flawless great Tao. Only the true great heaven and earth had a flawless great Tao. The great Tao of heaven and earth could suppress all man-made heaven and earth. There was no doubt that this was a passage leading to the outside world. Rumble, outside Mount Meru, a huge mountain was moving. The power of the extreme Tao surged out from the mountain. A blurry beast shadow appeared between heaven and earth. That incomparably huge beast shadow supported the great mountain. It strode in the direction of the ancient city of the human race. Go. In the other direction, a pitch-black chaos cave soared into the sky. Boundless primal essence energy surged and surged, one after another. The great dragon charged out of the cave of chaos, with the power of 10,000 Daos. It was not a real chaos divine dragon, but a mix of chaos dragon chi. Tens of thousands of dragons were soaring. This was unforgettable. The ancient demon in the chaos dragon cave also moved. The passage connecting to the human world had appeared. At this time, no one could sit still. The ancient city of the Li clan emitted billions of divine light. The ancient city rose from the ground, and a great wave of divine light, the fluctuation of a sage, spread in all directions. Those old fogies from the wilderness were the first batch of experts. The spatial passage rushed out from the ancient city of the human race. The section outside the ancient city was no longer protected by the ancient city's array formation. With the protection of the ancient city's array formation, everyone could enter. Enter. This group of old fogies, in the ancient city of the human race, when Gu Fei saw this scene, he couldn't help but shake his head. These guys had been trapped in the wilderness for countless years. Now, the passage to the outside world had appeared. Of course, they couldn't wait to return to the human world. Even He Tian hadn't expected such a situation. At this time, he was already on the verge of collapse. Gu Fei kept it into his inner world. Chapter 1558. Rumble, an ancient human city rushed over from afar. Mighty and mighty, the terrifying undulations of a great sage were so terrifying that the entire world seemed to be engulfed by them. The might of a great sage spread out in all directions. Endless formation patterns were swirling around, a dark mass of ancient buildings. The city blocked half the sky, and everyone retreated. Even a sage-to-be was no exception. The Li clan's ancient city was protected by a great saint-level formation. Even if a sage were to arrive, he would have to retreat. The ancient city quickly shrank, and then rushed into the spatial tunnel. In the Tao, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. All the experts were stunned. However, in the next moment, all the experts were seething with excitement. He stood up. Experts from all sides scrambled to rush into the space tunnel. Everyone wanted to be the first to enter the spatial passageway. Out of the way. A black bear ancient beast slapped its paw forward. The black serpent swatted over, directly shattering this mighty figure's realm. The black serpent was smashed into several pieces, and its blood splattered in the air. It fell like a rain of blood. Buzz! Just as the black bear ancient beast was about to charge forward, a resplendent sword light rushed up from the ancient black bear's divine beast. Directly killing the black bear ancient beast into a ball of blood. Fog. A green figure dashed out from behind. A beam of sword light swept through the area, killing the nearby great fae and ancient. The beasts were shocked and hurriedly dodged. Taoist Long, you're going too far. Some ancient beasts couldn't take it anymore and came over from afar. The baleful aura overflowed into the heavens. This was a peak almighty being. However, they did not originate from the Beast Emperor Mountain. Humph! The green-robed Taoist sneered. The man and the sword became one, transforming into a terrifying green sword. The light rushed into the spatial passage. Where are you going? The ancient beast roared and chased after him. He disappeared into the spatial passageway. All the experts scrambled to jump out from the shadows. When they came out, some of the experts even started fighting. The great Yao and ancient beast had fallen in front of the spatial tunnel. At this moment, an even more terrifying sound came from afar. A huge mountain and a mouthful of primal chaos chi. The cave appeared in the distant sky and quickly moved towards the space. The tunnel was closing in. Chaos. The appearance of the spatial tunnel had sent the entire blessed Buddha into chaos. The Tao was in chaos. Mount Ling was a divine mountain in the west earth of the mortal world. Legend has it that the ancient Buddhist Lord once preached the Tao on the summit of the mountain. In the Buddhist palace at the summit, there was still a lecture platform. On this day, the melodious bell rang on Mount Lingshan. From time to time, the sound of chanting came from the void. The setting sun shone on Mount Lingshan, wreathed in mist. It was a fairyland on earth. In this peaceful evening, there is no sign at all. Omen, a mass of red light suddenly appeared in the sky above Spirited Mountain. Clouds, and then an extremely frightening wave of energy. It descended from the sky. Boom! An enormous sound rang out. The void shattered, and a beast's entire body was curled up. A giant bird surrounded by boundless divine fire rushed out of the shattered void. Then, the giant bird turned into countless scarlet sparks. The red formation pattern was branded into the void. A spatial passageway appeared in front of the Buddhist temples. In front of this. The chanting of scriptures on the Spirited Mountain disappeared. The disciples rushed out and looked at the sky above Spirited Mountain. All the spatial passageways that appeared were dumbfounded. What's going on? What happened? Someone was shouting, but no one knew what had happened. Something had happened. Rays of golden light soared into the sky, and there was a Buddha figure in each ray of golden light. The Spirited Mountain was in chaos. There were 5 Buddhist mighty figures. They soared into the sky and surrounded the exit of the spatial passageway in the sky. The array formation on the spirited mountain was also activated. A ball of golden Buddha light soared into the sky. Then, it enveloped the entire spirited mountain. It enveloped the entire spirited mountain. Roar! At this moment, an angry roar came from the spatial passageway. The entire space in front of the spatial passageway was trembling. A monstrous murderous aura surged out from the spatial passageway. It surged out from the passageway. The 5 Buddhist Vedanta in the mortal world were taken aback. The murderous aura that surged out from the passageway was too strong. If they wanted to condense such a murderous aura, how many would they have to kill? Young living beings. A figure appeared in the spatial passageway. It was the shadow of a beast. A powerful pressure emanated from that beast. It was emitted from the shadow, causing the 5 divine monks to change color. Hurry up and send a signal to inform the Lord Buddha. A white-browed divine monk sent a voice transmission to the spirited mountain below. The incoming enemy was extremely powerful. It was probably not something they could deal with. Then, a ray of Buddhist light rushed out from the spirited mountain. It came out and disappeared into the horizon. Then, a ray of Buddhist light rushed out from the spirited mountain. Damn it! It's that bald guy again. It was a silver divine wolf. It was the size of a small mountain. Its entire body was surging with murderous aura. The divine wolf's glabella had a divine eye on it. There was a divine eye on it. Within the divine eye, there was a flash of light. There were Tao patterns intertwining. Which evil creature dares to barge into the spirited mountain? A Buddhist lion roar resounded, and a man with a red-faced divine monk walked up with a staff in his hand. A powerful Buddhist force surged out from the divine monk's body. Out! Roar! The divine wolf pounced out from the spatial passageway. It opened its mouth and tried to swallow the divine monk. A powerful suction force came out from the divine wolf's mouth. Suddenly, the void was pulled into its mouth. Heavenly Buddha hand. The divine monk with the staff in his hand pushed forward with his left palm. With a slap, a golden Buddha hand rushed out from his hand. It went out and enveloped the entire void in front of it. In the middle of the Buddha hand, a 10,000 Buddha seal emerged. The Buddhist force intertwined, and the void was obliterated. Bam! The two forces collided, and the divine monk made a move. The divine monk was sent flying, and the divine wolf was also blocked. Its ferocious might was monstrous. And at this time, there was another powerful aura. It came out from the spatial passageway. This aura, it was not inferior to the divine wolf. In fact, it was even more powerful. It couldn't wait. There's more. The 5 divine monks couldn't help but be moved. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying wave of saint-level power erupted from the spirited mountain. An immortal Buddhist light rushed out from the spirited mountain. It rose into the sky and hit the spatial passageway in the sky. A Buddhist expert was using a Buddhist sacred weapon. He wanted to destroy this spatial passageway. What? The divine wolf's silver fur stood on end. Come! Swish! The divine wolf instantly turned into a silver light and disappeared. At the entrance of the spatial passageway. Boom! That immortal Buddhist light directly hit the spatial passageway. On the Tao, the entire spatial passageway remained motionless. Around the spatial passageway, streaks of crimson light appeared. The formation patterns interweaved to produce the power of the great Tao. The Buddhist light was blocked. How is this possible? The 5 divine monks in the sky were shocked. Even the Buddhist sacred weapon couldn't destroy this spatial passageway. Was this the attack of a supreme existence that surpassed the saint level? There was no saint in the world. How could there be a supreme existence that surpassed the saint level? A supreme existence that surpassed the saint level? This was impossible. Chapter 1559. Please remember the domain name of this site. Or at Chapter 1567, The Great Tribulation of Buddhism in the Human World, Rumble, at the peak of the Spirited Mountain. 3 terrifying saint-level fluctuations erupted as if 3 Buddhist saints were awakening. 2 beams of immortal Buddhist light soared into the sky, blasting towards the spatial tunnel in the sky. The foundation of Buddhism in the human world was terrifying. There were at least 3 Buddhist saint weapons on the Spirited Mountain. Some Buddhist almighty used their Buddhist holy weapons in an attempt to destroy the spatial passage in the sky. However, the result made the hearts of the Buddhist almighties turn cold. The 3 beams of immortal Buddhist light shattered the void and pierced through the heaven and earth. However, they couldn't shake the spatial tunnel in the sky. Crimson formation runes appeared and interweaved into an inextinguishable divine light of the great Tao, blocking the 3 beams of Buddhist light. Boom! 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 3 loud explosions shook the heaven and earth. 3 beams of golden Buddhist light exploded in the sky, illuminating the entire world in a golden color. The power of the saint level spread out, forcing everyone to retreat. Buzz! The void trembled as countless crimson formation runes appeared, scattering the 3 saint level powers. Half of the sky seemed to be burning with heavenly fire. Terrifying fluctuations swept through the entire West Earth, causing millions of lives to tremble. This was an aura that surpassed the saint level. It was vast and boundless. This was the power of a quasi-supreme. Unless a saint weapon of the great Tao was revived, no one could destroy the spatial tunnel in the sky. Roar! With a furious roar, the giant silver wolf soared into the sky and rushed out of the Spirited Mountain. The Buddhist saints had their own saint weapons. This was a power that could threaten its life. Although the wolf god was powerful, it couldn't contend against a Buddhist saint with a saint weapon. Where do you think you're going? The Buddhist saint with the staff immediately chased after the wolf god. Both of them were extremely fast, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The experts who were about to come out of the spatial tunnel sensed the fluctuations of the saint-level power and hesitated. Waves of monstrous baleful aura spread out from the spatial tunnel. On top of the Spirit Mountain, there were Buddhist experts aiming their holy weapons at the exit of the spatial passageway. As soon as the experts in the spatial passageway appeared, they would unleash their strongest attack, instantly killing them on the spot. All the experts in the spatial passageway sensed danger. Go get the saint soldiers. A voice came from the spatial passageway. Go and invite the seniors from the Chaos Dragon Cave or Beast Emperor Mountain. An ancient demon shouted from within the spatial passageway. On the spiritual mountain, silence reigned. All the Buddhist disciples were stunned by the sudden turn of events. They also have saint weapons. The Buddhist mighty figures on Spirited Mountain were shocked. It seemed like the other party was well prepared. Could it be that someone really wanted to break through Spirited Mountain in one fell swoop? The mortal realm was no longer the mortal realm of the past. During this period of time, the great Tao of the heavens and earth had undergone some changes. The mortal realm welcomed a flourishing age. It was unknown how many geniuses had jumped out. Ever since the return of the forces of the ancient desolate, the human world had begun to change. As for West Earth's Buddhist sect, there was a little monk named Fan Xiu. However, Fan Xiu had already entered the heaven realm. It was hard to say if he could return or not. It wasn't that West Earth's Buddhist sect didn't have any experts. Buddhist Lord Qinglian was a super expert. Unfortunately, Buddhist Lord Qinglian wasn't on Spirited Mountain. Someone from Buddhist sect had already sent a message to Buddhist Lord Qinglian for help. However, up until now, Buddhist Lord Qinglian still hadn't returned to Spirited Mountain. Without a super expert presiding over Spirited Mountain, there was a real danger of it being breached. Rumble, at this moment, the entire spatial passageway trembled. The ancient beasts and ancient demons in the spatial passageway all fell silent. An extremely terrifying aura spread out from the spatial passageway. A power so powerful that it could cause people to feel despair was crossing over from the spatial passageway. What? The expressions of the four divine monks in the sky changed simultaneously. This power was too vast, even a holy weapon could not withstand it. The divine monk with the monk's staff chased after the divine wolf. The four divine monks all felt uneasy. Swoosh! At the peak of Spirited Mountain, 3 rays of Buddhist light rushed out. 3 old monks rushed out with saint weapons in their hands. One of the old monks seemed to have a ball of Buddhist fire burning in his hand. That ball of Buddhist light emitted a saint-tear fluctuation. Another old monk held a devil-subduing vajra in his hand. Buddhist runes of the Great Tao could be faintly seen on the vajra. This was a saint weapon. The last old monk had a bronze Buddhist bell floating above his head. The faint sound of the bell could be heard in the void, causing one's soul to tremble. These were the 3 great Buddhist elders of Spirited Mountain. Their cultivation base had already reached the peak of Almighty. The 3 great Buddhist elders and the saint weapons in their hands were the foundation of Buddhism in the mortal world. Peak Almighty wielded Buddhist saint weapons. With such combat power, they could even fight against demi-saints. In the mortal world, such power was already invincible. This was also why West Earth's Buddhist sect could intimidate the mortal world. No one dared to have any ideas about Buddhism in the mortal world. The foundation of Buddhism in the mortal world had been revealed. However, the expressions of the 3 great Buddhist elders with the saint weapons were very solemn. They stared at the exit of the spatial passage in the sky, and the Buddhist power in their bodies was vast. At this time, the mountain-protecting grand formation on Spirited Mountain had been completely activated. However, this was only a saint-tier mountain-protecting grand formation. The power that came from the spatial passage was too powerful. Rumble, the entire Spirited Mountain shook. Countless golden runes appeared in the void. The entire Spirited Mountain was covered with runes, condensing the power of Saint-Tier. Everyone stared nervously at the exit of the spatial passage in the sky. A huge black shadow appeared in the spatial passage. Endless divine light lingered around it. It was a pitch-black ancient city that exuded an endless ancient aura. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. No one would have thought that an ancient city would come through the void. This was too extravagant. Could it be that someone wanted to occupy West Earth's Buddhist nation? A dark and huge city appeared in front of everyone. This scene was too shocking. This was an ancient city that was even bigger than a mountain. It almost blocked the entire spatial passage. There weren't many ancient cities like this even in the mortal world. After all, not all cities could survive for countless years without being destroyed by time. Only special ancient cities could exist forever in the mortal world. A powerful aura of life was emitted from the ancient city. This was an ancient city with a huge population. It was an ancient city of the human race that had been moved here. This kind of extravagance was enough to shock the world. The ancient city of the human race entered the mortal world through the spatial passage. There was no power that could stop it unless someone used an extreme Tao sacred weapon. However, not everyone could have an extreme Tao sacred weapon. At the very least, Buddhism in the mortal world didn't have the eternal Buddha weapon left behind by the eternal Buddha Lord. Buddhism in the mortal world only had 3 Buddhist sacred weapons, which were regarded as the foundation of Buddhism in the mortal world. The arrival of the ancient city made all the disciples of Buddhism feel that Buddhism was about to face its greatest crisis. Even the invasion of the Devil Lord wasn't as dangerous as today. Rumble, the ancient city emitted a divine light that enveloped the entire heaven and earth. This was a divine city that was even bigger than a spiritual mountain. At this time, it was covered by countless formation runes. A powerful aura that belonged to the 9 heavens and 10 earths spread out from the ancient city. Not only did it spread through all of West Earth's Buddhist sect, all the living beings in West Earth could sense it. At this moment, it was unknown how many old antiques in the mortal world were alarmed. Swish! In a world filled with ghostly energy, a figure sitting cross-legged in a black palace suddenly opened his eyes. This was a pair of divine eyes that seemed to be able to ignore the barriers of space and see the ancient city on top of the spiritual mountain in the West Earth. In the depths of a devil cave in the devil territory, a terrifying devil howl came from there. A yin-yang Dao diagram floated in the devil energy and a majestic figure sat on top of it. Are there more ancient powers that are returning? The yin-yang Dao diagram shrouded the entire devil cave. Endless yin-yang essence energy poured down, firmly suppressing the devil cave. This person suppressed a devil cave with his own strength. Such cultivation and strength were absolutely heaven-defying. This person was the peerless expert that came out from the yin-yang jade pendant. At the same time, on an island in the depths of the northern divine sea, a devilish figure looked towards the west. A terrifying devil might shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The peak existences of the mortal world were paying attention to all of this. The appearance of a great saint shocked everyone. This was a power that shouldn't exist in the mortal world because there were no saints in the mortal world, let alone a great saint. It's those big baldies again. These words came from the ancient human city. This ancient human city was the ancestral city of the Li clan in the wildlands. Returning to the mortal world was the Li clan's top priority. The aura of the perfect world excited the higher-ups of the Li family to the extreme. But as soon as they came out of the heavenly Buddha path, they saw people from the Buddhist gate. This made the higher-ups of the Li family unhappy. One had to know that it was the ancient Buddhist lord who trapped the Li family's ancestor in the desolate. This place is not bad. An old voice came from the ancient city. Drive these big monks away, this place is ours. The voice of the Li family patriarch resounded in the ancient city. The entire ancient city directly pressed down on the spiritual mountain from the sky. The mighty power of a great saint came down, shaking the entire spiritual mountain. The saint-level mountain defense grand array could not withstand the power of a great saint. Although the ancient city defense grand array did not have the ability to attack, the power of the great saint gathered in the grand array was a real great saint. No! The 3 great Buddhist elders and the 4 great divine monks were shocked. The heritage of Buddhism in the mortal world was enough to shake the world, but it was still difficult to resist the power of a great saint. The entire spiritual mountain was cracking. The power of a great saint coming down from the sky was enough to destroy everything. Countless Buddhist disciples on the spiritual mountain were in despair. In the face of this power, they were not even the weakest of ants. This was a great calamity for Buddhism in the mortal world. For the latest chapters, please visit, it's a pleasure to read. I recommend you to keep it. Chapter 1560. The power of a great saint was unstoppable. The divine city in the sky came crashing down, causing the entire spirit mountain to shake. Terrifying cracks appeared on the huge body of the mountain. The old antiques of the Li family in the wilderness could see that this place was extraordinary. They wanted to take over this place and destroy the entire spiritual mountain so that the divine city of the Li family could take its place. One had to know that below the spiritual mountain was the ancestral vein of the entire West Earth. Spiritual energy gathered here. It was definitely a holy land suitable for cultivators to live in. The Li family wanted to take this holy land for themselves. Damn it! The 3 Buddhist elders and the 4 divine monks were shocked to the extreme. Buddhism had encountered an unprecedented calamity. Someone actually wanted to take over the West Earth of Buddhism. A great saint formation was in operation, sealing the entire heaven and earth. Without the protection of a supreme Buddhist weapon, the Buddhists in the human world would be completely suppressed. The terrifying pressure from the ancient city made all the Buddhist disciples on the spiritual mountain unable to straighten their backs, making it impossible for them to escape. If it wasn't for the protection of the great mountain protecting formation, all the Buddhist disciples on the spiritual mountain would have been killed by now. The Buddhist disciples who could cultivate on the spiritual mountain were all elites of the West Earth. If the spiritual mountain was really suppressed by the divine city, the losses of the Buddhists would be incalculable. Buddhist Lord Qinglian would probably vomit blood when he returned. Rumble, the ancient city pressed down from the sky. Billions of formation runes circled around it. The terrifying power of a great saint caused the void below to crack. This was definitely a disaster for the Buddhists. At this time, no one was optimistic about the Buddhists. However, just as the divine city was about to suppress the spiritual mountain, a peaceful Buddhist power suddenly came from the Buddhist palace on the spiritual mountain. The sound of chanting rang out in the void, as if a supreme Buddha was chanting supreme sutras. Everyone's mind was involuntarily attracted by this faintly discernible chanting. Roar! A furious roar resounded between heaven and earth. Some people were instantly alerted. The Buddhists had a good method. This Buddhist chant actually made people want to convert. The Buddhist voice caused all the experts to feel a sense of closeness and yearning for Buddhism in their hearts. If they couldn't resist it, they would most likely be enlightened and become a believer of the ancient Buddhist Lord. However, a powerhouse who could cultivate to become an almighty had an incomparably firm will. How could a Buddhist voice cause them to lose control of their state of mind? The Buddha's voice of salvation is here. The faces of the three Buddhist elders became a little strange. What's going on? Why would the Buddhist chant of salvation ring out at this time? The four divine monks of the Buddhist sects were also extremely shocked. They had no idea why such a Buddhist voice would be heard at this time. In the Buddhist palace at the peak of the spiritual mountain, it was as if a supreme Buddha was preaching. The great Tao was resonating. Auspicious light descended from the sky, and golden lotuses surged out from the earth. An ethereal Buddhist voice rang out, and an auspicious yet vast power actually blocked the ancient human city that was pressing down. Above the spirit mountain, a series of Buddhist seals appeared indistinctly. The Buddhist seal was the embodiment of the supreme Buddhist path comprehended by the ancient Buddhist masters. It was a kind of immortal trace of the great Tao. Once the Buddhist seal appeared, even the power of the great saint level would be blocked. What? The big baldy here actually has an immortal inheritance? Is this the power of the extreme Tao? A few old voices came from the ancient human city. The old-timers of the Li clan were all crying out in surprise. The Buddhist sects of the mortal world actually had the protection of the extreme Tao. The Buddhist power coming from the Buddhist palace at the top of the spirit mountain didn't contain a shred of killing intent. It wasn't an offensive power, but it was vast and boundless, protecting the entire spirit mountain under its protection. In the Buddhist palace at the top of the spirit mountain, the Buddhist platform was currently emitting rays of Buddhist light. The aura of the extreme Tao swirled around it. This was an immortal mark left behind by the ancient Buddhist masters. Legend had it that the ancient Buddhist masters had once preached the Tao on the spirit mountain of the West. At the peak of the mountain, they had left behind an immortal platform that had become the supreme treasure of the Buddhist sects of the mortal world. This platform could emit the voice of salvation, guiding people toward kindness and making them want to convert to the Buddhist sections. According to legend, if the voice of salvation came from the mouth of the ancient Buddhist masters, even the most terrifying demons in the world would be purified and converted to the Buddhist sections. Let's go! Someone shouted from within the ancient city. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the enormous city once more rose up into the sky. The Li clan's old-timers knew that they couldn't keep the spirit mountain under control. Knowing that they couldn't do anything, they decisively retreated. Rumble! Heaven and earth shook as the enormous city flew off into the distance. At the same time, the terrifying pressure from the ancient city faded away. At this point, the Lee clan needed to find a place to settle down. By this time, quite a few of the old-timers from the wildlands had emerged from the spatial passageway, and their auras were so intense that they could cause anyone's heart to palpitate. Rumble. The three elders wielding the sacred weapons of the Buddhist schools made their moves. A ball of Buddhist fire flew out of one of the elders' hands and turned into a transparent barrier of light that enveloped the group of old fogies in the sky. Saint-level Buddhist power rippled out in all directions. This bastard. The wildlands old-timers' expressions flickered. After all, these people were using Buddhist sage weapons. Humph. A green-robed figure stepped forward and slashed his sword at the incoming Buddhist light, causing a powerful draconic energy to erupt from the sword. Rumble. The sword light slammed into the Buddhist light shield, and the entire void was torn asunder. The green-robed figure was sent flying backward, but the Buddhist elder was also forced back a dozen paces. A sage item. The three Buddhist elders were visibly moved. The sword in that person's hand was actually a sage weapon, and the sword energy it emanated was strong enough to contend with Buddhist sage weapons. Daoist Long. When the wildlands old-timers got a clear look at the green-robed figure, they were shocked. It was a middle-aged man in green, but he wasn't actually human. This was a greater demon that had taken human form. Clang! The sound of a bell rang out, and a bronze bell hovering above the head of one of the Buddhist elders emitted a terrifying sound that transformed into an attack that shot toward Daoist Long. Buzz. The holy sword vibrated and ripples of sword waves radiated from the sword, blocking all the attacking power of the Buddha's voice. Moreover, Daoist Long directly attacked the Buddha elder who held the Buddha bell. Swish! A beam of green sword light tore through the void, emanating terrifying fluctuations of sword energy as it slashed toward the Buddhist elder. Saint-level sword energy was something that even a Buddhist elder with a Buddhist sage weapon would be moved. Bam! The Buddhist elder with the devil-subduing Vajra scepter made his move, and a beam of golden light transformed into a golden dragon that shot out from his hand. Boundless Buddhist power slammed into the green sword light. Chapter 1561. Daoist Long was incomparably domineering. He was actually challenging the three Buddhist elders on his own. His holy sword radiated boundless sword light that completely enveloped the three Buddhist elders. Incredible. The wildlands old-timers were all shocked. Had Daoist Long gone crazy? Buzz. The holy sword vibrated repeatedly, and endless draconic energy transformed into destructive sword light that soared into the heavens and split the earth. It was a sword that could destroy all divine abilities. Clang! The Buddhist bell rang out, and sound waves visible to the naked eye spread out from it. Buddhist chants transformed into offensive techniques that were impossible to defend against. The devil-subduing Vajra pestle transformed into a powerful golden dragon that constantly slammed into the sword light. The Buddha-like glass shield could change its size. When it was big, it could contain all of heaven and earth. When it was small, it was the size of a fist, and the Buddhist elder held it in his hand. In the end, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Daoist Long was quickly forced to retreat. Clang! A mighty sound wave arrived and directly sent Daoist Long flying thousands of feet away. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Although his divine sword was powerful, it was still suppressed by the 3 Buddhist elders. Do you monks only know how to gang up on each other? Daoist Long said coldly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze was like cold lightning as he looked at the 3 Buddhist elders. The 3 Buddhist elders didn't say anything, and simply pressed forward with Buddhist weapons in hand. Humph! Suddenly, a cold snort rang out from the spatial passageway in the distance. A figure walked out from the spatial passageway and walked towards the battlefield. In just 2 steps, that person was already very close to him. That's... The wildlands old-timers' expressions flickered as soon as they saw who it was, and some of them immediately fled. It was a middle-aged man with a divine sword strapped to his back. He wasn't very tall, but he gave off a very oppressive feeling. Tyrannical Shen King. Daoist Long's expression flickered as soon as he saw the middle-aged man. He was an incomparably powerful existence who had single-handedly exterminated the wildlands ghost race. Boz. Badian Shen King didn't say anything and directly attacked the three Buddha elders. It was just a slap, but it made the three Buddha elders feel great pressure. The three Buddhist elders shook the Buddhist holy weapons in their hands at the same time, resolving the powerful palm force. Boz. The demon subduing Vajra scepter vibrated, transforming into a golden dragon that soared into the sky, charging towards Batian Shen King. A terrifying saint-tier power radiated from the golden dragon, shaking the heavens. Clang! Shen King of the heavens pulled out the sword on his back and slashed forward. It seemed like a casual slash, but it followed the trajectory of the great Tao. This was the Overlord's sword, a great sage sword. There were ancient patterns engraved on it, and it was left behind by an unrivaled overlord in the wildlands. The Overlord's sword contained the great sage's great Tao seal. Without any suspense, the demon subduing Vajra scepter was sent flying by the Overlord's sword. A sword scar appeared on the scepter. The subduing devil Vajra staff was almost cut into two pieces by the sword. What? The Buddhist elder who wielded the demon subduing Vajra scepter was shocked. He never thought that there would be a powerful sword in this world that could cut a Buddhist holy weapon. A sword that could injure a holy weapon, could it be a great sage weapon? The three Buddhist elders all retreated, and the demon subduing Vajra scepter flew back to the Buddhist elder. Its light dimmed a lot, and the Buddhist holy seal contained within it suffered a great impact. Sky Tyrant Divine Emperor displayed an invincible and powerful battle prowess, shocking everyone. At this time, a terrifying aura came from the spatial passageway, and another powerful force crossed over. Moreover, it was different this time. The aura coming from the spatial passageway had a fluctuation that caused everything in the world to tremble. Those guys finally can't stand it anymore. Ba Tian Shen King's attention was attracted over. The fluctuation coming from the spatial passageway was vast and boundless. The entire spatial passageway was shaking as if it was about to collapse. The spatial passageway that even a saint-tier power couldn't shake was actually shaken at this time. To be able to shake the formation pattern created by a quasi-supreme expert, this power was definitely the power of the extreme Tao. The billions of lives in the entire West Earth could feel this power. Even the experts who had cultivated successfully felt their souls tremble at this moment. Everyone fell from the sky to the ground, and even the old antiques from the wilderness couldn't stand up. In front of the power of the extreme Tao, everything else was as weak as an ant. The three Buddhist elders used their Buddhist holy weapons to protect themselves and returned to the Spirit Mountain. The four divine monks also landed on the ground, pressed down by the mighty pressure coming from the spatial passageway. They were all almighty existences, but at this time, they were completely intimidated by the power of the extreme Tao. Only Ba Tian Shen King could barely stand. Soon, a huge mountain appeared in the spatial passageway. Beast Emperor Mountain. The ancient beast of Beast Emperor Mountain is here. Although the power of the extreme Tao had been restrained as much as possible, it was still enough to shock the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The ancient beast of Beast Emperor Mountain was controlling the power of the extreme Tao. If it wasn't controlled, the spatial passageway would probably be destroyed. What? All the experts of the Buddhist sects were in despair. The other party actually had a holy weapon of the extreme Tao. How could they fight? The appearance of Beast Emperor Mountain made the disciples of the Buddhist sects lose all hope. Rumble, the shadow of a huge beast appeared above Beast Emperor Mountain. This was the power of the extreme Tao ancient Beast Emperor. This kind of power was enough to contend against a holy weapon of the extreme Tao. Bang! Just when the disciples of the Buddhist sects were in complete despair, the void above the Spirit Mountain suddenly collapsed. A ray of Buddhist light broke through the void and turned into a golden door. It fixed itself in the void and opened up a spatial passageway. Dong! The sound of a bell rang out from the golden door, resonating with the entire heaven and earth. The sound of the bell quickly spread throughout the West Earth and even out of the West Earth. What's going on? Someone is using the power of the extreme Tao. A voice came from the ghost palace of Plentiful City. The power of the extreme Tao has finally appeared. A sigh came from the devil region of the far north. In some forbidden areas of the mortal world, supreme existences were alarmed. Everyone felt that a great upheaval was about to occur in West Earth. The power of the extreme Tao was fighting. In the sky above Spirit Mountain, when the Beast Emperor Mountain appeared between heaven and earth, a figure also rushed out from the golden door. Gu Fei and He Tian could communicate between the two worlds. So could Heavenly Monk Dharma, because they had the orthodox receiving grand formation, allowing them to freely enter and exit the Heavenly Buddha path. The commotion caused by Mahakala was too huge. There was no way that Heavenly Monk Dharma did not know about it. Heavenly Monk Dharma would never allow the Buddhist sect and the mortal world to be destroyed. Please share. Chapter 1562. Inside the Heavenly Buddha Tao sect, there was a grand welcoming array that allowed all Buddhist disciples to freely enter and exit the Heavenly Buddha Tao sect. Although Erebus had also laid down a grand welcoming array that allowed people to cross over, the grand welcoming array on Mount Shumi was the genuine one, while Erebus's was a counterfeit. Rumble, at the most critical moment for the Buddhist sect, the void above the holy mountain suddenly trembled. A Buddhist light rushed out from the void, and endless Buddhist energy condensed into a golden door. A powerful wave of energy spread out from the golden door, and a figure appeared behind it. A tall monk walked out of the door. Everyone was incomparably shocked. This was a monk wearing a very old kasaya. Although the kasaya on this monk's body was very old, it didn't have a trace of damage. A powerful and boundless aura spread out from the monk's body. If Gu Fei and He Tian were here, they would definitely recognize this monk. This monk was the one who schemed against them in the Eternal Buddha Palace, Heavenly Monk Fa Tian. This was a quasi-saint of Buddhist sect, so powerful that even Gu Fei and He Tian almost died in his hands. You bunch of unorthodox demons, retreat, or this Buddha will purify all of you. Heavenly Monk Fa Tian's voice spread through the sky and the earth. Who do you think you are? Do you think you are the Eternal Buddha Lord? A sneer came from the extreme Tao Beast Emperor Palace on the Beast Emperor Mountain. The Emperor of the Beast Emperor Palace was in charge of the extreme Tao Beast Emperor's immortal inheritance. The orthodoxy of the extreme Tao Beast Emperor was not necessarily weaker than the orthodoxy of the Eternal Buddha Lord. Don't tell me you want to use the power of the extreme Tao in the mortal world. Heavenly Monk Fa Tian said indifferently. The water in the mortal world was very deep, and the power of the extreme Tao was a taboo in the mortal world. Even in the Heavenly Buddha sect, the power of the extreme Tao was only a confrontation, and it did not show its true power. After all, they had just come out from the Heavenly Buddha sect, and they did not know anything about the mortal world. They did not know if there were any saints in the mortal world. If he rashly used the power of the extreme Tao and attracted an extreme Tao supremacy, then he would be in big trouble. Although the King of Beasts really wanted to kill Heavenly Monk Fa Tian, he also had a Buddhist weapon of the extreme Tao. The result of a battle of extreme Tao's power would definitely be horrifying. No one was willing to go that far until the very last moment. Rumble, out of everyone's expectations, the Beast Emperor Mountain actually smashed towards Heavenly Monk Dharma. The aura of the extreme Tao filled the air, and the entire world seemed like it was about to be destroyed. Great Monk Fa Tian was taken aback. He never expected that his opponent would be so powerful. Swish! Heavenly Monk Fa Tian didn't dare to face the Beast Emperor Mountain head-on, so he quickly retreated. One had to know that if the two extreme powers clashed together, the surrounding 10,000 miles around the Spirit Mountain would be plunged back into chaos. Great monk, I'm not going to buy it. The voice of the Beast Emperor came from the Beast Emperor Palace. Although he didn't show himself, a powerful aura spread out from the Beast Emperor Mountain. This king among the Beast Kings had already taken that step and become a sage to be. Heavenly Monk Fa Tian had no choice but to retreat. The King of Beasts didn't have any scruples. At worst, he would just destroy this area. One had to know that the Spirit Mountain was the holy land of Buddhism in the human world. It was the supreme land of Buddhism in the hearts of millions of believers. If it was destroyed, the consequences would be unimaginable. In fact, the King of Beasts didn't want to cause a confrontation between the extreme Tao's power. Since his attack failed, he controlled the Beast Emperor Mountain and flew far away. After returning to the human world, the first thing the savage beasts had to do was to find a place to settle down. After settling down in the human world, they would think about other things. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded from the golden gate above the Spirit Mountain. A golden war dragon rushed out of the gate, and the powerful aura of a quasi-saint filled the world. The savage beast lord had arrived, but he could only watch as the Beast Emperor Mountain disappeared from his line of sight. The arrival of the golden war dragon had greatly increased the strength of Buddhism. The existence of two quasi-saints was enough to intimidate everyone. Even Heavenly Tyrant Shen King felt a great pressure. Although he had chased away the primal chaos demon lord, who was equally famous as the savage beast emperor, he wasn't facing just the savage beast emperor alone. Heavenly Monk Fa Tian and the savage beast emperor's attention was attracted by the red spatial passageway. I didn't expect that person to be so amazing. Heavenly Monk Fa Tian couldn't help but admire that person. That person was actually able to set up a formation that connected the two worlds. This was something he had never expected. No one knew more about the profoundness and complexity of that formation than him, but that person was actually able to set it up. This kind of formation cultivation made people's hearts palpitate. Heavenly Monk Fa Tian wanted to go forward. Swish! Just as heaven-defying monk was about to move, a figure appeared in front of him, blocking his path. An extremely dangerous aura came from the figure in front of him. Heavenly Tyrant Shen King. Heavenly Monk Fa Tian had been hiding in the savage world before, so he naturally knew about such a powerful existence. He didn't dare to underestimate the person in front of him. Heavenly Tyrant Shen King didn't say anything. He just looked at Heavenly Monk Fa Tian indifferently, but one of his hands was already pressed on the hilt of the Overlord sword. The Overlord sword was a great saint weapon. Even Heavenly Monk Fa Tian felt a great sense of danger when he was locked on by Heavenly Tyrant Shen King's sword chi. It was as if he would be cut in half by the divine sword in the next moment. Heavenly Monk Fa Tian needed time to prepare to use the supreme Buddhist weapon, but Heavenly Tyrant Shen King's speed of drawing the sword was definitely faster than him. Before the supreme Buddhist weapon could be activated, Heavenly Monk Fa Tian's sword would have already killed him. Heavenly Tyrant Shen King was definitely a dangerous person. Heavenly Monk Fa Tian didn't dare to act rashly. The Golden War Dragon's fighting spirit was like a rainbow. It actually wanted to rush forward and fight with Heavenly Tyrant Shen King. There's no need for that. I can't wait for those fellows from the Heavenly Buddha sect to come out as soon as possible. Heavenly Monk Fa Tian said. His words weren't without reason. Those fellows from the savage world had already turned the entire Heavenly Buddha sect into a foul atmosphere. If they wanted to restore their former glory, they would need to spend a lot of time and effort. Great monk, are you looking for me? Suddenly, a voice rang out from the red spatial passageway. Then, a figure with a smile on his face walked out of the red spatial passageway. When Heavenly Monk Fa Tian saw this person, his eyes immediately lit up. Hurry up and hand that thing over. Heavenly Monk Fa Tian stretched his hand towards that person. Chapter 1563. Hurry up and hand that thing over. The person who came out from the red spatial passage caused even the quasi-saint great monk Fation's expression to change, so he directly demanded something from that person. I don't know what you're talking about. Gu Fei's face was indifferent as he directly refused. What a joke. How could he hand over something that he had already obtained? He vaguely knew that this great monk Fation probably wanted that ancient monument. Humph, you're still playing dumb. Then don't blame me for being impolite. Great monk Fation's face was incomparably solemn. Buddhist power surged from his body and a layer of Buddhist light emerged from his body. In the third layer of Buddhist palace, there was a great secret of heaven and earth. It was a desolate world, and at the origin of that desolate world, there was the 9 nether yellow springs. This was a secret that only 1 or 2 of the most powerful Buddhists in the heavenly Buddhist sect knew about, and great monk Fation was one of them. He learned about this great secret from the most ancient scriptures of the Buddhist sect, so he found the ancient monastic robe and went to that place. Under the protection of the Millennium Buddhist robe, great monk Fation actually managed to enter that legendary place, but to his disappointment, that thing was actually taken away by someone else. The only people who could enter that place and take away that thing were Gu Fei and He Tian. Great monk Fation pressed towards Gu Fei. The aura of a quasi-saint caused the void to tremble. He wanted to use absolute power to suppress Gu Fei. Shen King Ba Tian naturally wouldn't let great monk Fation attack Gu Fei. He was about to draw his sword, but at this time, Gu Fei transmitted his voice to him. Shen King, let me do it. Gu Fei was eager to have a real fight with a quasi-saint. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 5th heavenly layer, and he could step into the 6th heavenly layer at any time. Badian Shen King glanced at Gu Fei and said, then be careful. Shen King of the human race retreated, allowing Gu Fei to fight against great monk Fation. However, Shen King was watching from the side. As long as Gu Fei was in danger, he would immediately make a move. You're courting death. When great monk Fation saw that Gu Fei wanted to challenge him, he couldn't help but feel surprised. Could it be that this guy is tired of living and wants to be saved by me as soon as possible? Wearing that old kasaya, he was already in an invincible position. Boom! Just at this moment, the entire heaven and earth suddenly shook. A shocking battle intent erupted from Gu Fei's body. The powerful aura caused the void to tremble. The power displayed by Gu Fei had shocked even Fation, as he had never expected that Gu Fei's cultivation base would actually rise to such a level. Bang! Gu Fei didn't say anything unnecessary. He directly used his fist to do the talking. As soon as he came up, he punched towards Fation. Divine patterns of the Great Path appeared on his fist, intertwining with the power of the Great Path. Great Buddha Palm. Fation stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. Endless Buddhist power condensed in his hand, and then, a Buddha palm rushed out from his hand. Rumble, countless Buddhist patterns intertwined, as if a Buddhist saint was slapping a palm at Gu Fei. In the palm of the great Buddha palm, there was a Buddhist seal that appeared. The Buddhist patterns and the Buddhist seal activated the power of the heavenly Buddha, and this palm was enough to destroy everything. Boom! With a loud bang, Gu Fei's fist collided with Fation's great Buddha palm. The two peerless and powerful forces instantly shattered the void, causing chaotic qi to rush out. The void within a radius of several thousand zhang instantly collapsed, leaving nothing behind. This was the result of both sides restraining their strength. Otherwise, when these two peerless and powerful forces collided, it would turn the void within a radius of 10,000 zhang into chaos. How is this possible? Fation felt a strong force coming from the front, causing him to involuntarily take 5 or 6 steps back. His body swayed continuously. On the other hand, Gu Fei only took 3 steps back before he stabilized his body and continued to attack Fation. Buzz! A sword cry resounded through the 9 heavens. A sword shadow rushed out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows and pierced towards Fa Tian, who was retreating. The sword shadow arrived in front of him in an instant. This startled great monk Fa Tian. Although it was just a sword shadow, it contained a dreadful power. If he was hit by this sword shadow, even Fa Tian would be severely injured. The spectators were extremely shocked. Gu Fei was actually able to force Fa Tian to retreat with just one move. Such combat power was too heaven-defying. The legendary primordial Dao sword. Shen Qing's eyes lit up like torches. He recognized this great technique. It was a legendary technique created by the Supreme Dao ancestor, and it was the embodiment of the great Dao. Fa Tian felt the danger, and the old Kasaya on his body flew up, covering him within it. A scene that shocked Gu Fei appeared. The seemingly old Kasaya actually blocked his attack, and the primordial Dao sword was blocked. What kind of Kasaya is this? Gu Fei was in disbelief. It was just a seemingly old Kasaya, but it was able to block his primordial Dao sword. This was unbelievable. Fortunately, I have this Kasaya. Otherwise, I would really be in danger. Fa Tian secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Gu Fei's primordial Dao sword was so fast that he couldn't dodge it completely. Fortunately, he had the Kasaya to block it. Heaven Ascension. With a loud shout, Gu Fei soared into the sky, and a peerlessly powerful aura suddenly rushed out of his body. Around him, there seemed to be countless pure white feathers fluttering. He used 2 secret techniques of the Immortal Dao at the same time. The Heaven Ascension secret technique gave him an immortal body, and his life force was extremely vigorous. Any serious injury would be healed by this secret technique. As for the Heaven Ascension secret technique, it instantly increased his combat power by 10 times. What? Everyone who saw this scene was extremely shocked. Gu Fei's combat power was already heaven-defying, but now it increased by 10 times. What kind of concept was this? Too strong. Could this be one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Dao, the Heaven Ascension secret technique? Shen Qing Badian and Fa Tian were both very knowledgeable, and the changes in Gu Fei's body caused their hearts to tremble. At this moment, Gu Fei's combat power was monstrous. Eat my fist. Gu Fei's fists shone with dazzling divine light, and countless Dao patterns coiled around his fists, interweaving into a supreme power of the great Dao that blasted towards Fa Tian. One yin and one yang, the 2 powers intertwined as if they were manifesting the reincarnation of heaven and earth. A Dao diagram of yin and yang emerged behind Gu Fei. This was a supreme battle technique, the yin-yang reincarnation fist. Friends who wanted to communicate with Liang San, please join the group, 274673223. Chapter 1564. Rumble. Gu Fei's fists turned into 2 extremes of yin and yang. The power of yin and yang intertwined with each other, transforming into primal chaos. The 2 fists caused the heaven and earth to tremble. Even heavenly monk Fa Tian's expression changed. When heavenly monk Fa Tian felt the invincible fist intent from Gu Fei, he was shocked to the extreme. Could this guy be the reincarnation of a martial ancestor? How could he have cultivated to such a level? The Buddhist sect could be said to be the oldest sect in the heaven and earth. It had existed since the ancient times. Legend has it that it was founded by the Buddhist Lord. This kind of ancient inheritance contained a large number of ancient books. These books were incomparably precious. Some of them even contained all sorts of great secrets of the ancient times. Existences like heavenly monk Fa Tian naturally had access to these ancient books. The ancient books of the Buddhist sect naturally had records of the extreme Tao of the ancient times. The bloodline of the martial ancestor had long been lost. However, heavenly monk Fa Tian had met Gu Fei. Boom! A loud sound was heard. Boundless Buddhist energy gathered in front of Heavenly Monk Fa Tian. A golden will appeared in front of him, emitting boundless Buddhist light as it flew towards Gu Fei's incoming fist. As soon as the Buddhist will appeared, the heaven and earth were filled with auspicious qi. The shadow of a Buddha appeared behind Heavenly Monk Fa Tian. It looked solemn and dignified, as if it was about to walk out from the void. Bam! Gu Fei's fists fiercely smashed onto the Buddhist wheel. The Buddhist will that was condensed from boundless Buddhist energy crumbled in an instant. The Buddhist runes on the wheel started to dissipate. In front of absolute power, no great technique could withstand it. Heavenly Monk Fa Tian was sent flying thousands of meters away by Gu Fei's peerless fist. However, he was wearing a tattered kasaya and didn't suffer any damage. Could it be the legendary Buddhist robe? Gu Fei was taken aback. This big monk took his attack head-on and actually did not suffer any injuries. This caused Gu Fei to be in disbelief. Even Ba Tianshan King did not dare to take his full power attack head-on. One had to know that he had already used one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao, the Ascension secret art. His battle prowess had increased tenfold, and even a demi-sage would be heavily injured by a single punch from him. Again. Gu Fei was like a peerless god of war as he strode forward. In just one step, he had already appeared in front of Heavenly Monk Fa Tian. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei threw out a yang punch. His entire right fist emitted a dazzling light that illuminated the entire world. The glaring aura was like a divine sun appearing between heaven and earth. Gu Fei's speed was just too fast. Even an existence like Heavenly Monk Dharma couldn't dodge it. He was caught up in an instant. The powerful fist energy was like a primordial divine mountain crashing towards Heavenly Monk Dharma. Swoosh! Just as Gu Fei's fist was about to hit Heavenly Monk Fa Tian, the Buddhist robe on Heavenly Monk Fa Tian's body suddenly fluttered. Gu Fei's fist landed on the Buddhist robe. Ha! Just as Gu Fei's fist came in contact with the Buddhist robe, he felt an ocean-like power blocking his fist. It was just a thin layer of Buddhist robe, but it was able to block Gu Fei's earth-shattering punch without leaving a trace. There wasn't even a trace of Buddhist light. A gentle power like water pushed Gu Fei away. There was no killing intent at all. How am I supposed to fight like this? Gu Fei's heart trembled. This Buddhist robe on Heavenly Monk Fa Tian's body meant that he was invincible. This was the true meaning of invulnerability. The time limit of the Ascension secret technique was limited, so Gu Fei had to retreat. However, Heavenly Monk Fa Tian wasn't going to let Gu Fei go. He flew over from afar like a big bird. The Buddhist robe on his body turned into a dark yellow cloud that shrouded Gu Fei. "You big bald head," Gu Fei cursed under his breath. At the same time, he used the 8 Desolation Void Steps. He took a step forward and rushed out of the Buddhist robe. The 8 Desolation Void Steps was a supreme movement technique that Gu Fei had evolved from the 8 Desolation Void Steps. It was the fastest movement technique in the world. Buzz! Just as Heavenly Monk Fa Tian was about to use a Buddhist technique to capture Gu Fei, the sound of a sword whistling could be heard coming from afar. An overbearing sword light slashed toward Heavenly Monk Fa Tian's head. Shen King Ba Tian, who had been watching from the side, made his move. He slashed out with his sword and a monstrous domineering aura erupted from his body and swept across the sky. Heavenly Monk Fa Tian was shocked. Although he had expected that Shen King Ba Tian would make his move, he hadn't expected that Shen King Ba Tian would use such a fierce attack. The overbearing sword light seemed to have fallen from the 9 heavens. If one was hit by it, even 10 baldies would fall to the ground. Swoosh! At this critical moment, Heavenly Monk Fa Tian's tattered monastic robe flew up from his body and covered him. The tattered monastic robe didn't emit any Buddhist light, and there weren't any Buddhist Tao patterns on it either. However, it was such an unremarkable monastic robe that blocked Heavenly Shin King Ba Tian's stunning sword attack. The sword light fell, but the monastic robe only shook a few times. Then, the dazzling sword light disappeared into the void. Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't believe their eyes. How was this possible? One had to know that Shin King Ba Tian had slashed out with the Overlord's sword. Those who knew the origin of the Overlord's sword were dumbfounded. The divine sword in Shin King Ba Tian's hand was the Overlord's sword, a great saint divine weapon refined by a great saint. It wasn't something an ordinary saint weapon could compare to. A monastic robe that could block a great saint weapon. Could it be a monastic robe worn by a Buddhist lord? No one had thought that such an unremarkable monastic robe could block a strike from a great saint weapon. A great saint weapon was in existence second only to a great saint weapon. Gu Fei was already far away after being blocked by Heavenly Shin King Ba Tian. Preposterous. Heavenly Monk Fa Tian couldn't catch up to Gu Fei anymore, so he couldn't help but look coldly at Heavenly Shin King Ba Tian who was blocking his way. He wanted to attack, but in the end, he restrained himself. This time, when he came out from the Heavenly Buddha path, he didn't bring a great Tao Buddhist weapon with him. The great Tao Buddhist weapon was needed to guard Mount Meru, so it couldn't be used casually. As for the monastic robe on his body, it was hard for him to control it. It had been some time since he obtained the monastic robe, but Heavenly Monk Fa Tian found that he couldn't use it at all. He could only wear it. However, after putting on the monastic robe, even if Heavenly Monk Fa Tian couldn't bring out the full power of the monastic robe, he wouldn't be affected by any techniques. The Chaos Dragon Cavern's great demons had arrived. The entire Chaos Dragon Cavern was crossing over, and the aura of the Great Tao caused the billions of living beings in the West Earth to tremble. Heavenly Monk Fa Tian didn't stop the Chaos Dragon Cavern's great demons. The entire Chaos Dragon Cavern was crossing over, and the aura of the Great Tao caused all living beings in the West Earth to tremble. Heavenly Monk Fa Tian didn't stop the Chaos Dragon Cavern. He couldn't wait for all the wilderness forces to come out from the Heavenly Buddha path. Without any suspense, after the Beast Emperor Mountain, the Chaos Dragon Cavern also came out from the Heavenly Buddha path. In the end, the Yi clan's ancient city also crossed over. He Tian pushed the power of the Great Guiding Formation to the limit, enveloping the entire ancient city. The Yi clan's ancient city was the last to come out. When the Yi clan's ancient city came out from the red spatial tunnel, countless fire phoenix divine jades in the city instantly turned into dust. At the last moment, countless pieces of fire phoenix divine jades that were used to arrange the formation turned into ashes. He Tian's heart was bleeding. That was several thousand pieces of fire phoenix divine jades, a huge amount of divine treasures. Anyone would be envious of such a fortune, but it turned into nothingness just like that. Go! Heavenly Tyrant Shin King soared into the sky, protecting the Yi clan's ancient city as they disappeared into the horizon. Heavenly Monk Fa Tian heaved a sigh of relief when all the forces that came out from the wilderness had left. One had to know that these experts were a huge threat to the Buddhist path. Gu Fei, Heavenly Monk Fa Tian's figure flickered and directly rushed into the golden door above the spirited mountain. The golden door in the sky did not close. After a while, Heavenly Monk Fa Tian once again rushed out from the golden door. This time, a peerless beauty followed behind him. This peerless beauty was the Chaos Demonic Lord. The Savage Beast Lord and the Chaos Demonic Lord, these two great quasi-saint experts had already converted to Buddhism and lost their freedom, obeying Heavenly Monk Fa Tian's orders. How could such characters be willing to be ordered around by others? However, no one knew what method Heavenly Monk Fa Tian used to subdue these two great quasi-saint existences. This was unbelievable. Heavenly Monk Fa Tian brought the Chaos Demonic Lord and the Savage Beast Lord away from the spirited mountain. I'm finally back. At the edge of the western Buddhist land, on the peak of a mountain stood a figure. This person was none other than Gu Fei. After leaving the spirited mountain, he arrived at the periphery of the West Earth. This place was close to the shaman land. He still had a disciple here. In the past, he broke out of the Hell Dao and wreaked havoc in the spirited mountain. After that, he came to the shaman land that bordered the West Earth and Central Earth. There, he killed an incomparably powerful shaman demon and took in a disciple. So many years had passed. How was his disciple doing? What realm had his cultivation reached? The human world was no longer the human world of the past. The forces of the ancient desolate had begun to return, and the great Tao of heaven and earth was gradually changing. Experts were emerging in large numbers. In such a great era, his disciple would inevitably face all kinds of challenges. The world of cultivation was cruel. If one's cultivation wasn't strong enough, his life would be in danger at any time. If he met an opponent stronger than him, his ending would definitely be miserable. Let's go and take a look. When Gu Fei thought of this, he immediately soared into the sky and disappeared into the mountain. In the shaman land, an ancient city stood tall on the ground. It emitted a boundless aura. This was a god city that had existed for countless years. At this time, the ancient city was gloomy. The city gates were tightly shut, and even the city protection formation had been activated. Many corpses lay in front of the city gates. There was a powerful existence blocking everyone in the ancient city. Chapter 1565. The Sorcerer Land used to be a barren land between the Middle Land and the West Land. It was ruled by the Sorcerer tribe for countless years, which was why it was called the Sorcerer Land. Since the Sorcerer tribe was destroyed by Gu Fei, the Sorcerer Land was under the control of the Gu family. The number one expert of the Gu family was Gu Fei's disciple. Gu Fei's disciple was incredible. He really took the Holy Virgin of the Yaotai Holy Land as his wife and gave birth to a son. Gu Xiaofeng was now in the heaven realm. However, today, the Gu family of the Sorcerer Land faced a great calamity. Forces from the remote antiquity attacked the Gu family and surrounded the ancient city. Anyone who came out of the ancient city in China would be killed. Someone wanted to destroy the Gu family of the Sorcerer Land. Master, what should we do now? In the governor's mansion of the ancient city, a fat middle-aged man sat on a throne. Senior members of the Gu family sat on both sides of him. The hall was filled with sorrow. The Gu family of the Sorcerer Land had been blocked in the city for 18 days. During these 18 days, many disciples of the Gu family were killed. Even Gu Zhong's eldest disciple was killed at the city gate. However, those people couldn't break the protective formation of the ancient city. The formation of the ancient city was set up by He Tian years ago. He Tian's formation was different. The ancient city's formation could automatically absorb the earth essence and gather power. After many years of absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, the power of the formation had been enhanced to a level that could frighten even mighty figures. This was also the reason why those people didn't dare to attack the formation. Defend. Gu Zhong was no longer the Gu Zhong he used to be. He was now Gu Fei's disciple. Gu Fei had left him many elixirs before he left. With the help of the elixirs and his own efforts, Gu Zhong had become an emperor. A ninth heaven emperor realm expert could easily kill an immortal emperor and Shen king. He was only half a step away from the realm of mighty figures. However, he couldn't take this step no matter how hard he tried. The existence of the ninth heaven martial emperor was enough to intimidate an entire region and compete with the first heaven martial emperor. However, Gu Zhong was not Gu Fei after all. He did not have an extreme Dao Saint weapon, nor had he cultivated an inner world. When he fought with others, there was no way out. If he could not win, he could only escape. If he could not escape, he would die. Guard. The upper echelons of the Gu clan, who were in the main hall, felt despair. How much longer could they hold out? The other party had already sent someone to invite a semi-sage. The grand formation of the ancient city would be breached once a half-saint arrived, and the Gu clan would be completely annihilated once the half-saint arrived. A great calamity was about to befall them, yet they were still defending to the death. Wasn't that just waiting for death? Some of the members of the Gu family began to look for a way out. After all, not everyone was so courageous, and not everyone was unafraid of death. Roar! At this moment, an angry roar suddenly came from outside. An extremely powerful aura passed through the city protecting Grand Array and entered the city lord mansion. Hearing this roar, everyone's expression changed. A peerlessly powerful existence had arrived. How could it be so fast? The upper echelons of the Gu clan, who were in the main hall, were extremely shocked. The semi-sage invited by the other party had arrived, and what awaited them was the butcher's knife. All of them felt despair. A semi-sage. What kind of existence was that? Even in the mortal dimension, a semi-sage was a peerlessly powerful existence and could be said to be invincible. They had never imagined that the other party would actually invite a semi-sage over so quickly. The setting sun was like blood. An old man stood on a mountain outside the ancient city. The old man's entire body emanated a divine radiance. Numerous divine markings of the Great Tao appeared on his body and interweaved with the energy of the Great Tao. An extremely powerful aura spread out from the old man's body. There was no one on the mountain peak who could withstand the pressure emitted from the old man's body. This old man was a semi-sage. Such an existence could move unhindered even in the mortal dimension. Who exactly did the Gu clan offend? Even Gu Zhong didn't know that the other party was actually able to invite a semi-sage. It was a mysterious force that had set its eyes on them. This grand formation is very extraordinary. It'll be a pity if it's destroyed. The old man's eyes emitted 2 rays of dazzling divine light. His knowledge was extraordinary, so he was able to discern the peculiarity of the grand formation in front of the ancient city with a single glance. It was connected to the chi of the 9 heavens and the power of the earth. The power drawn by this grand formation was too shocking. If this grand formation continued to absorb the essence of the world for a few hundred years, then even a semi-sage would probably find it difficult to destroy this grand formation. Even though it's a pity, there's no other way. The old man soared up from the mountain and flew towards the ancient city. Bam! A huge hand slapped down from the sky above the ancient city. Countless Tao markings surged on the huge hand, and it seemed like a world was pressing down on the ancient city. Rumble, the entire ancient city shook. Countless formation markings were activated at the first possible moment. All of them soared into the sky and interweaved into an inescapable net. Swoosh! Rays of starlight descended from the sky. Earth essence that looked like dragons surged out from the ground. At this moment, the grand formation of the city had drawn down the killing tribulation of the world. Even if a mighty cultivator were to barge in with such power, his expression would probably change. Rays of starlight transformed into a terrifying divine light of absolute death and shot towards the giant hand in the sky. Meanwhile, the giant dragon that rushed out from the ground also rushed towards the giant hand in the sky. Boom! The killing lights formed by the power of the stars and the dragons that rushed out from the ground all collapsed amidst an earth-shattering rumble. The huge hand was indestructible and carried the power of the great path. It seemed like it could suppress everything and wipe out everything in the world. You've gone too far. A loud shout was heard from the ancient city. Then, a figure rushed out from the city and threw a punch. The entire world shook. Boom! The huge hand that slapped down from the sky collapsed in an instant. Countless Tao markings were shameful. That person's punch had such power. A surprised voice was heard from the sky. The person in the sky did not seem to have expected his opponent to be able to block his attack. The combat power that his opponent had displayed surprised him. He's just a little guy in the ninth heaven of the martial emperor realm. How could he have such combat power? The person who came was very surprised. Moreover, he wanted to know how the little guy in front of him had done it. A warrior in the ninth heaven of the martial emperor realm was able to block the attack of a semi-saint. In fact, the power of the semi-saint had been greatly weakened by the grand formation of the city. That was why Gu Zhong could destroy the remaining power with one punch. Otherwise, even Gu Zhong would have been seriously injured. Although the martial body of the martial emperor realm was strong, the gap between the two was too big. Chapter 1566. The attack of a half-step saint had put the entire Gu family in danger of being annihilated. The grand formation laid down by He Tian in the past couldn't compete with the power of a half-step saint. What was a half-step saint? It was a half-step saint. Although it wasn't a true saint, it still had the aura and means of a saint. Although the Great City Barrier Array was extraordinary and could draw upon the power of heaven and earth for its use, it was still not enough in the face of absolute power. Rumble. A huge hand surrounded by countless Tao runes fell from the sky, emitting a peerlessly powerful wave. It was as if a part of the heaven and earth was collapsing and pressing down. The countless formation runes that enveloped the ancient city emitted the brightest light and displayed the most powerful force, but it still couldn't resist the suppression of the half-step saint's hand. Countless formation runes were dissipating and collapsing. A gap appeared in the sky above the ancient city. The entire grand formation was broken by the huge hand. Swoosh! In the sky above, huge starlight the size of mountains fell. It was the power of the stars drawn by the grand formation of the ancient city. Each of the starlight contained the power of destruction. Billions of starlight fell from the sky, forming the most terrifying destructive divine light. Even an immortal emperor would die if they were swept by these starlight. Even a supreme expert would be severely injured if he or she broke into this place. At the same time, formation runes emerged on the ground and interweaved into a mysterious pattern. The essence of the earth was drawn. Bang! Huge dragon-like essence of the earth rushed out of the pattern and soared into the sky like real earth dragons, colliding with the half-step saint's hand in the sky. The murderous intent descended from the sky and the murderous tribulation of the earth. This was the murderous tribulation of the heaven and earth. It was incomparably terrifying. Even a half-step saint couldn't help but be moved. Boom! An earth-shattering sound spread across the entire shaman land, causing billions of living beings to tremble. The pressure of a half-step saint was too powerful. This was the peak power of the human world. Of course, a half-step saint wasn't the strongest, but it was enough to do whatever it wanted in the human world. Billions of starlight collapsed and countless huge dragons collapsed. The half-step saint's hand destroyed everything, directly breaking one of the most powerful attacks of the ancient city's grand formation. The higher-ups of the Gu family were in despair. They couldn't resist the power of a half-step saint. The grand formation that He Tian had set up in the past could no longer protect the Gu family. This was definitely a disaster for the Gu family. Great changes were happening in the human world. It was as if there was a force driving all of this. There was an invisible dark hand that wanted to control these changes. Someone had set their eyes on the Gu family of the shaman land. This was a mysterious force. It should be known that the wife of the current patriarch of the Gu clan, Gu Zhong, was once the saintess of the Yaotai Holy Land. The relationship between the Gu clan and the Yaotai Holy Land was impossible to be unknown to the other forces in the human world. In the mortal world, the Jadistage ancient Holy Land was a transcendent existence. This Holy Land had a background that made others apprehensive. No one dared to look down on it, and no one was willing to rashly provoke it. Some people said that there were Yaotai ancient immortals sleeping in the Yaotai ancient sacred land. They were at least saint-level existences. If a saint were to appear in the mortal dimension where saints had vanished, then it would be a formidable force that was capable of toppling the entire mortal dimension. Saints in the human world were invincible and supreme existences. Gu Zhong's talent was extraordinary. He cultivated the martial way of the supreme martial ancestor, which was passed down from Gu Fei. It was a supreme martial way that could turn one's body into a saint. In the past, when Gu Zhong had stolen the saintess of the Yaotai ancient Holy Land, the experts of the Yaotai ancient Holy Land had come to the city. However, they were blocked by the ancient city's grand formation and could not enter the city. However, in just 100 years, the audacious Gu Zhong had become a martial emperor. His combat strength was at the 9th heaven of the martial emperor realm. Even those at the 1st heaven of the martial emperor realm would be terrified. Of course, the fact that Gu Zhong was able to cultivate to such a level within 100 years was inseparable from the changes in the human world. The human world had become suitable for cultivation. The great way of the heavens and earth had become closer to each other. This was good news for all cultivators. The great way of the heavens and earth was no longer difficult to grasp. It allowed those who had reached a bottleneck in their cultivation to break through. It was under such circumstances that Gu Zhong managed to cultivate his martial monarch body. The value of a martial emperor was undoubtedly great. In recent years, the Yaotai ancient sacred grounds' attitude toward Gu Zhong had gradually changed. They seemed to be able to accept Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong was in danger and the people of the ancient sacred ground would not ignore him. It should be known that Gu Zhong's wife had returned to the Yaotai ancient sacred ground 10 years ago. No one was willing to raise a flag to attack the Gu family. All of this was done in secret. A mysterious and powerful force wanted to destroy the Gu family. The half-saint's hand continued to press down. Although the power of the formation had reduced the strength of the hand by more than half, if the hand were to hit the city, it would definitely shatter the entire ancient city into pieces. The residents of the city would not be able to escape death. Damn it! A furious roar came from the city. You've gone too far. A figure rushed out from the city and threw a punch. The huge force shook the heavens and earth. It was only a single punch, but it was already earth-shattering. This was the might of a martial emperor. It was an invincible Tao. The martial Tao created by the supreme martial ancestor was invincible to begin with. It allowed one to become a martial saint by force. As long as one could become a martial saint, one would be invincible among those in the same realm. A martial ancestor was an invincible existence. Boom! The extremely ferocious fist energy collided with the giant hand in the sky. A destructive force swept out in all directions, causing countless formation runes to dissipate. Under this destructive power, the great city protecting array almost disintegrated. Gu Zhong threw out a powerful punch. The giant hand that was pressing down from the sky collapsed. The punch had actually shattered the half-saint's hand. What? A cry of surprise came from the sky. The half-saint in the sky could not believe that a mere 9th heaven emperor realm cultivator had withstood his attack. Gu Zhong fell from the sky with a trace of blood seeping out from the corner of his mouth. Although he had dissipated the half-saint's hand, he had also suffered a great impact. Even his powerful martial emperor body had been injured. Master! A few figures rushed out from the city lord's mansion. Humph! A cold sneer came from the sky. 9 rays of divine light shot down from the sky and pierced through the 9 figures. 9 people were killed on the spot. No! Gu Zhong roared in anger. His eyes were bloodshot. Those were his 9 disciples. He flew into a rage and rushed towards the half-saint in the sky. The death of his top 10 disciples was definitely a terrifying blow to Gu Zhong. It was enough to drive him mad. Kill! Gu Zhong shouted and immediately used an ancient combat skill. His murderous intent soared to the sky as he charged forward. So what if he was facing a half-saint? The worst that could happen was death. Chapter 1567. Immortal Martial Saint Volume 2 Chapter 1575, bullying my disciple. Bully my disciple. Eternal Martial Lord Chapter 1575. Immortal Martial Saint Chapter 1575 Chapter 1005 Chapter 1575, Bullying My Disciple. Xian Huan Fantasy, Immortal Martial Saint Volume 2 Chapter 1575, Immortal Martial Saint Bully My Disciple. Return to Immortal Martial Saint Volume 2 Chapter 1575, Bullying My Disciple Bully My Disciple. Novel name, Immortal Martial Saint Author, Liang Clan's Third Young Master Category, Xian Huan Fantasy Indestructible Martial Saint Remember, updated quickly. As a martial artist, Gu Zhong could only move forward, there was no retreat. Of course, he had no other choice but to fight with his life on the line. Novel, no one thought that the enemy would invite a half-step saint so quickly. Without any suspense, the great protective formation was broken in the first moment. Kill! Gu Zhong roared, his voice shaking the 9 heavens. His murderous intent soared to the heavens. 10 of his disciples were killed, this almost drove him crazy. No matter what half-step saint he was, he still wanted to fight. Even if he died in battle, Gu Zhong would absolutely not retreat. The city's supreme treasure. Gu Zhong's body was still huge like a ball, but his movements were extremely fast. He cultivated the desolate steppes, his speed was so fast that even supreme experts couldn't catch up to him. Do you want to die? I haven't had enough fun yet. Cruel and callous words echoed down from the sky. A huge hand slammed down from the sky, sending Gu Zhong, who was about to risk his life, flying away. That half-saint had controlled his strength perfectly. He had only caused Gu Zhong's sovereign martial body to almost collapse. However, his life wasn't harmed. Then, the huge hand swiped down towards the city. More than 10 figures that soared into the sky were shattered into clouds of blood mist, their bodies and souls destroyed. Gu Zhong's eyes were bloodshot, he gritted his teeth. He was mad with hatred, the muscles on his face trembled. He was about to fall into a state of madness. Gu Zhong's father, brothers, and uncles were amongst those who were killed by the half-saint. They were Gu Zhong's closest relatives, yet they had actually died in front of him on this day, yet he was unable to do anything about it. I want to become stronger, I want to kill all of you, no matter who you are. Gu Zhong roared towards the sky as tears of blood flowed from his eyes. The martial Tao true force in his body surged violently. He cultivated the 5 elemental true force, which was different from his master, Gu Fei. Clang! Boundless 5 elemental true force rushed out from Gu Zhong's body, condensing into multicolored divine swords that floated around him, emitting a monstrous sword chi. Shuhage. Pure text, it's just a deathbed struggle, a record of a mortal's journey to immortality. The icy cold voice in the sky resounded. A tiny emperor actually dared to compete with a half-saint. This was simply courting death. In the eyes of a half-saint, Gu Zhong wasn't any stronger than an ant. Bam! Another giant hand slammed down from the sky. Kill! Gu Zhong waved his hand, and the countless 5-colored divine warships around him shot into the sky, piercing towards the blurry figure in the sky. Countless sword shadows soared into the sky. Such a scene was grand and shocking, but in the eyes of a half-saint, such an attack was too weak. The giant hand swiped and the sword light in the sky dispersed. The 5 elemental sword chi was directly dispersed and then devoured by the giant hand. This power was absorbed by the half-saint. Such pure power. The cold voice in the sky resounded. Without any suspense, Gu Zhong was once again sent flying, but the half-saint in the sky was not in a hurry to kill him. Gu Zhong was only injured, not killed. I'm going to kill all of your family in front of you. The half-saint was ruthless, wanting to destroy the entire Gu clan. He attacked continuously, and the Gu clan didn't have the strength to resist. A few more people were killed. Roar! Although Gu Zhong's battle intent was like a rainbow, the disparity between the two sides was too great. Even if he wanted to go all out, it would be difficult for him to get close to the killing god in the sky. Master, it seems like this disciple is going to die today. Gu Zhong felt despair. Ever since he was accepted as a disciple by Gu Fei, he had never felt such despair. Even the great formation of the city couldn't stop the enemy. At this time, Gu Zhong thought of his master, Gu Fei, who had brought him on the path of martial arts. I want a look at your martial scripture. The half-saint in the sky was extremely domineering. He directly stretched out his hand to grab Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong's emperor martial physique was seriously injured, and he couldn't dodge at all. He was grabbed by the giant hand and brought in front of the half-saint. Divine runes of the great Tao rushed out from the half-saint's hand and then branded into Gu Zhong's body, completely suppressing him. At this time, even if Gu Zhong wanted to go all out, he couldn't do anything. Preposterous, Gu Zhong felt a chill run down his spine. Was this the power of a half-saint? Before Gu Fei left, he had branded half of the martial scripture in Gu Zhong's heart. This half-saint was actually after his martial scripture. One should know that the martial scripture was a supreme cultivation technique created by the supreme martial ancestor. If it was leaked in his hands, then Gu Zhong would be a sinner of the martial ancestor's line. Swish! A divine light emerged from between the old man's eyebrows, as if a divine eye was growing out. An extremely powerful divine sense surged out from the crack between his eyebrows. Cultivation Rampage, Quick Look Book. The old man wanted to use the soul-searching technique to directly read Gu Zhong's memories. In this way, all of Gu Zhong's secrets would be seen through by the old man. Gu Zhong wished for nothing more than to die right now. This soul-searching technique was extremely overbearing. The soul would be heavily injured, and if it was light, the soul would turn into an idiot. Roar! Just when the old man was about to use his powerful divine will to directly enter Gu Zhong's Naiwan palace, a loud shout came from afar. The voice was filled with anger. That is, as soon as the voice entered his ears, Gu Zhong was dumbfounded. He hadn't forgotten this voice for 100 years. Is that master? Bang! Following a muffled sound, Gu Zhong felt his body flying. The old man who grabbed him retreated in panic as if he had encountered a strong enemy. You dare to bully my disciple? You're courting death. A person rushed over from afar. A powerful aura was emitted from the person's body. It was vast and mighty. This person was like an invincible god of war. With just a punch, he forced a half-step saint to retreat. Master! It's really Master! I'm not dreaming, right? Gu Zhong was surprised and happy. He saw a powerful figure reaching out his hand and catching him. Good boy, it's not a waste for me to accept you as my disciple. You actually dared to challenge a half-step saint. You're even more amazing than me. Gu Fei held Gu Zhong in his arms, and an unparalleled true power was transmitted from his hands. The great path divine inscriptions that were imprinted on Gu Zhong's body were immediately forced out of his body. Who are you? The old man was shocked and angered by Gu Fei's punch. This person was extremely powerful. Moreover, he was not a half-step saint. He was a fifth heavenly layer almighty. Gu Fei arrived. Fortunately, he came in time. Otherwise, his only disciple in the human realm would have fallen. Master, it's really you. Gu Zhong shed tears. Gu Zhong was shedding hot tears. He had never imagined that Gu Fei would appear at this moment. The Gu clan was saved. It's me. Go and rest first. Watch as Master plucks this guy's head off and kicks it like a ball. How dare you bully my disciple? You must be tired of living. Gu Fei waved his hand. Gu Zhong's fat body immediately flew towards the city lord's mansion below. He was caught by the experts of the Gu clan who rushed out of the city and placed on the ground. Master. You're Gu Zhong's master. Very good. I want your martial scripture. The old man was still domineering. He didn't think that a guy who was only a fifth heavenly layer almighty would be his opponent. Humph. Gu Fei sneered and stared at the old man. Half-step saint. In his eyes, it was a joke. After all, he'd killed the half-saint of the demon clan not long ago. You can search for the latest updates of this book on Baidu. Indestructible Martial Lord Book II Chapter 1575 Chapter 1005 You bully my disciple? Is the Liang clan's third young master's indestructible martial revered good? If you haven't finished reading, you can add the Immortal Martial Supremacy, keyboard, enter key square root, keyboard, recommended reading, sword-wielding song legend mage another world survival record playing game arena flourishing China swallowing the stars unlimited strong martial arts innate divine doctor unlimited wuxia dream. If you like the Liang family's third young masters, indestructible martial arts revered, please add indestructible martial arts revered to make it easier to read in the future. If you have any suggestions for the indestructible martial arts revered, please send a message to the admin. Collect all kinds of fantasy and fantasy novels for you. Provide Indestructible Martial Lord, Volume 2, Chapter 1575 Chapter 1005 You bully my disciple? Of Chapter 1568. You dare to bully my disciple? You're courting death. Gu Fei directly rushed forward like a phantom. His whole body seemed to have merged with the surrounding void. However, such a rush actually made the old man feel that it was difficult to dodge. An extremely dangerous aura was emitted from Gu Fei's body. What? The old man was shocked. This guy's cultivation was only at the fifth heaven of Almighty Realm. How could he make the old man feel like this? This was really unbelievable. Boom! A terrifying aura that seemed to come from ancient times erupted from Gu Fei's body. His speed instantly increased to the limit and he instantly rushed in front of the old man. Swish! The old man was a half-step saint after all. His reaction was not slow and he immediately retreated. However, it was already too late. Gu Fei's fist had already hit in front of the old man. Roar! The old man roared and his clothes swelled up. Countless Tao patterns emerged on his body and weaved the power of the Great Tao. He was using the power of the Great Tao to protect himself. However, this punch of Gu Fei was at the peak of his strength. His spirit was raised to the limit. This punch was indomitable and invincible. The old man watched as Gu Fei's fist penetrated the Tao patterns outside his body and hit his chest. The sound of bones breaking was immediately heard. Gu Fei's fist deeply sank into the old man's chest. The powerful body of a half-step saint could not resist this powerful punch of Gu Fei's. Gu Fei used all his strength to fight a rabbit. He used the Ascension's secret technique in order to kill the old man in one blow. He wanted to use thousands of moves in one blow to determine the outcome of the battle. Kill! Gu Fei let out a furious roar. His fist blossomed with millions of rays of divine light, and a peerlessly powerful force erupted. It was as if a sun had exploded, illuminating the entire world. Ah! The old man let out a blood-curdling screech. His entire chest exploded. This power was simply too powerful. Even his half-sage physique couldn't withstand it and was heavily injured. A great amount of blood sprinkled down from the sky as the semi-sage was sent flying thousands of meters away by Gu Fei's punch. His entire body was almost blown up. I'll kill you. Blood gushed out of the elder's mouth, and a powerful murderous aura emanated from his body. Divine patterns of the Great Path appeared on the elder's body. His broken chest was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. His muscles, bones, and blood were surging rapidly. In just a few breaths, the old man's body had been completely healed. However, a punch from Gu Fei was enough to injure the old man's vitality. To the old man, this was absolutely unforgivable. If the news that he was injured by a little guy who was only at the fifth heaven of Almighty Realm spread, he wouldn't be able to face anyone. Of course, this was a mysterious operation. No one would know about it. However, the old man couldn't get over it. If he didn't kill Gu Fei, there would be a shadow in the old man's heart. It would be a knot in his heart. This would cause his cultivation to stagnate and affect his Tao heart. Kill. The old man displayed the powerful combat strength of the semi-sage realm. Countless Tao patterns weaved into a large bell, and it fell down on Gu Fei's head. This was a killing technique of the semi-sage realm. Humph! Gu Fei soared into the sky and punched upwards. This extremely powerful punch directly shattered the Tao bell. In the face of absolute power, even a real Tao instrument would be destroyed. This time, the old man was really shocked. Was this really a guy who was at the fifth heaven of Almighty Realm? This was too heaven-defying. This kind of combat strength should not be possessed by someone who was only at the fifth heaven of Almighty Realm. Gu Fei didn't care what the old man was thinking. His goal was very simple, and that was to kill this guy who dared to bully his disciple. I'm not playing with you anymore. Gu Fei unsheathed the purple gold divine sword and slashed at the old man. A ray of purple sword light flashed across the void like a bolt of lightning. Swoosh! Blood suddenly appeared, and an arm flew high into the sky. The old man screamed and reached out to cover his broken arm. He quickly rushed into the distant sky, trying to escape from this place. That's a sword of the extreme path. How dare they trick me? The old man was shocked. Although Gu Fei's sword did not display the power of the extreme path, the murderous aura contained in the purple gold divine sword invaded his body and destroyed his vitality. The murderous aura on the purple gold divine sword was extraordinary. Even if this murderous aura invaded the body, it would be difficult for even a semi-sage to resist. Starting from the broken arm, the old man's body gradually collapsed, and his blood, flesh, tendons, and bones gradually turned into flying ash. In just an instant, half of the old man's body had already disappeared. Arg, damn it! The old man was scared out of his wits. Although he was a semi-sage, it did not mean that he would not die. It seemed that he would not be able to keep his body. To be able to become a semi-sage, this old man was also an extremely talented human. He was decisive in killing. His primordial spirit directly broke through the top of his head, turned into a divine light, and soared into the sky. Buzz! A sword sound rang out, and a purple sword light chased from behind. No! The old man's primordial spirit was like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow. He wanted to use a primordial spirit technique to escape, but the speed of the purple gold divine light was too fast. Swish! The sword light flashed, and the old man's primordial spirit was instantly caught by the sword light, and directly turned into flying ash. A peerless semi-sage was killed by Gu Fei just like that. Master, in the ancient city, Gu Zhong saw this scene, and he was both surprised and happy. He was surprised by the strength of his master, who could easily kill a semi-sage. He was happy because the great calamity of the Gu clan had finally been resolved. Humph, a lot of people came. After killing the semi-sage, Gu Fei's pair of divine eyes immediately scanned the surroundings. There were many obscure auras coming from the vicinity of the ancient city. There were experts hiding nearby. What kind of disaster did this brat Gu Zhong do that someone actually invited a semi-sage to kill him? Swish! Gu Fei's figure suddenly disappeared in the sky. In the next moment, a scream resounded from a short mountain outside the ancient city, and a cloud of blood burst out from that place. Someone was killed in an instant. Go! Someone secretly ordered, and the experts hiding in the surroundings of the ancient city quickly moved far away. They wanted to leave this place. Even the semi-sage they invited was killed. If they didn't leave now, then they wouldn't be able to leave anymore. What's going on? How can there be such a powerful expert in the Gu clan? Gu Fei's silhouette flashed in and out of the vicinity of the ancient city. He was like a god of death, wielding the violet gold divine sword, reaping lives one by one. Under the violet gold divine sword, no one could withstand a single attack from Gu Fei. Even if this sword didn't display its extreme divine power, it still possessed terrifying power. The murderous aura emitted by the purple gold divine sword was enough to threaten a semi-sage. This was a one-sided massacre. They were originally the hunters, but now they had become the prey. Not a single one of those mysterious experts hiding in the dark could escape. Let's see who in this mortal world dares to bully the disciple of I, Gu Fei. Gu Fei's voice spread far and wide. Chapter 1569. Indestructible Martial Saint Volume 2 Chapter 1577. War is over. Master Hei's Masterpiece. Indestructible Martial Saint Volume 2 Chapter 1577. War is over. Master Hei's Masterpiece. Xuanhuan Fantasy. Indestructible Martial Saint Volume 2 Chapter 1577. Master Hei's Masterpiece. Master Black's Masterpiece returns to the Indestructible Martial Lord Catalog Volume 2 Chapter 1577. War is over. Master Hei's Masterpiece. Name, Indestructible Martial Saint. Author, Liang Clan's third young master type, Xuanhuan. Fantasy. Indestructible Martial Saint. Update quickly. Gu Fei returned and slaughtered all those who dared to attack his disciple, not letting a single one of them escape. He used the violet gold godly sword, capable of slaying even a half-saint. Although Gu Fei had refined the extreme Dao sword, its killing intent was still as strong as ever. A single strand of killing intent was enough to kill a half-saint. There was no need to use the extreme Dao divine aura, just a simple slash was enough to sweep through everything. This was the terror of an extreme Dao saint weapon, no one could resist such power. 108 experts, just who did this Gu Zhong kid offend? In a forest, Gu Fei stood with his sword, a drop of blood dripping down from the tip of his sword. Behind him was a corpse, the smell of blood permeated the air. Gu Fei chased for 1,000 miles and finally killed one of the pursuers with his sword. He would never let go of those who dared to target his disciple, nor would he be merciful. In the cruel world of cultivation, there was no room for mercy. To be able to invite a half-saint and mobilize so many experts, this force was not simple. Gu Fei's expression turned solemn. You are the person I've been waiting for my entire life. He walked out of the forest and soared into the sky, flying towards the ancient city. This time, the Gu clan had suffered a great calamity. The Gu clan's members were either dead or injured, almost all of them were crippled. Master, Gu Zhong personally went out of the city to welcome Gu Fei. The two of them had not seen each other for 100 years and naturally, they had many things to talk about. In the past 100 years, Gu Zhong was able to cultivate his skills, which made Gu Fei feel incomparably shocked. It should be known that the martial way was not an easy path. It was far more difficult than other cultivation systems. Many martial artists would find it difficult to achieve anything even after cultivating for a while. Novel, if Gu Fei had not coincidentally obtained a mystical jade pendant that allowed his cultivation speed to soar by 10 times, he would have died of old age long ago. If one did not become an immortal, one would not be able to live forever. Gu Fei's master had reached the end of his lifespan and died of old age on Taishan Mountain. For the rest of his life, it was difficult for him to cultivate martial arts to a level that would allow him to live forever. In his secret chamber in the ancient city, Gu Fei and Gu Zhong were discussing in detail. At this time, in a region where West Earth and Shaman land intersected, someone was fighting a great battle. The power of Yin and Yang was vast and mighty. Someone had linked up with Yin and Yang, using the two energies of Yin and Yang to activate the great life-slaying technique. A yin-yang Dao diagram appeared in the skies above this area. Rumble. The earth shook, and another force erupted. Rays of golden light rushed out from below the yin-yang Tao diagram, illuminating the world. This was an auspicious power of Buddha. The full text of the 5 emblems was free to read. The power of mercy of Buddha was just a facade. The auspicious power of Buddha could also transform into a terrible power of slaughter to subdue demons and demons. The mercy of Buddhism was limited. Perhaps only the legendary Buddha Lord of all ages truly possessed the supreme power of mercy and compassion to save the billions of lives in the 3 realms and 6 paths. You big baldies, if you keep pushing me, I'll break your big bald heads. A voice rang out. Below the yin-yang Tao diagram stood a figure. Yin and yang matrix patterns bloomed all over his body, drawing the power of yin and yang between heaven and earth, turning it into a power of slaughter. He was fighting with the 3 golden arhats below. Rays of killing light formed from the essence of yin and yang fell from the yin-yang Tao diagram behind He Tian, sweeping towards the 3 golden arhats below. Demon, submit to the law. One of the golden arhats shouted. Countless Buddhist patterns emerged on his body, and a peerless and powerful Buddhist power rushed out from his body. Buzz! A golden Buddhist commandment blade rushed out from the top of the golden-bodied arhat's head and turned into a beam of dazzling golden light. It slashed upward and broke through the layers of yin and yang energy essence, pointing straight at Mahakala. Holy weapon. He Tian was surprised, but he immediately calmed down. This Buddhist commandment blade was not a holy weapon. Although there was a wisp of holy chi rushing out, it was not comparable to a holy weapon at all. It's just a quasi-holy weapon, and you want to take my life. What a joke, the mark you left in my heart. Mahakala pointed a finger forward, and a nearly invisible sword beam shot out from the tip of his finger. It instantly pierced through the golden light that was coming at him, shattering the blade energy. The golden Buddhist commandment blade and the blade light was minced into thousands of pieces, and the fragments turned into countless golden lights, like golden stars, dissipating in the void. What? The 3 golden arhats below were shocked. This was a Buddhist weapon bestowed by Buddhist Lord Green Lotus, yet it was destroyed just like that. This shocked and angered them at the same time. At this time, Buddhist Lord Green Lotus had already returned to the spiritual mountain and brought many Buddhist experts with him. These 3 golden arhats were 3 of the 36 golden arhats. Buddhist Lord Green Lotus had sent out 36 golden arhats to hunt down the lone experts that broke out from the heavenly Buddha path. He Tian was unlucky and was targeted by 3 golden arhats. He Tian wanted to ignore these baldies, but these baldies attacked him as soon as they appeared, almost injuring him. This made him furious. However, there were 3 of them, and each of them was an almighty expert with a Buddhist weapon on them. He Tian wasn't someone who would suffer a loss when the odds were against him. He immediately retreated, causing the 3 golden arhats to chase him for thousands of miles. Finally, he arrived at the border of West Earth. Since he had already returned to the mortal world, He Tian knew that Gu Fei would definitely go find his disciple because he was Gu Fei's only disciple in the mortal world. I'll let you know that Grandpa He isn't someone to be trifled with. Do you know how much my heart hurts? He Tian smiled wickedly. The nearly invisible sword light fell from the sky and directly broke the Vajra demon subduing ring propped up by the 3 golden arhats. Wah! Aya! My face! The 3 golden arhats felt a stabbing pain on their heads, faces, and chests. One of the 3 golden arhats had a small turtle carved on his head. On the face of the other golden arhat, there was a mark that looked like a pile of feces. The last golden arhat's chest was actually carved with the image of a half-naked beauty by the nearly transparent sword light. The image of the beauty was vivid and lifelike. Hee, remember this in the future. Don't provoke Grandpa He anymore. He Tian was very satisfied with his masterpiece. He chuckled a few times and retracted the sword light. He fused with the yin-yang Tao diagram behind him and turned into a beam of yin-yang divine light that soared into the sky. This is, when the three golden arhats saw the marks on their bodies, they almost vomited blood. Especially the one who had the image of a beauty carved on his chest by He Tian. His vision turned dark and he almost fainted. This demon, these marks were imbued with the power of a saint. It was impossible to heal them. This caused the three golden arhats to be shocked and furious. You can search for the latest updates of this book on Baidu. Indestructible Martial Saint Volume 2 Chapter 1577. Immortal Martial Saint Master He's masterpiece is the Liang clan's third young master's indestructible martial revered good. If you haven't finished reading, you can add the Immortal Martial Supremacy, keyboard, enter key square root, keyboard, recommended reading, sword-wielding song legend mage another world survival record playing game arena flourishing China swallowing the stars unlimited strong martial arts innate divine doctor unlimited wuxia dream. If you like the Liang family's third young masters, indestructible martial arts revered, please add indestructible martial arts revered to make it easier to read in the future. If you have any suggestions for the indestructible martial arts revered, please send a message to the administrator. Collect all kinds of fantasy and fantasy novels for you. Provide Indestructible Martial Lord, Volume 2, Chapter 1577, War is Over, Master Black's Masterpiece. Chapter 1570. If I remember correctly, it's around here. A figure appeared in the shaman's land, seemingly searching for something. However, despite being a barren land, it was still very vast. This place was filled with mountain ridges and ancient forests. From time to time, terrifying beast roars could be heard coming from the mountains and forests. There were vicious beasts roaming about. Did that fatty Gu Zhong move somewhere else? This person wore the Featherflight Immortal robe and a purple crown. He waved the five elements fire fan and wore cloud boots. His face was as smooth as jade. He was definitely a lady killer. However, such a handsome person had an evil smile on his face. You've really made it hard for me to find you. He Tian shot into the sky and flew in another direction. He hadn't been here for 100 years and couldn't recognize the way anymore. It was as if the entire human city had been moved away. Gu Zhong doesn't have this kind of ability. He Tian flew high into the sky and looked down at the mountains and rivers below. Soon, he noticed something strange. It seemed that someone had artificially changed the terrain of this land. What's going on? After returning to the human world, He Tian had already sensed the changes. The changes were so great that the great Tao of heaven and earth seemed to be within reach. This was definitely good news for cultivators. The human world had become more suitable for cultivation. For this reason, there had been many geniuses in the last 100 years. Some of the younger generation had even surpassed the older generation. This was a great era. The return of the primordial powers was inevitable. They wanted to make use of this era as well. Some wanted to become saints while others wanted the fruits of the way to become sovereigns. In such a great world, anything could happen. Perhaps even those super antiques that had disappeared for countless years would jump out at him. Some said that in this era, there was a high chance that someone would break through the limits of cultivation and become a saint. In this era, there might even be the birth of an extreme sovereign. However, this was only a legend. No one could find any proof. One had to know that this was a cycle of reincarnation. The peak of prosperity would decline, and the peak of decline would rise again. The last time this era descended, an extreme sovereign was born. However, this was something that happened at least hundreds of thousands of years ago, and it could be traced back to the later period of the prehistoric times. Can barren mountains and unruly rivers turn into a holy land? He Tian flew in the sky, observing the general situation of the world. The more he saw, the more shocked he became. This place that cultivators were originally unwilling to step foot in was actually undergoing unimaginable changes. There was actually spiritual energy lingering between the mountain ridge and the old forest. Only He Tian, who was proficient in the Tao of formations, would be able to tell that someone had deceived the heavenly mysteries and that there was a change in the direction of the earth. Moreover, this was a change that had only occurred in the last 100 years. The veins of the earth seemed to be gradually shifting. He Tian could clearly feel that the earth essence of West Earth's Buddhism was gradually being devoured by the shaman land. Someone is actually plotting against the Buddhist sect. How interesting. The earth essence was gathering towards the shaman land. Sooner or later, this matter would be discovered by Buddhist Lord Green Lotus. At that time, a great battle would definitely be inevitable, but he didn't know who was so daring. It had to be known that the foundation of the Buddhist sect in the West Earth was too deep. Even the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cave, which possessed extreme power, were not willing to easily provoke them. Following the direction of the earth, He Tian quickly found the origin of this terrain. There was a large city there, a dark ancient city that emitted an endless aura of vicissitudes. What is the name of the black shaman? When He Tian saw this ancient city, he was immediately overjoyed. This ancient city was the place he was looking for. In the past, there had only been one ancient city in the shaman land. The great formation that I laid down was actually broken by someone. When He Tian approached, he was immediately shocked. There seemed to be a very faint smell of blood in the air, which made him vigilant. What's going on? Did someone break into the ancient city and slaughter Gu Zhong's entire family? The yin and yang essence around He Tian's body was vast and mighty. A yin and yang Dao diagram faintly appeared on his body. Thinking of the changes in the shaman land, He Tian became even more anxious. It seemed that someone was controlling everything in the shaman land. The terrain of the shaman land had changed, and Black Shaman City was the source of all this. Martial Uncle Black, how have you been? Just as He Tian was about to enter the city, a voice came from the city. Then, a big fatty appeared in He Tian's sight. You little fatty. Seeing this person, He Tian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This big fatty who walked out from the city was Gu Zhong, the disciple that Gu Fei had taken in the human realm. Gu Zhong was no longer the little fatty from back then. He now had the appearance of a middle-aged man. He had become a martial immortal in his middle age, so his appearance was forever fixed at that time. Little fatty, where's your teacher? He Tian had come to find Gu Fei, so he directly asked about Gu Zhong. Martial Uncle Black, let's talk inside. Gu Zhong invited He Tian into the city. Soon, He Tian's voice came from the city. Gu Zhong ran away. He Tian learned from Gu Zhong that Gu Fei had left 2 hours ago. It seemed that someone had sent something to Gu Fei, and he had left without saying anything. Why do I feel like there's some kind of conspiracy here? He Tian could not sit still, but he did not know where Gu Fei had gone. If something could lead Gu Fei away, could it be something related to the Taishan sect? In the human world, the thing that Gu Fei could not let go of the most was the missing disciples of the Taishan sect. If someone had really lured Gu Fei away, then those people would most likely attack, because their target was not Gu Fei, but Dark Shaman City. He Tian observed the situation of the world. He knew that the land of the shamans would go through a drastic change, and the source of all these changes would be the Shaman City. Shaman City. It was not a coincidence that this ancient city could still exist after so many years. It was a backup left behind by someone in ancient times. And this person was most likely the enemy of the Buddhists. Someone wanted to use the land of the shamans to attack West Earth, and this was a setup aimed at the Buddhists. Perhaps only those at the level of the extreme path could do such a great divine ability that could change the world. They're really here. Just as He Tian was in a state of shock and bewilderment, a powerful presence suddenly came from the distance. The Shaman City was approaching. And it was not just one powerful presence. There were 9 powerful presences that appeared within He Tian's senses. These 9 presences did not bother to hide themselves and charged straight towards the shaman city. Interesting. I'd like to see just who are you. A hint of a mischievous smile appeared on He Tian's handsome face. Chapter 1571. The 9 experts emitted a monstrous aura as they approached Yanwu City. All living beings in the region felt a great pressure. Enemy attack. In Yanwu City, the disciples of the Gu family reacted immediately. In the ancient city, formation marks soared into the sky and intertwined above the ancient city. The Gu family had activated the City Protection Grand Formation. However, a part of the formation had already been destroyed by the Half-Step Saint. Part of the formation marks had been erased by the power of the Half-Step Saint, so its power had been greatly reduced. Rumble, formation runes interweaved, and a powerful energy wave spread out from the ancient city in all directions. The great formation suppressed the surroundings, causing the void to tremble. Even though a corner of the formation had been destroyed by the Half-Step Saint, the formation still emitted energy waves equivalent to the Immortal Emperor realm, which could stop Immortal Emperors and Shen King. Someone had lured Gu Fei away, and then attacked the Gu family of the land of shamans. Gu Fei had left Yanwu City, but He Tian had come. At this time, 9 figures appeared outside the ancient city. The activation of the City Protection Grand Formation stopped them. Hasn't the formation been destroyed? What's going on? The 9 experts were bewildered. The energy wave coming from the formation was very strong. This kind of power was definitely at the Celestial Emperor realm. It was a power that surpassed the Immortal realm. Uncle He, in the ancient city, Gu Zhong was incomparably nervous. Even his master, Bloody Massacre, couldn't stop the opponent. What kind of power was this? Even Gu Zhong didn't know what kind of power was targeting the Gu family. In the ancient city, the surviving disciples of the Gu family felt despair again. The aura of the newcomer was too strong. The Gu family couldn't fight against such an existence. It doesn't matter. They are just a few clowns. Watch how I deal with them. Mahakala laughed, and immediately activated the defensive formation. Countless beams of divine light burst out from the ground, and in the middle of the ancient city, a platform rose up, with a circumference of 30 feet. It was an ordinary formation platform that was not made of rare divine materials. However, this ordinary formation platform was surrounded by countless formation patterns. He Tian soared into the sky and landed on the platform. How can the formation that I, Old Black, set up be so easily broken? He Tian sat cross-legged on the array platform, his whole body covered with array patterns. He used his own array patterns to activate the entire protective array, regaining control of it. The incomplete runes on the platform were quickly replenished, and a peerlessly powerful aura spread out from the ancient city, shaking the heavens and earth. Outside Yanwu City, the 9 experts felt an extremely powerful pressure coming from the ancient city. The ancient city seemed to have turned into a huge mountain that stood in front of them. The information was wrong. The leader's face became very unsightly. They had already thought of a way to lure the fiend away, but the ancient city's protective array did not seem to be damaged. How was this possible? A half-step saint had already broken a corner of the formation. Could it be that the people of the Gu family had already repaired the protective array so quickly? Then do we continue? Someone hesitated. The ancient city's protective array was still intact. Even if they used their trump cards, it would still be difficult for them to break in. Moreover, if they damaged the ancient city, there would be serious consequences. Their only goal was to obtain the ancient city. Since we are already here, if we don't do something, we will inevitably be punished when we go back. That person's temper is not very good, said a tall old man. Hearing the old man's words, everyone fell silent. Buzz. The leader made his move. A divine sword flew out from behind him, emitting a sword cry that sounded like a dragon's roar and releasing a dazzling sword light. It was a dark green sword light, and it illuminated the entire sky with a pale green color. A powerful wood elemental force burst out from the sword light. Azure Wood Sword. Could it be an expert under Ancestor Imu of the East? In the sky above the ancient city, Gu Zhong was shocked when he saw the scene outside the city. The person who came was extremely powerful, and he was also a person with a great background. That person wielded the Azure Wood Sword, and a dark green sword light soared into the sky. It was like a heavenly sword, and it emitted endless killing intent as it slashed towards the ancient city in front of it. Swish! The shocking sword light broke through the void and split the heaven and earth. It was as if the sword had split the heaven and earth into two halves. This sword already possessed the power of a saint-level expert. A wisp of saint's power spread out from the sword light. Interesting. He Tian, who was sitting cross-legged on the platform, felt the power of this sword and couldn't help but feel surprised. He didn't expect these people outside the city to have such a method. He Tian directly slapped upwards on the platform. Endless power gathered in his palm, and it turned into a huge palm that was like a mountain, and it met the sword light that was slashing down. This was a huge palm that was surrounded by countless formation patterns. He Tian's attack had activated the power of the whole formation. Although it was just a palm, the entire sky shook under his palm. The huge palm and the sword light instantly collided, and the whole world suddenly became silent. In the next moment, a muffled sound rang out, and the sword light and the huge palm instantly collapsed. The two forces collided, and it turned into a destructive force that swept out in all directions. A series of pitch-black spatial cracks extended into the distance, like terrifying black lightning streaking across the void, causing one's heart to palpitate. A powerful pressure descended from the sky, and the entire ancient city was shaking. The disciples of the Gu family in the city were already scared out of their wits, and they even forgot to dodge. Boom! A divine light rushed out from the center of the ancient city, and a wave of power burst out. He Tian controlled the platform, and it rose from the ground, and came to the sky above the ancient city. You dare to bully my little nephew, you are courting death. He Tian's cold eyes swept across the 9 experts outside the city, without a trace of emotion, as if he was looking at 9 corpses, and his words were full of killing intent. The information was wrong. How could there be such an expert in the divine city? The leader of the people outside the city had an extremely ugly expression on his face. This was a fatal mistake. There was actually such a person in the city, and the situation had become incomparably dangerous. Kill! The tall old man suddenly roared, and with a flip of his hands, a red divine spear appeared in his hands, and a monstrous killing intent was emitted from the divine spear. Swoosh! The old man directly held the divine spear, and through the void, he stabbed it towards He Tian, who was in the sky above the ancient city. A mournful blood light rushed out from the divine spear, and pierced through the sky, and in an instant, it stabbed in front of He Tian, and its speed was extremely fast. Chapter 1572. Indestructible Martial Sovereign Volume 2 Chapter 1580. Killing a Powerful Emperor. Kill Almighty Emperor Eternal Martial Lord. Chapter 1580, Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Chapter 1580, Revenge. Chapter 1580, Killing a Powerful Emperor. Xuanhuan Fantasy, Indestructible Martial Sovereign Volume 2 Chapter 1580, Killing a Powerful Emperor. Return to Indestructible Martial Lord. Catalog Volume 2 Chapter 1580, Killing a Powerful Emperor. Novel Name of Killing Almighty Emperor, Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Type, Xuanhuan Fantasy. Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Type, Xuanhuan Fantasy. Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Remember, pure text, update quickly. 9 experts, every one of them was a powerful existence, some were even powerful emperors. This was a force so powerful that it made the Gu clan feel despair. City of Immortal Cultivators. Supreme Treasure. Pure, such a force was enough to run amok in the human realm. These 9 experts were actually willing to be ordered around by someone else. This was something that even He Tian did not expect. It was hard to imagine who could order around such people. At this time, He Tian did not have time to think about these things. What he needed to do now was to defeat all 9 of them and resolve the Gu clan's crisis. Shua. Outside the city, a tall almighty emperor made his move. He held a blood-colored divine spear in his hand and thrust it straight at He Tian, who was above the ancient city. It was a simple thrust, but it made He Tian feel danger. Mournful blood light soared tens of thousands of zhang, piercing through the heavens and the earth. In an instant, it pierced towards He Tian, breaking through layers of formation runes. He Tian's eyes flashed. He stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. Bang! A blood-red light collided with his hand. His palm was filled with formation runes. The power of yin and yang interweaved and the qi of the great Tao permeated his hand. Destroy the mortal's cultivation. Tens of thousands of zhang of blood light exploded. A blood-red spear was sent flying. The elder soared into the sky and grabbed the divine spear that had been sent flying back. Then, he charged towards my Tian. An extremely horrifying aura swept through the surroundings. Buzz! At the same time, the sound of the sword rang out again. The azure wood sword flew up again, drawing upon the E-wood essence. It seemed to transform into an immortal sword light and flew towards He Tian. Even He Tian was moved by the 2 almighty emperors attacking at the same time. Free novel, reckless fool. A grim smile appeared on He Tian's face. He waved his hands in front of him and streams of yin and yang essence qi transformed into formation runes, which he branded in the air. Rumble, the entire world shook. From all directions, spiritual energy crazily gathered towards He Tian. A massive yin-yang Dao diagram appeared in the skies above the ancient city. Streams of yin and yang essence energy fell down from the yin-yang Dao diagram in the sky, protecting He Tian within. Whether it was the azure wood sword or the crimson divine spear, none of them could break through. The yin and yang essence qi had turned into matrix patterns and activated the power of the Great Path. At this moment, He Tian was already in an invincible position. The 2 almighty emperors were forced to retreat. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. How can we fight like this? Some people could already see that He Tian had activated the power of the entire world. His body was one with the matrix. Every move he made was filled with great power. It was the legendary unfettered world. The land of the sorcerer had changed. It was no longer a barren land. In the eyes of a matrix master like He Tian, the general trend of the world could be used by humans. For a matrix master, such a place was absolutely advantageous. Let's go. Without hesitation, the leader saw that the situation was hopeless. He immediately put away the azure wood sword and wanted to retreat. The other side was too strong. It was difficult to break through the ancient city. The other almighty emperors also retreated into the distance. You think you can come and go as you please? He Tian was not happy. As he moved his mind, all the matrix patterns that he had imprinted in the void appeared in an instant. The whole world suddenly changed color. The whole earth trembled. The power of the veins of the earth hidden in the depths of the earth outside the ancient city was activated. Ridges quickly rose from the ground, like giant dragons swimming on the earth. What? The 9 great experts were completely stunned. What kind of technique was this? It was changing the world. The general trend of the world was already in the hands of the other side. This was a killing tribulation of heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying. Bam! A stream of essence qi from the earth rushed out from the depths of the earth and turned into a giant dragon. It directly swallowed an almighty emperor. Even a powerful almighty emperor could not withstand a single blow from the essence qi of the earth. Cultivation rampage. The remaining 8 cultivators could not help but gasp when they saw this scene. Boz. The middle-aged cultivator in the lead activated the azure wood sword and slashed forward. He broke through the layers of power of the earth and actually broke a hole in the general trend of the world. This almighty emperor was fighting with his life. After slashing out with the sword, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although this sword had broken the sure-kill situation, it had also injured his vitality. Open for me. The tall elder wielded the crimson divine spear and charged forward. Wherever the divine spear went, the heavy earth chi was dispersed. It was unstoppable. The two almighty emperors had successfully killed their way out. However, the other almighty emperors did not have the cultivation and strength of almighty emperors. They also did not have powerful divine weapons. One by one, the figures were swallowed by the general trend of the world. So what if they were almighty emperors? In front of the world, they were still as weak as ants. The 9 great experts were charging at him with a menacing aura. Strong pull. Jian Jian Ci invaded Axian Jiao discord made up of Jinyun Yue. D. Great pods of the Shanghu mountain range killing 7 supreme beings in one go. Such a result caused Gu Zhong to be dumbfounded. This senior Uncle He was simply too sick. One must know that those who were killed by him were all supreme beings. The two almighty emperors fled in the direction of the central plains like stray dogs. At this moment, He Tian's figure had already disappeared from the platform. Not only had he repaired the Great City Barrier Array, but he had also added many changes to it. This grand formation was no longer the same grand formation as before. I'd like to see who's the mastermind behind all of this. He Tian followed the two almighty emperors who were lucky enough to escape. He saw the two almighty emperors heading towards the central plains. They soon left the shaman land and entered the central plains. Could it be that a great sect from the central plains wants to destroy the Gu family? He Tian followed them secretly. The two almighty emperors in front of him could not sense He Tian's presence at all. They were very careful, but they could not detect He Tian's presence. About 2 hours later, the two almighty emperors arrived outside a huge mountain. It was a mountain range in the central plains, and there was spiritual chi lingering in the mountain range. This is, He Tian hid in the dark and looked at the surrounding terrain. His expression gradually became solemn. This place was extraordinary. There were earth veins passing through the ground, and spiritual chi was surging in the depths of the mountain range. It was a place where spiritual chi gathered, which was very rare. Just as the two almighty emperors were about to enter the mountain range in front of them, a figure walked over from the front. The person seemed to be walking slowly, but in reality, he was extremely fast. With a flash, that person passed through the middle of the two almighty emperors. Then, the heads of the two almighty emperors flew into the air. Two extremely powerful almighty emperors were actually killed on the spot just like that. You can search for the latest updates of this book on Baidu. Indestructible Martial Lord Book II Chapter 1580 Translator, Transin Editor. Transin Kill the Almighty Emperor is the Liang clan's third young master's indestructible martial revered good? If you haven't finished reading, you can add the Immortal Martial Supremacy, Keyboard, Enter Key Square Root, Keyboard, Recommended Reading, Sword-Wielding Song Legend Mage Another World Survival Record Playing Game Arena Flourishing China Swallowing the Stars Unlimited Strong Martial Arts Innate Divine Doctor Unlimited Wuxia Dream. If you like the Liang family's third young masters, Indestructible Martial Arts Revered, please add Indestructible Martial Arts Revered to make it easier to read in the future. If you have any suggestions for Indestructible Martial Arts Revered, please send a message to the admin. Collect all kinds of fantasy and fantasy novels for you. Provide Indestructible Martial Lord, Volume 2, Chapter 1580 Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Kill the Almighty Emperor. Chapter 1573. He Tian displayed a great divine ability and killed 7 of the 9 powerful warriors who came to attack him on the spot. He chased away 2 almighty emperors. His power was so great that it could shock the world. The two almighty emperors might have escaped, but who was He Tian? He would not let those two people go. He wanted to know who was behind all of this. Hence, He Tian also left Shaman City and followed behind the two almighty emperors without anyone noticing. They came to a place filled with spiritual aura. This place was different from the others. There was a dragon vein under the ground and the aura of the earth rose. It was a rare land for dragons to hide in. This surprised He Tian. He did not expect to see such a place right after he entered Middle-earth. There must be a powerful force of power in this place. It was definitely not a place without a master. When the two almighty emperors were about to enter the land of hidden dragons, He Tian knew that if he did not attack now, he would not have the chance to do so. However, just as He Tian was about to attack, a person suddenly walked in front of the two almighty emperors. He only saw a flash and the heads of the two almighty emperors flew into the air. What? He Tian was shocked. This person was too terrifying. He killed two almighty emperors with just one move. Those were not ordinary almighty emperors, they were almighty emperors. Only powerful warriors who were above the fifth heaven of almighty emperors had the right to be called almighty emperors. The fifth heaven of almighty emperors was a dividing line. The two people who lost their heads rolled on the ground. The blood of the almighty dyed the ground red. It was the blood of an almighty and contained a large amount of spiritual essence. However, that person just let the spiritual essence flow out and did not even spare a glance at it. Grand Elder Gu. When He Tian saw that person's face clearly, he was shocked again. The person who killed the two almighty emperors was Gu Fei, the person he was looking for. Come out. After Gu Fei killed the two almighty emperors, he glanced at the place where He Tian was. He had already sensed He Tian's presence. Boss is mighty. He Tian walked out of his hiding place with some embarrassment. In front of Gu Fei, he knew that it was impossible for him to hide and not be discovered by Gu Fei. As the two of them walked together, He Tian finally understood why Gu Fei was here. Someone had made use of the hidden dragon ground to set up a killing trap and lured Gu Fei in. However, Gu Fei had directly displayed his unparalleled combat strength and fought his way out of the hidden dragon killing trap. Using the power of the world here to set up a killing trap. He Tian was extremely shocked. Those who secretly wanted to plot against Gu Fei were really generous. It should be known that in the human realm, a place that contained a dragon vein under the ground was very rare. However, the hidden dragon ground here was not the same as the hidden dragon ground in the past. This hidden dragon ground had just formed, and a small dragon vein had been born under the ground. Gu Fei did not destroy this hidden dragon ground. On that day, someone brought a corner of a bloody robe, which shocked Gu Fei greatly. Because Gu Fei recognized that corner of the bloody robe, it was Zhao Ziru's robe. When the Taishan sect suffered a great calamity, the fate of a group of people was unknown, and they disappeared. This time, when Gu Fei returned to the human realm, his biggest wish was to find the people of the past. As soon as he appeared in the sorcerer land, someone brought Zhao Ziru's bloody robe, which really shocked him to the extreme. Zhao Ziru was a name that had been sealed in his heart for 100 years. The beautiful figure of the past gradually became clear in his heart. Without hesitation, Gu Fei left the sorcerer's city. This matter concerned Zhao Ziru's life and death, and it was difficult for him to remain calm. However, he also knew that someone must have wanted to lure him away. Although he knew that those people were up to no good, Gu Fei still went. However, Gu Fei still had a backup plan. Even if someone came to attack the Gu family after he left, the Gu family still had a way to protect themselves. However, the appearance of He Tian made Gu Fei's backup plan useless. Why did someone want to attack the Gu family of the sorcerer land? This was what Gu Fei wanted to know. After all, he had taken in Gu Zhong to pass on the bloodline of the martial ancestor. "If you dare to touch my disciple, then you must pay the price." After Gu Fei talked with He Tian for a while, he and He Tian went back into the land of Hidden Dragon. They wanted to find some clues. The people who attacked in the dark were very mysterious. They only used a weak cultivator to lure Gu Fei here, and then someone else secretly killed him. This despicable act completely angered Gu Fei. The land of Hidden Dragon, what a pity. As He Tian walked in, he kept shaking his head. The essence of the land of Hidden Dragon had leaked out and was lured out by someone. The dragon aura under the ground was almost useless. Some of the undulating mountain ranges nearby had already been completely destroyed. This was Gu Fei's masterpiece. This was a very dangerous trap, and he had no choice but to break it. The terrain of the land was destroyed. It was difficult to gather spiritual aura from all directions. Even the spiritual aura that had already gathered could no longer be locked. Once the dragon aura under the ground disappeared, this spiritual land would completely lose its spiritual aura, and the area around it would become a barren land. Nothing was left behind in this trap. The rune had collapsed, and nothing could be seen. The people in the dark were very careful and did not leave any loopholes behind. Gu Fei and He Tian were the last to leave this area and return to the shaman city. With their current level of cultivation, it would only take them less than an hour to return to the shaman land from the middle of the plains. When night fell, they appeared in the shaman city. Once Gu Fei returned to the shaman city, he immediately pulled Gu Zhong into the secret chamber and branded the second half of the martial scripture into Gu Zhong's heart. In the past, Gu Fei had only given the first half of the martial scripture to Gu Zhong. Now, he also gave the second half of the martial scripture to Gu Zhong, merging the martial scripture into one. Gu Zhong had obtained the complete legacy of the martial arts. At that moment, he could be considered as the true successor of the martial arts. While Gu Fei was giving the martial scripture to Gu Zhong, He Tian was flying around to observe the situation in the world. He wanted to know why those people were so determined to obtain Shaman City. He Tian became more and more shocked. Shaman City was incredible. It seemed to be the eye of a rune that was set up with 100,000 lis of shaman land, and the mountain ridges were like rune patterns. This sort of spending was too terrifying. It was practically going against the will of the heavens, and they did it without fear. Besides, this was a trap that had been set up since ancient times, and it was targeted at the Buddhists of Western Earth. They've been preparing for this for countless years, and now they're going to take action. He Tian stood in the sky above Shaman City, and a brilliant light would occasionally shine in his eyes. He knew that unless the Gu family moved away, or else, that force of power in the dark would definitely not let the matter rest. The ancient legacy. Interesting. He Tian smiled. Chapter 1574. Please remember the domain name of this site. Or here, a mysterious ancient inheritance had set its eyes on the Gu family. This was definitely a disaster for the Gu family. Such an inheritance had existed for countless years and possessed a deep foundation that no one else could compare to. No one knew the details of this mysterious inheritance, but the power it displayed made Gu Fei and He Tian somewhat afraid. The experts under the Eastern Imu ancestors' tutelage were all under the control of the opponent. Gu Fei had killed the Imu ancestor and formed a grudge with the Eastern demon ancestor. However, Gu Fei acted according to his heart. Whether it was the Eastern Imu ancestor or the Western Buddha, as long as they dared to provoke him, he would blow them up with a single punch. This time, Gu Fei was not interested in the spoils of war. Only the ebony sword was slightly better. Even the red divine spear was not as good as the ebony sword. The ebony sword was a quasi-sacred weapon suitable for people who cultivated in the wood element. Gu Fei learned about the current situation in the human world from Gu Zhong. In the past 100 years, the forces of the ancient desolation had returned, and the major regions of the human world had ushered in a period of prosperity. A great era had arrived, and all kinds of experts had risen rapidly, their names shaking the human world. In the East, an invincible expert of the demon clan had appeared. He was called the Demon Ancestor. Some people said that he was a great demon cultivated from an ancient divine tree. The Emu Ancestor was in existence among the demon clan that could contend with the demon lord Huanglong. Two forces had appeared among the demon clan, and there were signs of a split. The water in the human world was very deep, and even Gu Fei's heart palpitated. Moreover, in this great era, all the big figures and old antiques would jump out to fight for the luck of this era. Such a great world was filled with challenges. Just thinking about it caused Gu Fei's blood to boil. He was a martialist, a natural-born fighter. The east of the human world was originally the territory of the Taishan sect, but the place where the Taishan sect was originally located had now turned into a terrifying Devil's Den. With the Devil's Den as the center, the area with a radius of 100,000 miles had already become a Devil's Den. Devil Qi lingered there, and an indestructible demonic nature enveloped the entire area. Anyone who entered the Devil's Den would be in danger of being demonized. In the East, there were still some matters that required Gu Fei's attention. Gu Fei wanted to leave, but He Tian came back and told him a few things, making it temporarily impossible for him to leave. There was actually an ancient inheritance that had its eyes on the Gu clan. This was a very serious matter. If he left, the mysterious ancient inheritance would immediately arrive. At that time, the entire Gu clan would be annihilated. What should we do? In the city lord's mansion, both Gu Fei and He Tian felt troubled. There were so many ancient inheritances, but no one knew which one it was, unless the other party jumped out. Gu Zhong suggested that the Gu family move away. However, both Gu Fei and He Tian were somewhat displeased. Their own disciples were actually being forced to move their entire family. This was not something to be proud of. It had to be said that Jinwu City was very important to that mysterious ancient inheritance. Just as the moon was in the middle of the sky, a figure stepped on the moon and approached from afar. He's here again. In the city lord's mansion, two rays of light shot out from Gu Fei's eyes. He stood up from his seat and emitted a battle intent. Finally, a decent opponent has arrived. He Tian also waved the 5 elements fan and stood up. The person from afar had already arrived outside the ancient city, standing in the air above the city gate. He did not barge in. Pass down the sacred emperor's order. You all are to leave the divine city. Everything that happened in the past will be forgotten. The person transmitted his voice into the ancient city. Everyone in the city could clearly hear this voice. It was not loud, but it spread throughout the entire region. What a big tone, sacred emperor. A sneer rang out from the ancient city, and a figure walked out from the city. It was a young cultivator waving the 5 elements fan. This young cultivator was very handsome, and he wore the Yuhua Immortal robe, which was rarely seen in the mortal world. This young cultivator was He Tian. The person standing in the air in front of the city gate was also a young cultivator. However, this person's blood and qi were incomparably vigorous. An old monster. He Tian glanced at the person and said disdainfully. What did you say? The young cultivator's thick eyebrows immediately stood up. His eyes flashed with an ominous glint, and the blood and qi he exuded became even more vigorous. If you want to live, then hurry up and scram. Then call that sacred emperor over and let me beat him up to vent my anger. He Tian swore. You! How dare you? The young cultivator was very angry. This guy in front of him dared to disrespect the sacred emperor. He deserved to die, and his entire family should be executed. Buzz! A saber rushed out from the young cultivator's body and was held in his hand. It was a bronze saber with copper stains on it. Clearly, it was an ancient item. Aren't you ashamed to take out this kind of scrap metal? He Tian's disdain increased, as if he didn't care about the young cultivator at all. However, he was secretly on guard. The bronze saber in the young cultivator's hand was not ordinary. Die. There was nothing more to say. The young cultivator also knew that he had no choice but to act. The sacred emperor had sent him here to exterminate this group of people who dared to occupy the divine city. He had an item bestowed by the sacred emperor. With that item, he was confident that he could sweep away all opponents in the world. Swish! The young cultivator slashed out with his saber. A resplendent saber light immediately rushed out from his hand, cutting through the void. Wherever the saber light passed, it left behind a pitch-black spatial crack. Peak Almighty! When He Tian saw the saber coming, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Although it was only a single saber strike, it displayed the battle power of a Peak Almighty. I will let you know what it feels like to beg for death. A cruel smile appeared on the young cultivator's face. I'm so scared. He Tian pretended to be frightened, then fanned out one fan after another. Boom! A fire suddenly rushed out from the five-colored divine fan in his hand. In an instant, it enveloped the entire world in front of him, engulfing the Peak Almighty in a sea of fire. The air seemed to have been set ablaze. An extremely pure divine flame burned the void, causing it to collapse. It was extremely terrifying. Roar! The angry roar of the Peak Almighty came from the sea of fire. A saber light slashed out from the sea of fire, still falling towards He Tian's head. Swish! He Tian soared into the sky, dodging the saber. He fanned the divine fire fan in his hand repeatedly. A terrifying fire essence erupted from the divine fire fan, the fire illuminating the entire sky. Layers of fire enveloped the Peak Almighty and burned him. I'm so angry. A furious roar came from the sea of fire. Then, a terrifying saber light suddenly appeared from the sea of fire and swept out in all directions. Under the saber light, the layers of fire were directly extinguished by the saber chi. The Peak Almighty rushed out of the sea of fire, his whole body smoking, his beard and hair burned, his clothes tattered, as if he had crawled out of a rubbish dump, his face black. Where did this charcoal head come from? Seeing the sorry state of this Peak Almighty, He Tian immediately laughed. For the latest and fastest chapters, please log in. Reading is a pleasure, I suggest you collect it. Chapter 1575. Welcome, everyone. Roar! The pinnacle mighty figure was enraged after being burned by He Tian. Two beams of divine light shot out from his pitch-black face. If looks could kill, He Tian would have died many times over. I'm going to tear you into pieces and suppress your soul in purgatory for 10,000 years. The wretched pinnacle mighty figure gritted his teeth. He wanted nothing more than to tear He Tian into pieces. Buzz! The ancient bronze saber in his hand vibrated, and ancient patterns began to appear on the bronze-stained saber. Those patterns seemed to be formed naturally and interweaved with a Tao rhythm. Sage artifact. The extraordinariness of the ancient bronze saber made He Tian's heart tremble. Swoosh! The pinnacle mighty figure did not hesitate to expend his yuan qi to activate the ancient saber in his hand. A saber chi that was 10 times stronger than the previous saber radiance rushed out from the ancient saber. A terrifying aura spread out from the ancient bronze saber. The void between heaven and earth was instantly torn apart by the saber radiance. A wave of sage power erupted from the saber radiance, destroying everything as it landed on He Tian's head. Swoosh! When the saber radiance landed, He Tian's body suddenly turned blurry. He left an afterimage on the spot, but his real body had already moved 100 feet away. Whoosh! He held the divine fire fan in his hand and fanned at the pinnacle mighty figure. Flaming birds rushed out of the fan and flew towards the pinnacle mighty figure. These were the shadows formed by the fire essence contained in the fan. They were the legendary three-legged golden crows that were born from the sun star. Every flaming bird contained terrifying fire elemental power. The pinnacle mighty figure's ancient saber spun, and a wave of saber chi swept out, destroying all the flaming birds that pounced towards him. Moreover, the remaining power did not diminish as it continued to slash towards He Tian. Although He Tian did not practice the 8 desolate steps, his yin-yang steps was also a technique that allowed him to display extreme speed. Every step he took was a yin and a yang. The yin and yang interchanged and changed unpredictably. With a turn of his body, he disappeared on the spot. The next moment, when he reappeared, he had already rushed into the sky and arrived above the peak almighties. Boom! The power of endless yin and yang erupted from He Tian's body. A yin-yang Dao diagram appeared behind him, and the power of yin and yang turned into an ancient cauldron that pressed downwards. Rumble, the entire world was shaking. The ancient cauldron formed by the interweaving yin and yang Dao patterns was exactly the same as Gu Fei's mountain and river cauldron. It activated the power of the great path of yin and yang, suppressing the world in all directions. A praying mantis trying to block an arm. You don't know your place. The pinnacle almighty sneered. He raised his saber and slashed upwards. The powerful saber chi shook the heavens and the earth. It broke through the layers of yin and yang essence chi and slashed at the yin and yang cauldron that was pressing down. Boom! Without any suspense, the yin and yang cauldron was smashed by the saber. The yin and yang Dao patterns dissipated and He Tian was sent flying high into the sky by this attack. At this moment, the pinnacle almighty suddenly realized that after He Tian flew high into the sky, he had actually disappeared. This surprised him. How is this possible? The bright moon was in the sky. There wasn't even a cloud in the sky. It was empty. He Tian had really suddenly disappeared. This made the pinnacle almighty feel uneasy. I want you to have nowhere to hide. The pinnacle almighty roared angrily. A divine light rushed out from between his eyebrows. A divine eye appeared there and emitted a strange wave. It was a divine eye that seemed to be able to see through the 3 realms and 6 paths. There were Dao patterns interweaving inside it. It scanned in all directions, trying to find He Tian. Bang! At this moment, a fist suddenly appeared behind the pinnacle almighty. It hit the back of his head and almost exploded his head. The pinnacle almighty was sent flying. Your head is really hard. A voice sounded in the void. He Tian's figure seemed to directly walk out of the void. He swung his fist as if he was in great pain. Arg! I'm going to kill you. The pinnacle almighty was ashamed and furious. He was almost angered to death. His opponent was humiliating him. He didn't take him seriously at all. His methods were despicable and shameless. Can you kill me? He Tian said disdainfully. The pinnacle almighty's anger burned the 9 heavens. He stabilized his body and felt a wave of dizziness. His head was in so much pain that it felt like it was going to split open. Even his soul was shaken. I'll fight it out with you. The pinnacle almighty was furious. He patted the top of his head and a divine light rushed out. Within the divine light, a divine picture rose up and emitted a peerlessly powerful and terrifying aura. This is, He Tian's expression became solemn. The divine picture rose into the sky and instantly enveloped the entire world. A terrifying wave that could shock the heavens spread out from the divine picture. The power of a great saint. In the sky above the ancient city, Gu Fei was also shocked when he saw this scene. He didn't expect those people to even bring such a sacred object refined by a great saint. The surging sacred power seemed to crush the world. Countless Tao patterns appeared on the divine picture and intertwined. The sacred power was vast and mighty, and all the creatures in the entire sorcerer land trembled. Die! The Pinnacle Almighty went crazy. He activated this sacred object refined by a great saint at all costs. The divine picture sealed the world and blocked all escape routes. Mahakala was astonished. He had never imagined that the other party would actually have a sacred artifact that had been refined by a great saint. This divine diagram was incredible. If it was truly suppressed, even 10 Mahakalas would be annihilated. Swoosh! An almost transparent sword light rushed out from Hation's body and protected him in the sword light. This was an invisible divine sword and also a holy weapon. However, the divine picture was a supreme sacred object refined by a great saint. The sacred power of a great saint was vast and boundless. It suppressed the sword chi of the invisible divine sword. Buzz! The invisible divine sword was shaking. This divine sword was actually afraid. The great saint and the saint were two different levels. The great saint was a supreme existence that was only one step away from the extreme path of Supreme Master. In front of a great saint, a saint was like a harmless child. How could a child fight against an adult? Boss, help! Hation felt danger. A great pressure came down from the divine picture in the sky. He almost couldn't straighten his back. If it wasn't for the invisible divine sword protecting him, the great saint's aura that swept down from the divine picture would be enough to kill him several times over. If nothing unexpected happened, it seemed that it was only a matter of time before Hation was suppressed. No one can save you. The Pinnacle Almighty roared. The humiliation that Hation gave him could only be washed away with Hation's blood. He was determined to suppress this abominable guy. This divine picture was a sacred object given by the Saint Emperor. This was what the Pinnacle Almighty relied on. With this divine picture, even if his opponent was a half-saint, he could suppress him. Chapter 1576. Welcome to Rumble. The terrifying power of the great saint level was vast and mighty. A divine map that sealed the heavens and the earth descended from the sky, crushing the void of the world. It was peerlessly terrifying. Reading on the internet, boss, if you don't act now, I'm going to die again. Hation sensed extreme danger. The power of a great saint could definitely threaten his life. Even if he had a saint weapon to protect himself, it would be difficult for him to escape death. No one can save you. The peak expert roared. He had been continuously humiliated by Hation and was close to going crazy. He activated the divine diagram without any regard for the price, wanting to suppress Hation. Buzz! The formless divine sword trembled, releasing a wave of saint-tier sword chi to resist the terrifying power descending from the sky, temporarily protecting Hation. Really? Just as the divine diagram was about to completely suppress them, an emotionless voice suddenly rang out from the sky above the ancient city. A shocking battle intent descended. Even the divine diagram of the great sage could not block this battle intent. What? Although the peak almighty was on the verge of going crazy, the battle intent shocked him because he knew how terrifying this god diagram was. This was a complete supreme holy artifact. It was not something that those incomplete holy artifacts could compare to. He had once seen their Saint Emperor use this divine diagram to suppress a monstrously terrifying demon. Swoosh! Just as the Pinnacle Almighties were bewildered, a sword light suddenly slashed out from the ancient city. The sword light wasn't very powerful, but it emitted an extremely dangerous aura. The peak expert's heart trembled. He felt uneasy. Roar! He roared angrily, and his entire body emitted brilliant divine light. Divine patterns of the Great Path circled around him, condensing the power of the Great Path. Vast power poured into the diagram in the sky. At this moment, the diagram displayed an unprecedentedly powerful aura. Countless great saint-class Tao patterns appeared on the divine diagram, and Tao patterns were constantly being activated. The divine diagram emitted horrifying energy waves. However, the powerful force could not stop that sword light. That sword light seemed to be invincible. It directly broke through the seal of the great saint-level power, and a corner of the divine diagram was cut by the sword light. How is this possible? The pinnacle mighty figure couldn't believe what he was seeing. This was a complete great sage-level relic, but a corner of it was actually broken. Countless great sage Tao patterns were collapsing. In front of this sword light, everything seemed to become weak. Wherever the sword light passed, nothing could stop it. When the divine diagram was damaged, the power radiating from it immediately weakened by more than half. Kill! He Tian let out a loud roar. He used all his strength to control the invisible godly sword and slashed upwards. A nearly transparent sword light soared into the sky and ruthlessly slashed at the godly diagram. Boom! The heavens and the earth shook. The divine painting blocked He Tian's sword, and He Tian took advantage of this opportunity to rush out from under the divine painting, escaping from danger. Swoosh! At this moment, a figure walked out from the ancient city. With just one step, that person rushed under the divine painting and caught the sword light in his hand. Buzz! A sword chime sounded, and a terrifying sword aura wave emanated from the godly sword in that person's hand. Even the power of a great sage level could not suppress this sword aura. What is this? The pinnacle mighty figure was shocked to the extreme. The godly sword in this person's hand could actually break through the seal of the great sage-level power. This was too unbelievable. Could it be a divine weapon of the great path? Swoosh! That person attacked again. There was no divine power of the great path. It was just a simple sword, but it broke through the layers of seal power and directly pierced through the divine painting in the sky. Wah! The divine painting was pierced, and that pinnacle mighty figure suffered a great impact. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body immediately became exhausted. Gu Fei made a strong move. With just one sword, he destroyed the complete divine painting of the great sage. Under the blade of the purple gold divine sword, only another divine weapon of the great path could contend against it. Although the divine painting of the great sage was powerful, how could it compare to the divine sword of the great path? After the divine painting was pierced by the sword light, it rapidly shrank. The terrifying aura of the great sage level retreated like the tide. In the end, the divine painting turned into the size of a palm and floated down from the sky. I want this thing. At this moment, He Tian jumped out from nowhere and snatched the palm-sized divine painting in his hand. No! The pinnacle mighty figure could not accept this reality. One should know that this was a supreme holy item bestowed by the Saint Emperor. How could it be destroyed in his hands? Even if he could escape, he would definitely end up in a miserable state. Thinking of the Saint Emperor's methods of punishing sinners, the pinnacle mighty figure could not help but shiver. No wonder the half-sage Qing could not take down this ancient city the last time. It seems like we have seriously underestimated this guy called Gu Fei. He wanted to snatch the divine painting back, but there was already a killer staring at him from below. You can go and die now. Gu Fei shouted and directly rushed up to the sky with his sword. He was filled with murderous intent towards the pinnacle mighty figure in the sky. A dangerous aura had already enveloped the pinnacle mighty figure. The pinnacle mighty figure turned around and left. He could not be bothered to snatch the divine painting anymore. However, he had once again underestimated Gu Fei's speed. He did not know that Gu Fei possessed the fastest speed in the world. Just as he rushed out thousands of feet away, Gu Fei had already caught up with him. Swoosh! A purple gold sword light rushed out from Gu Fei's hand and rushed towards the pinnacle mighty figure. No! The pinnacle mighty figure was scared out of his wits. He ran for his life. However, no matter how fast he was definitely not faster than Gu Fei. The purple gold sword light swept towards him from behind. The pinnacle mighty figure only felt his body turn cold for a moment. Then, he could no longer feel anything. His physical body and primordial spirit were instantly destroyed by the purple gold sword light. Just as Gu Fei killed the pinnacle mighty figure, a figure sitting on a mountain in a celestial spirit land in Central Plains suddenly opened his eyes. Who is it? Who dares to destroy my divine painting? There seemed to be stars floating in that person's eyes. It was as if the universe was evolving in his eyes. His entire person exuded a unique presence, as if he was a supreme god looking down on all things in the world. This was a peerless and powerful existence. After Gu Fei killed the pinnacle mighty figure, he returned to Shaman City. Things had become even more serious. The mysterious ancient legacy seemed to want to obtain Shaman City at all costs. This was not a good thing. This time, the other party had even used a great saint-level divine painting. No one knew what kind of even more terrifying and powerful methods they would use next time. Chapter 1577. Please remember the domain name. Or here, Gu Fei had destroyed the great sage divine diagram and killed that expert. He knew that the other party would make a move soon. One must know that a complete Great Sage Divine Diagram was incomparably precious. The Great Sage Divine Diagram was pierced by the violet gold godly sword and the Great Sage Dao pattern on it was almost destroyed by Gu Fei. However, the remnant Dao pattern could still gather the power of the Great Dao. This divine diagram with a hole in it was taken away by He Tian. Although it was a broken divine diagram, under He Tian's practice, it could still display the power of a saint. The night passed peacefully. Inside Yanwu City, it was very quiet. The residents of the city had long fled, leaving only the Gu clan in the huge ancient city. The Gu clan had quite a number of people. After 100 years of recuperation, the Gu clan had grown to nearly 1,000 people. However, almost all of the experts of the previous generation of the Gu clan had fallen. The remaining people were all young cultivators, and their cultivation levels were not high. As for the 10 disciples that Gu Zhong had accepted, they were all killed in this battle. To Gu Zhong, this was undoubtedly a huge blow. One must know that he had spent a lot of effort on these 10 disciples. Almost 100 years of hard work had been wasted in a day. This was something that no one could accept. The sun rose from the east. The sun emitted a strong yang energy, dispersing the mist that shrouded the heaven and earth. The area around Yanwu City was frighteningly quiet. In this morning, not even the chirping of a bird could be heard, not to mention the roars of beasts that used to ring out from the forest. Rumble, in this morning, war chariots came from afar. Ferocious beasts roared, and an extremely horrifying aura spread across the heaven and earth. Flags fluttered in the wind, and war drums thundered. No one would have thought that the other party would arrive so quickly, and with such great momentum. It was like the legendary heavenly army of the heavenly court. Roar! The terrifying roar of the beasts shook the surroundings. Waves of powerful aura surged. In the sky above Yanwu City, countless figures appeared. All the members of the Gu clan in Yanwu City were extremely shocked. Boom! At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky above Mega City, and a shocking aura of death rushed out from the broken void. Roar! A terrifying demonic howl came from the gap in the void, as if a peerless death god was awakening. Groups of undead soldiers covered in death chi walked out of the shattered void, led by 3 peerless undead emperors. In an instant, the entire Mega City was enveloped by a terrifying power of death. This is undead creatures. What happened? The appearance of the undead creatures shocked the attacking soldiers. The aura of death filled the air. At this moment, Jiwu City had turned into a dead city. The Saint Emperor has arrived. Everyone in the city, come out and die. A loud voice resounded throughout the world. The person who spoke had a peerlessly powerful cultivation base. He was probably a half-step saint. It's better for your Saint Emperor to enter the city and die. A sneer came from the city. Audacious. Damn it. Hearing this, countless soldiers became extremely agitated. Some of the generals immediately shouted. Someone actually dared to be presumptuous in front of their Saint Emperor. They must be tired of living. What a grand display. Even the Heaven Emperor of the past was nothing more than this. Another voice resounded in the city, full of disdain. In the ancient city, Gu Fei, He Tian, and Gu Zhong soared into the sky and stood in the sky above the ancient city. Behind them were groups of undead creatures. This was a force that Gu Fei had deliberately cultivated. At this moment, he only used this force. In fact, he wanted to use those fellows outside the city to train his soldiers. In the past, Gu Fei subdued the undead clan in the Hell Dao. After so many years, the undead clan had been left in the inner world by Gu Fei. These undead clan had been bored to death and could not wait to come out and get some fresh air. The Emperor of the Netherworld, the Corpse Emperor, and the Undead Emperor stood behind Gu Fei. As long as Gu Fei gave the order, they would rush out of the city. The three undead emperors were peerlessly powerful. Their strength was not weaker than Gu Zhong's. They were existences that were about to reach the almighty realm. They were far more powerful and terrifying than ordinary emperors. The ghostly figures, evil corpses, and skeletons all had the cultivation base of immortals. Among them, there was no lack of ninth heaven immortals. The force in Gu Fei's hands was comparable to the legendary heavenly soldiers of the heavenly court. It was not something that the miscellaneous troops outside the ancient city could compare to. The appearance of such a force caused the soldiers outside the city to be astonished. Kill. There was nothing more to say. Both sides had already formed an irreconcilable enmity. Gu Zhong's 10 disciples couldn't die in vain, and so could the Gu family members. Rumble, one after another, powerful figures rushed out of the ancient city. The whole world shook, and a monstrous death chi swept across the sky and the earth. In the ancient city, the clansmen of the Gu family had already been taken into Gu Fei's inner world. Fight! Outside the ancient city, battle flags fluttered in the wind. Groups of soldiers emitted a shocking battle intent as they advanced forward. These soldiers were also extremely powerful, because even the weakest of them could fly in the air. Only cultivators of the mortal realm of the royal void realm could soar into the sky and roam the world. It was as if 100,000 heavenly soldiers were charging. Their murderous aura changed the color of heaven and earth. The roar of the ancient beasts caused visible ripples in the void. Boom! With a huge tremor, both sides collided. Gu Fei's army of death pierced into the heavenly soldiers' battle formation like a divine sword. Countless heavenly soldiers were torn to pieces in an instant. The death chi devoured their lives. Even the immortal level soldiers couldn't resist and were directly crushed by the army of death. Someone discovered that the undead soldiers' bodies were flashing with formation patterns. Their life force was devoured by the death chi and turned into the power of the undead soldiers. Under this charge, thousands of heavenly soldiers fell in an instant. Their flesh and bones splattered in all directions. The blood didn't fall from the sky, but was absorbed by the undead soldiers. What? Someone saw the seriousness of the problem. These undead soldiers could devour the life force of heavenly soldiers to increase their fighting strength. Such a group of undead soldiers would become stronger the more they fought. Countless undead soldiers formed a battle formation. Countless formation patterns appeared on their bodies. A terrifying killing formation loomed between the heaven and earth. The killing formation emitted a peerless and terrifying aura. It was like an incomparably huge wheel of destruction. Wherever it passed, flesh and blood splattered and countless heavenly soldiers were torn to pieces. The smell of blood filled every inch of the void, causing people's scalps to go numb. For the latest and fastest chapters, please log in. It's a pleasure to read. I suggest you collect it. Chapter 1578. Please remember the domain name. Or the Saint Emperor's army had arrived, swearing to take over Ji-Wu City. It was like 100,000 celestial soldiers bearing down on the border, filling the entire area with a terrifying murderous aura. The flowers and trees in the surrounding area were all withering, the originally green leaves quickly turning yellow and falling from the trees. In the sky, a terrifying battle was unfolding. A formation diagram was faintly discernible in the sky, and a monstrous aura of death filled the air. Even the 100,000 celestial soldiers could not suppress it. How is this possible? All the generals were dumbfounded. They had led thousands of soldiers and fought for the Saint Emperor. There was nothing they had not seen before. But today, everything was beyond their imagination. Someone was actually using undead creatures to set up a formation. Every undead creature's body was emitting formation patterns, and these formation patterns were gradually becoming brighter and brighter. Within the formation, He Tian sat cross-legged on a formation platform, his entire body glowing with divine light, like a supreme immortal descending from the 9 heavens. He was the one controlling this formation, killing in all directions. Below the formation platform, there was a broken divine diagram floating. This was the diagram that He Tian had taken away after Gu Fei had killed the peak expert last night. More than half of the Dao patterns on the great sage's divine diagram had been destroyed by the violet gold godly sword. Although there were still many Dao patterns that were intact, the divine diagram's power had been greatly reduced. This divine diagram could only be considered a broken divine artifact, and was no longer the complete divine diagram of the great sage. He Tian had used this divine diagram to set up a killing formation, using it to suppress the formation's core. This caused the killing formation to display an even more terrifying power. Rumble, the killing formation was in operation, and under He Tian's control, the 3 undying emperors led countless undead creatures towards the celestial soldiers. Boom! Right at this moment, a loud sound rang out. The countless celestial soldiers also started to move. Squads of people and horses moved quickly. A peerless murderous intent began to gather. These celestial soldiers also had their own battle formations, and when countless of them gathered together, they formed a peerless battle formation that could change the color of heaven and earth. Kill! The heavenly soldiers' battle formation took shape. Countless heavenly soldiers, under the leadership of their generals, began to attack He Tian's killing formation. This was a battle formation against a killing formation. Celestial soldiers continuously fell from the sky, and then their essence chi was devoured by He Tian's killing formation. The more celestial soldiers he killed, the more power He Tian's killing formation gathered. Bang! A huge seal rushed out from the celestial soldiers' battle formation, smashing towards Mahakala's killing formation. The terrifying power of a saint exploded, and the entire world seemed like it was about to be smashed into a hole. Buzz! At the same time, the map fragment floating below He Tian's formation platform was shaking, and the void was rippling. Roar! The 3,000 undying generals roared and punched upwards in unison. A monstrous force collided with the incoming seal and sent it flying thousands of feet away. Among the heavenly soldiers, a mighty general coughed up a mouthful of blood. Fight! 100,000 heavenly soldiers shouted in unison, and with their spears in hand, they pierced towards He Tian's killing formation. This was a shocking power that even a saint would have to retreat in the face of. Boom! In the earth-shattering collision, He Tian's killing formation was shaken, and the hundreds of undead creatures on the periphery were instantly turned into ashes. Damn it! Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked and angry when he saw this scene. The opponent's battle formation was very extraordinary, and it could actually shake He Tian's killing formation. Moreover, what made Gu Fei unwilling to act rashly was that the Saint Emperor they were talking about had not appeared yet. The person who dared to call himself a Saint Emperor was definitely peerlessly powerful. Otherwise, who would dare to use this title? I want to see who dares to call himself a Saint Emperor. Gu Fei held the violet gold divine sword in his hand as he sat cross-legged in the formation. He didn't make a move because he still couldn't sense the location of the Saint Emperor. The Saint Emperor seemed to be preparing for something, and didn't show himself. He only ordered his generals to fight with all their might. This was a shocking power that could run amok in the human realm. Unfortunately, they met Gu Fei. Gu Fei also had a powerful force in his hands. The undead army that came from the Hell Realm was not to be trifled with. Kill. Without any unnecessary words, He Tian controlled the killing formation, and countless undead creatures attacked at the same time. The terrifying power turned into an immortal light of death that rushed into the heavenly soldiers' battle formation. Thousands of heavenly soldiers were swept by the light of death and turned into ashes in an instant. The light of death tore open a 10,000 feet long hole in the sky. The two forces continued to fight. Countless voices screamed and people fell. The sky above Ji Wu City turned into a terrifying battlefield. There were constantly generals using their saint weapons. Rays of saint-level divine light rushed out from the heavenly soldiers' battle formation, sweeping towards He Tian's killing formation. The great sage divine diagram below He Tian trembled. The great sage Tao pattern on it was constantly being activated, emitting resplendent divine light and gathering the power of the great Tao. The tattered divine diagram of the great sage emitted the energy ripples of a saint. The divine diagram fused with the killing formation, forming an astonishing force. Under Mahakala's control, it clashed against the heavenly soldiers' battle formation. In terms of formations, He Tian's killing formation was filled with killing intent. With the great sage divine diagram as the core of the formation, it was much stronger and more terrifying than the heavenly soldiers' battle formation. However, many of the generals in the heavenly soldiers' battle formation had saint weapons. They used the power of the battle formation to activate the saint weapons. This was a peerless power. This was equivalent to using countless heavenly soldiers to display the greatest power of the saint weapons. From this, it could be seen that this mysterious ancient inheritance was really incredible. To be able to pass down such a battle formation, this kind of inheritance should not be unknown. However, Gu Zhong did not know the origin of the opponent. This seemed impossible. Although the waters of the human realm were deep, how could such a power be completely hidden without anyone knowing? One must know that Gu Zhong's wife was the previous generation saintess of the Yaotai ancient Holy Land. With the power of the Yaotai ancient Holy Land, how could they not find some clues? Since this so-called Saint Emperor is not willing to jump out, then I will force him out. 2 rays of light shot out from Gu Fei's eyes. He stood up from the formation and directly waved the purple gold divine sword, slashing towards the outside of the formation. Swoosh! A ray of purple gold divine sword light rushed out from his hand, splitting the void between heaven and earth. It fell into the heavenly soldiers' battle formation, and the figures were silently annihilated under the purple gold divine sword light. This was a direct destruction of body and soul. It was the most thorough way of dying in the world. Even the imprint of life had been destroyed. Even ghosts could not be alive anymore. With just one sword, he directly killed over 1,000 heavenly soldiers. This caused everyone to be dumbfounded. What kind of sword light was this? It could actually break through the battle formation and kill the heavenly soldiers. For the latest and fastest chapters, please log in. Reading is a pleasure. I recommend you to bookmark it. Chapter 1579. Welcome, everyone. Gu Fei made his move. Even though the purple gold godly sword had yet to awaken, the unparalleled sword radiance emitted from the sword displayed an invincible and terrifying might. The sword radiance silently slashed into the battle matrix outside the killing matrix. Thousands of soldiers were instantly turned into ashes, completely destroyed in body and soul. Nothing was left behind. What kind of sword is this? All the generals were shocked. The power displayed by the sword in Gu Fei's hand was too terrifying. One sword strike was able to destroy thousands of soldiers. Even a saint would not be able to do such a thing. It should be known that the battle matrix formed by countless soldiers was filled with murderous intent. The terrifying power of a saint was condensed, and it could compete with the killing matrix formed by He Tian. This mysterious ancient inheritance was very powerful. The 100,000 celestial soldiers were mobilized. This kind of momentum was not something an ordinary force could achieve. Even the ancient antiquity forces would not be able to do so. Gu Fei's attack really shocked the other party. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly erupted from the 100,000 celestial soldiers. Beams of divine light shot up into the sky, piercing through the void. The terrifying might shocked the heavens. This was a power that could make all living beings tremble. Great Saint Weapon. Only a great saint weapon could produce such a level of power. A peerless figure was using a great saint weapon. The power of a great saint could shake the heavens and the earth. Swoosh! A divine arrow was shot out from the celestial soldier's battle matrix. The divine arrow immediately turned into a divine phoenix. It emitted monstrous divine fire, illuminating the entire heaven and earth. The divine phoenix directly rushed towards where Gu Fei was. In just an instant, it had already pounced in front of Gu Fei. A terrifying wave of heat spread out, causing Gu Fei to feel as though all the blood in his body had evaporated. He felt his mouth go dry. This is, He Tian, who was sitting cross-legged in the killing matrix, was shocked. This arrow was incredible. It had activated the power of the divine fire in the heavens. This divine fire seemed to be the Nanmingli fire. Could it be the legendary Nanmingli fire bow? Gu Fei stared at the divine phoenix that was flying towards him and his eyes narrowed involuntarily. The great saint energy contained within this arrow was not something that he could resist. Although it was difficult for him to resist this power, the extreme path sacred weapon in his hand could. Roar! Gu Fei bellowed and a huge cauldron emerged from his body, enveloping him within. An extremely ancient aura appeared in the world. This aura seemed to originate from the primordial chaos, causing one's heart to palpitate. Mountain and river cauldron, how is this possible? A voice rang out in the heavenly soldier's battle formation. The voice was filled with disbelief. The person in the battle formation recognized the illusory cauldron around Gu Fei. Boom! At this moment, the divine phoenix transformed by the divine arrow had already hit the ancient cauldron around Gu Fei. The power of the great saint level suddenly erupted. Countless undead soldiers around Gu Fei were shaken off. Even with the protection of the killing matrix, more than half of the undead soldiers turned into flying ashes on the way to the sky. Even He Tian's killing matrix could not resist the power of the great saint level. Preposterous! He Tian was furious. He sat cross-legged on the matrix platform and constantly took out rare divine materials from his body and threw them into the various matrix eyes of the killing matrix. Rumble, the power of the entire killing matrix was increasing rapidly. Countless undead soldiers rushed out of the bright matrix patterns. The matrix patterns were branded into the void, triggering the killing catastrophe of heavens. The battle cries were earth-shattering. He Tian controlled the peerless killing matrix and continuously attacked the battle formation formed by the 100,000 heavenly soldiers. The place where the killing matrix and the battle formation met had turned into chaos. The corpses of the heavenly soldiers constantly fell from the sky. The essence of heaven and earth frantically gathered towards He Tian's killing matrix. The matrix pattern seemed to have turned into a substance. After the undead soldiers were blessed by the power of the killing matrix, all of them were extremely fierce. The aura of death was terrifying. The undead soldiers rushed into the heavenly soldiers' battle formation and fought with the heavenly soldiers. Whoosh! The undying emperor took the lead and chopped a general into two with a single slash. The bone blade instantly devoured the general's essence, energy, and spirit. The Netherworld Emperor turned into thousands of ghost shadows. These ghost shadows directly pounced on the bodies of the heavenly soldiers. The eyes of the heavenly soldiers suddenly turned blood red. Then, they turned around and pounced on their companions behind them. This was the Netherworld Emperor's killing technique, ghost possession. The Netherworld Emperor cultivated the Netherworld Ghost Path. Only he could use this killing technique to control the body of others to fight. The Evil Corpse Emperor's body was extremely strong. He was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. His hands clawed wildly and hundreds of heavenly soldiers were directly torn apart. The essence of those heavenly soldiers were all devoured by the Evil Corpse Emperor. Ha! Awesome! The Evil Corpse Emperor bathed in blood and attacked crazily. His hands constantly tore apart the heavenly soldiers and devoured their spirit. This was the horror of the undead creatures. They could devour life essence to strengthen themselves. You pieces of trash that haven't died yet, go to hell. A roar was heard. An iron tower-like general, shining with divine light, rushed towards the Evil Corpse Emperor with a pair of black iron axes in his hands. This was a powerful general. Every step he took in the void caused the entire void to tremble. A powerful murderous aura was emitted from this big man. Eat my axe. The iron tower-like general chopped his axe down on the Evil Corpse Emperor. The black iron axe turned into a black light and set off a gust of wind, creating a spatial crack in the void. Come at me! The Evil Corpse Emperor shouted. Corpse cheese surged all over his body. He was like a peerless demon. His eyes emitted blood-red evil light. He did not retreat, but directly punched upwards. Clang! The sound of metal colliding was heard. The Evil Corpse Emperor's fist collided with the Black Iron Tower's divine axe. The Evil Corpse Emperor actually resisted the axe with his fist. What? The Black Iron Tower was shocked. This guy's fist was actually harder than divine iron. As the divine axe chopped down, the sound of metal rang out. Humph! The Evil Corpse Emperor sneered. An even more powerful force erupted from his fist against the divine axe. The divine axe in the Black Iron Tower's hand was immediately shaken away. Not good. Hei Tai Ta was also a battle-hardened general. The moment the divine axe was sent flying, he knew it was bad. He didn't even think before retreating. However, it was already too late. The Evil Corpse Emperor rushed forward and stretched out his left hand. He directly broke through the Black Iron Tower's divine armor and stabbed into the Black Iron Tower's chest. Roar! The Black Iron Tower let out an earth-shattering roar. The divine axe in his other hand desperately chopped down at the Evil Corpse Emperor. At the same time, the Black Iron Tower's body erupted with a terrifying wave of power. An extremely ferocious power crazily expanded from his body. Self-destruct. The Evil Corpse Emperor was shocked. He wanted to retreat, but the Black Iron Tower's hand had already firmly grasped the hand that was stabbed into the Black Iron Tower's chest. Boom! With a loud bang, the Black Iron Tower's body exploded due to the destructive energy that erupted from his body. The terrifying energy swept across all directions. This was the self-destruction of an immortal emperor. The celestial soldiers and undead soldiers that were fighting in the surroundings were blown away by the force. This Black Iron Tower was incomparably ferocious. He actually wanted to self-destruct to kill the Evil Corpse Emperor. The Evil Corpse Emperor was a grand completion Deva sovereign, an existence that was only one step away from becoming a supreme expert. He had a body that was strong enough to resist divine weapons. Although the self-destruction of an immortal emperor was powerful, it couldn't kill the evil corpse emperor. Roar! Amidst the chaotic energy, the angry roar of the evil corpse emperor was heard. Although the evil corpse emperor didn't die, he still suffered a great impact. At this time, a small figure wrapped in divine light soared into the sky. It was the primordial spirit of the Black Iron Tower. An immortal emperor expert wouldn't die so easily. As long as the primordial spirit wasn't destroyed, an immortal emperor expert wouldn't die. Trying to escape. The cold voice of the evil corpse emperor was heard. Endless corpse chi condensed into a giant hand of death. It rushed up from below and grabbed the divine light of the primordial spirit. Bang! Without any hesitation, the evil corpse emperor crushed the primordial spirit. Rays of divine light rushed out from his hand and entered his body. The primordial spirit of the gigantic Black Iron Tower general was devoured by the evil corpse emperor just like that. After devouring the primordial spirit of the general, the impact of the evil corpse emperor was healed in an instant. The chi of death on his body was even stronger than before. Harvesting lives was the nature of the undead creatures, because this kind of existence needed the life force of living beings to strengthen itself. The evil corpse emperor had obtained great benefits, while the nether emperor and the undead emperor didn't lag behind. The life force of the celestial soldiers was incomparably strong, far beyond the average life force. Both the nether emperor and the undead emperor had devoured a large amount of life essence. The three emperors felt that the bottleneck of their cultivation had a sign of loosening, which surprised and delighted them. Then, they desperately harvested the life force of these celestial soldiers. The celestial soldiers' battle formation was gradually suppressed by He Tian's killing formation. Countless celestial soldiers were constantly falling. Their life force was devoured by the undead creatures, and their bodies and souls were directly destroyed. There were also countless undead creatures that were killed by the celestial soldiers, and their soul fire was completely extinguished. However, the soul power of those beheaded undead creatures would also be devoured by He Tian's killing formation and turned into the power of the killing formation. Therefore, the power of He Tian's killing formation was still gradually increasing. The power fluctuations emitted by the killing formation were already close to the level of Great Sage. Mountain and River Cauldron. I didn't expect you to have the Mountain and River Cauldron. In the battle formation, the mysterious man didn't shoot a second arrow after shooting one. With the protection of an extreme sacred weapon like the Mountain and River Cauldron, even the divine weapon of a great sage couldn't break that kind of defense. At this time, Gu Fei finally sensed the location of the peerlessly powerful mysterious man. Kill! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei used the Mountain and River Cauldron to protect himself and held the purple gold divine sword. He directly rushed out of the killing formation and killed his way into the celestial soldiers' battle formation. Chapter 1580. Please remember the domain name of this website. Gu Fei was extremely powerful. He directly rushed out of the killing matrix with his sword and attacked the peerlessly powerful and mysterious existence in the battle matrix. Buzz! Countless celestial soldiers surrounded Gu Fei. The shadow of the cauldron of mountain and river outside Gu Fei shook, and all the celestial soldiers who rushed over were sent flying. This was not the divine might of the extreme great path. It was just that Gu Fei had activated a wisp of the power of the cauldron of mountain and river. Even so, the strength of its defense was shocking. Even an arrow shot by the great Saint Divine Bao could be blocked. The attacks of these celestial soldiers were like eggs hitting a stone. They were useless, and instead, they were smashing their heads and bleeding. Gu Fei rushed into the battle matrix as if he was invincible. With a divine sword in his hand, he swept in all directions. No one was a match for him. All the divine weapons and magic treasures were destroyed under the blade of the purple gold divine sword. No divine weapon or even divine weapon could withstand a blow from the purple gold divine sword. Although it did not have the divine might of the extreme great path, it was still a sword of the extreme great path. Its sharpness was not comparable to that of a divine weapon. When the sword slashed out, there was nothing that could block it. "You have a death wish." A loud shout came from the depths of the battle matrix. Then, beams of divine light of the great path rushed out from the depths of the battle matrix. They intertwined in the void between heaven and earth. A torrential power surged out, as if a supreme great saint had awakened from a deep sleep. Bam! This force directly hit the faint and illusory big cauldron outside Gu Fei. The big cauldron shook, and Gu Fei was knocked thousands of feet away by this force. Gu Fei stabilized his body in the void. He was extremely shocked. The force just now was too strong. It was even stronger than the divine arrow shot by the great Saint Divine Bao. Buzz! The faint and illusory ancient cauldron outside Gu Fei's body shook. The void rippled like water, and a powerful aura spread out from the big cauldron's shadow. So what if you have the extreme Tao sacred weapon? You can't even use it. A figure walked out from the depths of the battle formation. This was a peerlessly powerful existence. No one could see his appearance clearly. There was a layer of primal chaos swirling around his body. That's right, it was chaotic energy, an ancestral energy that was only one level lower than primordial chaos energy. This person was incredible to actually possess such ancestral energy. Be careful, it's the legendary chaotic Daoist body. At this time, He Tian's voice suddenly rang out in Gu Fei's mind. He Tian was transmitting his voice to him. He Tian had seen through this existence's physique. In ancient times, the world of cultivation was extremely prosperous. There were many nature-defying physiques, and the chaotic Daoist physique was one of them. It was a naturally powerful physique. People with this kind of physique could cultivate chaotic force in their bodies and be intimate with primal chaos. If this kind of physique matured, it would definitely be extremely powerful. You're the Sage Emperor. Gu Fei stared at the mysterious man, his battle intent surging. I'm not the Sage Emperor. The mysterious man's voice was very calm, but he had a temperament that was above all living beings. He was high and mighty, as if he didn't belong to the mortal world. What? Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a trace of unease. This guy was so powerful, but he wasn't the so-called Sage Emperor. Then where was the real Sage Emperor? At this time, a loud noise rang out in Yanwu City. The entire city was actually shaking. Then, on the surface of the city, ancient runes began to appear. Oh no! Gu Fei's heart trembled. Fortunately, he had taken the entire Gu clan into his inner world before he attacked. Otherwise, the entire Gu clan would probably be in trouble. At this time, Yanwu City had completely changed. Divine runes of the Great Path appeared on the surface of the city. Countless rays of divine light rushed out from the ancient city. Thousands of auspicious qi and immortal clouds floated in the air. The ancient city emitted a mighty aura that shocked both sides, who were fighting involuntarily stopped and stared at this scene with their mouths agape. Gu Fei pointed his sword at the mysterious cultivator in front of him. He was so angry that his voice was trembling. At this time, he knew that they had fallen into the opponent's trap. No one had thought of this. It seemed that the real Sage Emperor was in charge of all this. The opponent's cultivator had already infiltrated the ancient city and activated the runes of the Great Path in the ancient city. The entire ancient city seemed to have come back to life. It was as if a huge life form had awakened from a deep sleep. Then, the entire mountain range of the Shaman land also began to shake. The dragon chi of the earth rose. The situation of the world in this barren land was changing rapidly. To change the situation of the world, if it was a natural change, the time needed would be astronomical. It would be calculated in tens of millions of years. But now, the terrain that needed tens of millions of years to form was being formed at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was a method that defied the natural order. It was stealing the creation of the world. "Boss, I'm leaving." He Tian controlled the killing formation and sent a telepathic message to Gu Fei. The 100,000 miles of the shaman land was an eternal plan. It was left behind by the invincible cultivator in the ancient times. At this time, the entire 100,000 miles of the shaman land was undergoing a shocking change. The opponent was gradually controlling the situation of the 100,000 miles of the shaman land. Once the existence in the ancient city completely controlled the 100,000 miles of the shaman land, it would be difficult for them to escape unscathed even if they had the divine weapon of the Great Path. Gu Fei was very unwilling to retreat just like this. "Eat my fist." Gu Fei put away the purple gold divine sword and used the yin-yang reincarnation fist with all his strength. His hands emitted endless yin-yang power. His fists instantly gathered unparalleled yin-yang true power. Bam! Gu Fei punched forward with his fists. Yin and yang coexisted. The two forces collided and intertwined, forming an even more powerful force. It rushed towards the mysterious man in front of him. The fist force shook the earth. Even the mysterious man was moved. Rumble, the mysterious man pushed his hands forward. Endless chaotic chi surged from his hands. His palms turned into two chaotic hands. Like two ancient divine mountains, they pushed towards Gu Fei's fist force. The two peerlessly powerful forces collided together. The space between the two of them was collapsing and turning into nothingness. This was a great destruction. Everything was completely destroyed. Nothing could be left behind. Gu Fei only felt a strong force colliding with him. He flew backward involuntarily. The mysterious man was also sent flying back into the Heavenly Soldier's battle matrix by Gu Fei's yin-yang fist force. The chaotic Tao body is indeed powerful. After colliding with the mysterious man, Gu Fei did not hesitate. He turned and rushed into He Tian's killing matrix. He then met up with He Tian and rushed out of the shaman land together. The human tribe's martial body is indeed extraordinary. The mysterious man walked out of the Heavenly Soldier's battle matrix again. For the latest and fastest chapters, please log in. Reading is a pleasure. I suggest you keep it. Chapter 1581. At this moment, Jiwu's city was already under the control of someone. The 100,000 miles of Sorcerer Land had undergone earth-shattering changes. The world was changing, and the mysterious ancient inheritance was finally obtained. This ancient inheritance was extremely powerful. It had 100,000 celestial soldiers, and they set up the celestial soldiers' battle formation to obtain the Sorcerer Land at all costs. The ancient inheritance that had been passed down thousands of years ago was activated. Every mountain in the Sorcerer Land was shaking, and the ancestral veins of the earth that had been sleeping for countless years began to awaken. At this moment, the chaotic Tao body that had collided head-on with Gu Fei walked out of the battle formation, and from 10 miles away, he threw a punch at Gu Fei, who had already returned to the killing formation. There was no divine power, no magic. It was just a punch, but it directly shattered a part of the void. Such power did not seem to be inferior to Gu Fei's martial arts. The chaotic Tao body seemed to have unimaginable power. It was not at the same level as ordinary constitutions. It was too powerful, like an innate divine being born from the chaos. It was just a punch, but it displayed the power of opening the sky. The punch shattered the void, and it gave people an incomparably shocking feeling. It actually wanted to use its own power to shake He Tian's killing formation. However, the power gathered by He Tian's killing formation was too strong. Even though it suffered such a powerful attack, it only shook a few times, and the power was dissolved. At this moment, the earth began to spurt out a monstrous amount of essence energy. Mountains were collapsing, and then the shattered heaven and earth were reforming. The reformed heaven and earth were extremely dense, and the immortal clouds and auspicious clouds lingered. Rumble, seeing that its punch could not do anything to Gu Fei, the chaotic Tao body directly drove the celestial soldiers' battle formation and chased after Gu Fei and He Tian. In the sky, battle cries shook the heaven and earth, and the void was densely packed with figures. The terrifying battle formation gathered the heaven and earth's spiritual chi from all directions and turned it into combat power, emitting a terrible aura that made everything in the world tremble. Divine fire emerged from the formation, surging in the chaotic void. Then, a bright beam of fire, like a crimson lightning bolt, pierced through the void, broke through the chaos, and shot out. Countless flames shot towards Gu Fei and He Tian. It was as if the entire world had been set ablaze. With a flip of his hand, a crimson divine bow appeared in his hand. As if walking out of the void of chaos, he knocked an arrow and shot it. Swish! The arrow pierced through heaven and earth, smashed through the void, and shot into He Tian's killing formation in the blink of an eye. Then, the divine arrow exploded and a ball of fire swept out in all directions, blowing up hundreds of undead soldiers. Damn it! Gu Fei and He Tian were furious. They had already retreated, but these people still didn't let them go. They wanted to chase after them and beat them up. They couldn't take this. Roar! Gu Fei threw his head back and roared. His long hair fluttered wildly, and his almighty martial body erupted with a terrible fluctuation that swept through the world. Divine runes of the Great Path appeared on his body. In particular, the divine rune between his eyebrows emitted a terrible divine light, as if a heavenly eye had opened, and terrifying power gathered within it. Endless blood rushed into the sky and enveloped the sky. It was the blood of an ancient dragon, vigorous to the extreme, and swept out in all directions above Gu Fei's head. Swish! A beam of purple-gold divine light rushed out from the rune between Gu Fei's eyebrows, displaying great power. Beams of terrifying divine light swept out in all directions, piercing through the chaotic Tao body that was chasing after them. The chaotic Taoist body seemed to have sensed great danger and dodged in an instant. The divine light swept behind him. The hundreds of heavenly soldiers behind him were swept by the divine light and immediately turned into dust. Their bodies and souls were completely destroyed. The chaotic Tao body's heart trembled. This was the divine light of destruction condensed by the power of the Great Path. If hit, even the chaotic Tao body would be seriously injured. The other heavenly soldiers and generals were all shocked to see this scene. Swish! 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 At this moment, figures rushed out from all over the sorcerer land, and a powerful aura erupted from the ancestral vein beneath the sorcerer land. That is, seeing this, Gu Fei and He Tian could not help but be shocked. They never thought that there would be such a backup plan in the depths of the sorcerer land. Using the ancestral vein of the earth to nourish the war soldiers, this mysterious ancient method was indeed heaven-defying. The war soldiers from thousands of years ago had been nourished by the ancestral vein of the earth for countless years, and were extremely powerful. 4 figures rushed out from the endless essence chi of the earth. Come, let's attack together, what's there to be afraid of? Gu Fei's fighting spirit was like a rainbow. He actually rushed out of the killing formation and attacked the chaotic Tao body. With the protection of the mountain and river cauldron and the purple-gold divine sword in his hand, he feared nothing. Boom! 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 At this moment, from the east, west, south, north, with Baowu City as the center, for loud sounds came from the ground in all 4 directions. Then, the ground in all 4 directions suddenly shattered, and 4 incomparably powerful auras emerged from the shattered ground. Countless figures walked out from the shattered ground, and an endless ancient aura filled the void between heaven and earth. In the killing formation, He Tian could not help but be dumbfounded when he saw this scene. This was a war soldier from ancient times, sleeping in the ancestral vein of the earth. After Baowu's city fell under the control of the mysterious Saint Emperor, these ancient war soldiers sleeping in the ancestral vein of the earth also woke up. These ancient war soldiers could not be compared to the war soldiers that had fought against He Tian's killing formation for so long. These were the real ancient war soldiers, and they were incomparably powerful. When these four groups of war soldiers appeared, their life force swept across the sky and the earth. Such a movement could not be hidden. At this moment, many forces already knew that a drastic change had occurred in the Shaman land. Especially the three dynasties of the Middle Earth. Many royal experts had already appeared outside the Shaman land with the help of the teleportation formation. At this moment, chaotic divine light rushed out from the Shaman land from time to time, but no one dared to enter. Barging into the Shaman land at this time was undoubtedly courting death. What's going on? Why is there such a huge change in the Shaman land? It's the work of that mysterious force. The heavenly soldiers and generals. What a grand show. Some of the older members of the royal family cultivated the divine eyes and saw the changes in the Shaman land. They saw He Tian controlling the killing formation and fighting against the countless heavenly soldiers and generals. In recent years, another mysterious force had appeared in the Shaman land, and it was also spying on the Middle Earth. This was noticed by the experts of the three dynasties, but no one knew what force it was. It was only today that this mysterious force finally surfaced. Chapter 1582. Four figures stepped out of the void. To be able to travel and move through the void, only people with great divine power could do that. Four terrifying auras filled the world. The cultivation of these people could be said to be heaven-defying, not the slightest bit weaker than the chaotic Tao body, maybe even stronger. Rumble. Shaman city rose from the ground, emitting millions of rays of divine light. Endless auspicious signs descended from the sky, making the pitch-black ancient city look like the palace of the celestial emperor in the ninth heaven. These were the four great generals, wearing armors forged from immortal divine iron. Each of them emitted a heart-palpitating murderous aura. With one look, one could tell that these four generals were experienced generals, their hands stained with blood. The four armies were led by these four great generals. Kill. Without any hesitation, the four groups of soldiers woke up in the earth veins and rushed forward, directly attacking He Tian's killing formation. Boom! Amidst the deafening noise, He Tian's killing formation shook repeatedly. Countless undead soldiers at the edge of the killing formation turned into dust, their soul power scattered. With just one attack, He Tian's killing formation suffered a great impact. These soldiers from the ancient times emitted endless battle intent and murderous aura. They had once fought in the immemorial era. Although there weren't many of them, each group only had 500 soldiers, the battle strength they displayed was many times stronger than the 100,000 celestial soldiers. Roar! 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 The ancient soldiers roared. Although there were only 2,000 of them, they were stronger than the 100,000 celestial soldiers. 2,000 ancient soldiers emitted powerful spiritual waves, roaring towards the sky. Their voices could topple mountains and overturn seas, causing the void to tremble. The undying fighting soul was undying. Without a doubt, this fighting soul was a ruthless character that dared to fight against the heavens. Even though it had been asleep for countless years, it could still fight for its master after it woke up. Such soldiers were very terrifying. They crossed the river of history and appeared in the present world. They were nourished by the earth's ancestral veins for countless years, their strength unfathomable. Moreover, they had vigorous vitality, unlike the undead creatures under Gu Fei. Kill. Under the command of the four great generals, 2,000 soldiers once again launched an attack on He Tian's killing formation. Their terrifying power shook the heaven and earth in all directions. This kind of power was even more terrifying than a fully awakened great saint weapon. The chaotic Tao body had already retreated to the side and did not interfere. However, the chaotic Taoist body had its eyes on Gu Fei. If you want to fight, let's fight. Gu Fei had never been afraid of anyone. He protected himself with the mountain and river cauldron and charged towards the chaotic Tao body with his sword. He wanted to see what was so special about this so-called chaotic Tao body. It should be known that the chaotic Tao body was a kind of powerful physique in the world. It was not weaker than the martial body. If this person really grew up and mastered the chaotic Tao body, it would be enough to compete with the indestructible martial body. That's exactly what I was thinking. Let me experience the so-called martial body. The Tao body of chaos was also very powerful. He directly charged forward, drawing the great sage god bow in his hands and shooting out an arrow. The divine arrow condensed from boundless fire essence pierced through the void. Swoosh! Gu Fei protected himself with the mountain and river cauldron and was not afraid of the powerful aura of the great sage. He slashed out with his sword and directly destroyed the incoming divine sword. Then, he pointed his sword at the chaotic Tao body. What's the use of relying on external objects? If you have the guts, don't use weapons to fight me. The chaotic Tao body soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Why not? Gu Fei directly chased after it. The two quickly left the battlefield and entered the starry sky. Both of them put away their weapons and directly started fighting. Here, they could attack without any scruples. Kill! Gu Fei directly strode through the void, his figure becoming somewhat illusory, emitting a terrifying aura that could shake the heavens and earth. The void beneath his feet was collapsing. The void under his feet was collapsing, and a pitch-black spatial crack spread out under his feet. Like a supreme god of war, Gu Fei pressed towards the chaotic Tao body. He was like a moving ancient divine mountain, giving people an extremely powerful and oppressive feeling. The vast and mighty power that emanated from his body shattered the void, as if the entire world could no longer contain his powerful martial body. Swoosh! Feeling the strong pressure from Gu Fei, the chaotic Tao body's head shot out a chaotic divine light, piercing towards Gu Fei. This chaotic divine light contained the Tao pattern of the Great Path, which was the embodiment of the power of the Tao. It could hurt a sage. The chaotic Tao body was probing. Gu Fei directly raised his right hand and pressed it forward. An immeasurable power emanated from his palm. The void in front of his palm suddenly shook violently. A divine light suddenly emerged and then surged forward. The beam of primal chaos divine light was annihilated by an endless stream of divine light. Gu Fei had displayed great battle prowess and directly obliterated that beam of primal chaos divine light. The chaotic Tao body had no choice but to become serious. His opponent's performance had already exceeded his expectations. The human race martial body had a great reputation in ancient times. This was not a lie. Rule the chaos, the chaotic Taoist body let out a loud cry, and endless chaotic divine light rushed out of his body. The entire void seemed to have turned into chaos in an instant. The chaotic Tao body seemed to be opening the sky, and the world was sinking. The chaotic light filled every inch of the void, and the entire starry sky seemed to be devoured by the chaos. The whole world was shaking. Above the sky, numerous chaotic patterns appeared, like a boundless magic net, covering the sky and the earth. This was the killing move of the chaotic Tao body. Heaven and earth were sealed by the chaos. Gu Fei had no way to retreat, and could only passively accept this move of the chaotic Tao body. At this moment, the shaman land was turned into ruins. He Tian launched the killing formation without caring about the cost. Countless undying soldiers died, and an endless amount of soul power was devoured by the killing formation. The soul power of all living beings was transformed into endless combat power. He Tian's killing formation devoured all the power in the world and raised its power to the limit. This was a power that surpassed the great saint level. Even the four groups of ancient soldiers turned pale. Up until now, Both sides had suffered casualties, but the Saint Emperor's side had suffered more than He Tian's. The 100,000 celestial soldiers were almost crippled, and the ancient soldiers awakened from the ancestral veins of the earth were also injured. However, even at this moment, the mysterious Saint Emperor still did not show himself. Instead, an extremely powerful aura spread out from Shaman City, which had risen from the ground to the sky. This aura made everyone afraid, because it was the aura of a peerless existence. It was an existence that could dominate a region in the human realm. Preposterous. Erebus had to admit that although they could put up a fight against such an ancient inheritance, the final result would not change much. Chapter 1583. He Tian didn't want to leave just like that because he was being chased away. If He Tian couldn't take it lying down, the consequences would be dire. Without any suspense, the fierce battle began. Royal voids, demigods, saints, and even immortals and Shen King all fell. Blood sprayed across the sky. Kill! 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 The sky and earth collapsed. The entire shaman land shook, alarming countless cultivators. Several forbidden lands in the human world sent out powerful divine wills, which entered the shaman land directly. The ancient inheritance appeared before the world and displayed terrifying combat power. The human world was shaken and everyone was paying close attention. This battle was definitely the fiercest in the past century. In order to take back the shaman land, the ancient inheritance was willing to pay any price. Rumble, in the starry sky, Gu Fei, and the chaotic body were also fighting. Endless chaos surged and the world seemed to have returned to the time before the chaos was created. Bam! A giant hand of chaos shrouded the heavens and earth as it slammed towards Gu Fei. Chaos Dao runes appeared on the giant hand, destroying everything in their path as they unleashed terrifying energy ripples. Whoosh! Divine light flashed between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Beams of violet light shot out continuously, destroying the void and destroying the chaotic hand. They also pierced towards the figure in the depths of the chaos. Every beam of divine light was like a heavenly sword, containing sword chi of the great path. Every beam could kill immortals and gods. This was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. When used by Gu Fei, it was very powerful. Primordial Spirit Sword of the Way. The chaotic body recognized this secret technique and was very shocked. This kind of sword was indestructible. Although it wasn't a true heavenly sword, it was even more terrifying than one. Boom! Suddenly, an endless amount of chaotic force surged out from the body of the chaotic way. A terrifying pressure descended upon the world like 100,000 mountains. The stars trembled and the stars seemed like they were about to fall. Endless chaos Dao patterns condensed and sealed the primordial soul Dao sword that pierced through. This was also a killing technique, and the chaos Dao pattern suppressed the void. When the two powers collided, Gu Fei's primordial soul Dao sword and the chaos Dao body's Dao pattern were annihilated. Chaotic body, let me see how strong you are. Gu Fei yelled and pressed forward with his right hand. Boundless chaotic true energy condensed on his fist. His fist turned into the size of a hill and smashed towards the chaotic Daoist body. Although he didn't have a chaotic Daoist body, he had cultivated chaotic true power. Gu Fei's true power was constantly transforming. This kind of power was constantly transforming into the most primitive power. Rumble, Gu Fei's fist emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation, shaking a part of the starry sky. Several large stars nearby were shattered by his fist. The fist energy surged violently, as if doomsday had arrived. Primal Chaos World. The chaotic Daoist body yelled, and endless chaos Dao patterns rushed out from his body. A part of the chaotic void appeared, and he opened up a part of the world. A black hole of chaos appeared above the starry sky. It produced a heaven-devouring power and tried to devour Gu Fei. Inner world. Gu Fei was shocked. This chaotic Taoist body was extraordinary. He had cultivated an inner world, and the cultivators who controlled an inner world were far stronger than ordinary cultivators. Controlling a part of the world meant that the cultivator's power could be increased infinitely in this part of the world, and the cultivator could exert more powerful attacks than in the outside world. You have an inner world, but so do I. Gu Fei smiled. He then drew a line in the void in front of him with both hands. A spatial crack appeared in front of him, and the power of heaven and earth surged out, blocking the devouring power from the black hole of chaos. Yes. The chaotic Taoist body was surprised. He didn't expect that Gu Fei had also cultivated an inner world. Moreover, Gu Fei's inner world seemed to be more powerful than his. Rumble, Gu Fei's inner world completely appeared. He stood in that part of the world and attacked the chaotic Taoist body. The power of heaven and earth was under his control, and his combat powers suddenly multiplied. Humph! The chaotic Taoist body sneered. The black hole of chaos in the starry sky immediately disappeared and turned into a chaotic world, suppressing Gu Fei. The two inner worlds collided, causing Gu Fei's inner world to shake violently. Mountains crumbled, rivers evaporated, and heaven and earth trembled. Kill! Gu Fei and the chaotic Taoist body launched the most intense battle. The two of them constantly attacked each other's inner worlds, destroying everything in their way. Neither of them used their holy weapons. All kinds of killing techniques were constantly displayed. It had to be said that the chaotic Taoist body was really powerful. It fought with Gu Fei endlessly, and it was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. Bang! Gu Fei's fist collided with the chaotic Taoist body's fist. A circle of ripples visible to the naked eye spread from the two's fists. Boom! The two of them exerted their strength at the same time. The space between them instantly collapsed and was directly annihilated. The inner worlds behind them also collapsed at the same time. Good! Gu Fei's eyes were as sharp as cold lightning. He felt a stabbing pain in his right fist. The chaotic force that erupted from the opponent's fist was like a divine needle, drilling into his fist through his pores. This chaotic force was different from the chaotic qi that Gu Fei cultivated. He could not refine it for his own use. He could only force it out of his fist. With a sizzling sound, streams of chaotic force that were almost invisible to the naked eye rushed out from the pores on Gu Fei's hand. The martial body is really powerful. The chaotic qi lingered. The chaotic martial body was secretly shocked. He knew that the martial body was cultivated, but it could compete with the natural chaotic body. The attack just now almost broke his arm, and a few bloody marks appeared on his fist. However, the chaotic Taoist body was very special. It was born close to chaos, so even if it was seriously injured, it could recover instantly. Again. Gu Fei was born to be a warrior. He charged forward and punched out with his fists, causing the stars in the starry sky to tremble and look as though they were about to fall. You think I'm afraid of you? The chaotic Taoist body was extremely powerful, and its battle intent was also like a rainbow. The chaotic technique shook the starry sky. When the two geniuses met, there would definitely be the most brilliant sparks. At this time, the battle between He Tian and the mysterious ancient inheritance had also reached a climax. The essence of the ancestral Earth Meridian was activated by the ancient weapon. It was like a real heavenly soldier had descended to the world. It displayed its terrifying battle strength and suppressed He Tian's killing formation. The ancient inheritance had the advantage of time and place. With the support of the 100,000 miles of the shaman land, it was already in an invincible position. He Tian knew that he could not gain any advantage. Mahakala drove the killing formation and rushed out of the sorcerer's land. He wanted to leave the sorcerer's land. The entire sorcerer's land had become a shocking killing formation. If he did not leave, even a real great saint would be killed. Chapter 1584. Please remember the domain name of this website. The entire land of shamans was filled with divine light and the essence energy of the earth rose. The grand scheme laid down thousands of years ago had finally appeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone was stunned. Such a big move was beyond everyone's imagination. It was too terrifying. 100,000 miles of the sorcerer's land had turned into a killing trap. It was especially so for West Earth. The essence energy of the entire land was boiling as if it had been ignited and was being devoured by the 100,000 miles of shaman land. What? Someone is scheming against West Earth's Buddhism. Someone is scheming against West Earth. No one wasn't shocked. Such a result was enough to shock the world. It had to be known that Buddhism had stood in West Earth for countless years. Not only had it not been destroyed in the long river of time, it had also gradually become stronger. The vast majority of the millions and millions of living beings in West Earth believed in Buddhism. This was something that no power in the human world could compare to. In the human world, other than Buddhism, no power could dominate a region. In the endless years, it wasn't that West Earth's Buddhism hadn't encountered great calamities, but in the end, they were all resolved. The inheritance of Buddhism had never been severed. And now, someone was actually targeting West Earth's Buddhism and setting up such a shocking killing trap. What kind of power was this for it to be so powerful? Boom! At the moment Yenwu City was completely revived, a vast wave of Buddhist power swept out from West Earth. The entire land and the entire sky trembled. In the void, there seemed to be a supreme Buddha chanting scriptures. A peaceful Buddhist aura spread through the world, causing the desolate aura of the shaman land to fade. Buddhism finally felt that something was wrong. On the spirit mountain in the depths of West Earth, a supreme Buddhist weapon was reviving, and a wisp of extreme Tao aura appeared in West Earth. Sensing this extreme Tao aura, everyone was shocked to the extreme. Buddhism had actually used extreme Tao Buddhist weapon. This wasn't a small matter. The appearance of Buddhism's power greatly reduced the pressure on He Tian. He controlled the killing formation and rushed out 10,000 miles in one breath. He rushed out before the shaman land was completely sealed. Wherever this fiend controlled the killing formation, everyone retreated in panic. This deathly aura was simply too powerful, and everyone's expression changed. This was a ruthless character. He actually dared to challenge the ancient inheritance. This was not something that an ordinary person would dare to do. This required great courage and resolution. Kill. The 100,000 celestial soldiers and 2,000 ancient soldiers followed closely behind He Tian as they charged out of the shaman land. Their will to fight was monstrous, and a terrifying aura spread in all directions. Especially the 2,000 ancient soldiers that had been nourished by the Earth Ancestors' vein for countless years, each of them emitted a monstrous aura. Within Gu Zhanbing's body, there seemed to be a hidden dragon. The essence of the ancestral Earth Meridian gathered in their bodies, forming an extremely powerful force. These ancient soldiers were incomparably valiant. The strength of their corporeal bodies could be compared to almighty realm warriors. Although there weren't many of them, they were all soldiers that had been through hundreds of battles. This ancient soldier was definitely one of the trump cards of this mysterious ancient inheritance. It was left behind for the future. Once it appeared, it would be able to conquer all directions. Everyone who witnessed the combat power of this ancient soldier felt their hearts palpitate. Even the royal family of the three eternal empires that had been passed down for 10,000 years were very fearful. How dare you? We haven't even played yet and you're already done. He Tian was enraged. He wanted to leave, but the other party didn't let him. He was already filled with anger. He gritted his teeth and spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. He was risking his life. He Tian used his own blood as a guide and completely activated the Great Sage's divine diagram below the formation platform. Countless Tao patterns intertwined on the diagram. Rumble, the diagram emitted a monstrous wave of energy. The divine diagram and the killing formation's inscriptions fused together. The two complemented each other and pushed the killing formation's power to its peak. The combination of the killing formation and the great sage's divine diagram produced a power that surpassed the great sage's. The heavens trembled and the stars in the sky looked as though they were about to fall. No one dared to go near the killing formation. The killing formation was enveloped by a peerless killing intent. If one barged in, there would only be death. No one wanted to commit suicide. The undead army in the killing formation became even more ferocious. They continued to fight against the celestial soldiers that were chasing after them. The three undying emperors were even more ferocious. Roar! The Corpse King roared. His voice shook the heavens and earth. He grabbed a general with his bare hands and tore the general in half. Fresh blood splattered on the Corpse King's body. That was the Shin King's blood. It contained a huge amount of essence. Strands of blood quickly seeped into the Corpse King's body. This scene was extremely strange. The Corpse King was devouring the Shin King's blood. Awesome! The Corpse King was shrouded in a bloody mist. His corpse chi started to retract. However, this undying emperor seemed to be even more powerful and terrifying. He seemed to be able to break through the shackles of cultivation at any time. After this battle, the surviving undead creatures had obtained great benefits. Especially the evil Corpse King, the Netherworld Emperor, and the Undying Emperor. Their cultivation had reached a bottleneck. It would be very difficult for them to advance further. But now, after devouring a large amount of life force from the celestial soldiers, the shackles of cultivation of the three undying emperors began to loosen. There were signs of a breakthrough. Four powerful figures rushed towards the three undying emperors. They were four ancient generals. Although they had just awakened, their fighting strength was monstrous. Clang! A middle-aged general held a divine sword and charged towards the evil Corpse Emperor. He fought with the evil Corpse Emperor, while the other three ancient generals fought against the Emperor of the Underworld and the Undead Emperor. Swish! The bone blade in the Undead Emperor's hand turned into a ray of white light that enveloped the three ancient war generals, displaying his unparalleled battle prowess. Humph! One of the ancient generals sneered. This fellow actually wanted to fight against the three great experts on his side by himself. He simply didn't know the difference between life and death. The general held a saber and directly rushed towards the Undying Emperor. The saber in his hand burst out thousands of saber lights, and divine patterns of the Great Path appeared on its surface. This was a divine saber. The two streaks of blade light clashed together in an instant, exploding with a powerful light that lit up the entire world. Even the sun in the sky seemed to dim in that instant. The Undying Emperor fought against this ancient general, while the other two ancient generals were intercepted by the Netherworld Emperor. Swish! The Netherworld Emperor instantly transformed into thousands of shadows. The void was densely packed with shadows of the Netherworld Emperor. No one knew which shadow was the real body of the Netherworld Emperor. Just as Hei Tian was going all out, the battle between Gu Fei and the chaotic Tao body had also reached a white-hot stage. Both of them were fighting with all their might. Bang! Gu Fei punched the shoulder of the chaotic Tao body. The entire shoulder of the chaotic Tao body was badly mutilated. Even the bones were coming out. At the moment when the chaotic Tao body was sent flying, the chaotic Tao body's right leg had already swept Gu Fei's waist. This kick caused cracks to appear on Gu Fei's spine. The two figures instantly crossed each other and flew tens of thousands of feet away at the same time. For the latest and fastest chapters, please log in. Reading is a pleasure. I suggest you collect it. Chapter 1585. Please remember the domain name. Or at Gu Fei and the chaotic Daoist physique were in the formation above the starry sky. Many people noticed the battle because powerful energy waves were descending from the starry sky. The battle between the two young experts shocked everyone. They were even more shocked when they saw the chaotic Daoist physique. That's the Daoist physique that was born to be close to chaos. The chaotic Daoist physique has appeared. Who is that? He can actually compete with the chaotic Daoist physique. The appearance of the chaotic Daoist physique made all the experts afraid. The chaotic Daoist physique was one of the most powerful physiques in the world. Some people said that the chaotic Daoist physique had the bloodline of the chaotic god tribe. The chaotic god tribe was born from chaos and was extremely powerful. When the experts saw that Gu Fei could fight with the chaotic Daoist physique, they could not help but feel fear. The chaotic Daoist physique was extremely powerful and was born to be close to the power of chaos. A chaotic Daoist physique that had reached the great accomplishment was definitely a supreme existence. The combat power displayed by the chaotic Daoist physique was enough to shock the world. However, Gu Fei was not weak either. His fists shook the starry sky and kept colliding with the chaotic Daoist physique. Too powerful. Could this be the legendary human martial physique? In ancient times, the human martial physique was synonymous with power. The martial path created by the supreme martial ancestor could be cultivated to the great accomplishment realm and the indestructible body. A warrior with an almost indestructible body was definitely a terrifying existence. In ancient times, only the chaotic Daoist physique, the innate five elements physique, and a few other nature-defying physiques could compete with the martial physique. While the martial physique could be cultivated, the innate physique like the chaotic Daoist physique was innate. These nature-defying physiques did not appear at all times. Therefore, the martial physique was the most frightening. It should be known that this kind of physique could be cultivated. Although not all warriors could cultivate this kind of physique, the martial physique had appeared in various times. However, in the past tens of thousands of years, martial arts began to decline. That was why the human martial physique did not appear in the eyes of the world. However, the appearance of Gu Fei had undoubtedly broken the world's understanding. How could the body of the human clan be strong enough to be mentioned in the same breath as the monster clan, the beast clan, and the demons? Boom! The sound of wind and thunder came from Gu Fei's body. This was the sound of the chaotic Jin Qi circulating rapidly in his body. He and the chaotic Jin Qi collided head-on, and his waist was swept by the chaotic Jin Qi. The power of the chaotic Daoist body's kick was so powerful that it almost broke Gu Fei's spine. Gu Fei's muscles and bones trembled, and a powerful life force was released. The cracked spine was immediately repaired. The chaotic Tao body was punched in the left shoulder by Gu Fei, and his entire shoulder almost exploded. His flesh was badly mutilated, and even his bones could be seen. The power of the punch was so great that it could even shatter a divine mountain. However, it only managed to severely injure the body of the chaotic Wei. Roar! The chaotic Daoist body roared angrily, and the chaotic energy surged. The muscles, bones, and flesh of the badly mutilated left shoulder grew rapidly, and the necrotic body quickly fell off. In just a few breaths, such a serious injury was healed. The recovery ability of the chaotic Tao body was also amazing. The left shoulder was as good as new, as if it had never been injured. However, there was a big hole in the clothes on the shoulder, and it was stained with chaotic blood. Gu Fei did not feel good either. The clothes on his body were already in tatters. Kill! Gu Fei roared. His fighting will was still like a rainbow. His long hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were as sharp as cold lightning. He took a step forward and instantly crossed the void between the two. He came in front of the chaotic Tao body and threw a punch. It was an ordinary punch that seemed to be thrown casually, but it contained the power of the Great Path. When the punch was thrown, the void collapsed, and the powerful force collided with the chaotic Tao body. Gu Fei displayed the invincible fist will. With just one punch, he sealed off all of the chaotic Daoist body's escape routes, forcing the chaotic Daoist body to fight him head-on. If the chaotic Daoist body retreated, his fist force would instantly surge up like a mountain torrent and smash the chaotic Daoist body. Damn it! The chaotic Tao body also saw this. He could not retreat. Once he retreated, he would lose all his advantages and be suppressed by his opponent. There was only one outcome, and that was to be killed by his opponent. Buzz! The void shook, and the chaotic Tao body went all out. His entire body was instantly shrouded by the chaotic patterns that rushed out from his body, and many chaotic divine swords appeared around him. Clang! Like the real supreme sword of chaos, countless chaotic divine swords vibrated and emitted a shocking sword aura. Then, under the control of the chaotic Tao body, they pierced towards Gu Fei's fist. Every single sword light contained a chaos Tao pattern, and they even split the void open. Divine patterns of the Great Path appeared on Gu Fei's fist. These were the patterns that he cultivated, and they triggered the power of the Great Path. This was a confrontation of the power of the Great Path. Rumble! Gu Fei's fist smashed the countless sword lights, but the sword lights also left streaks of sword marks on his fist. Bam! Gu Fei's fist shook, and countless chaotic sword lights instantly collapsed. He was like a peerless god of war, unstoppable, and his right fist firmly pushed towards the chaotic Tao body. How can he be so strong? The chaotic Tao body was extremely shocked. The power of Gu Fei's fist could topple mountains and overturn seas, and it seemed to be able to destroy everything. This was almost invincible power, invincible among the same level. Gu Fei shattered all the chaotic sword lights, and his fist directly smashed towards the chaotic Tao body's chest. The chaotic Tao body only felt as if an ancient divine mountain was crashing towards him, and the extremely strong pressure almost made it difficult for him to breathe. He could only cross his hands in front of his chest. Bam! Gotcha! Gu Fei's fist landed solidly on the arms of the chaotic Daoist body, causing the bones in the arms of the chaotic Daoist body to break, producing a hair-raising sound of broken bones. The arms of the chaotic Tao body were knocked back, and his chest was still impacted, which made the blood and qi of the chaotic Tao body tumble, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Under the impact of the fierce power, the chaotic Tao body was sent flying. Swoosh! Gu Fei used the 8 Desolation Void steps, and with just one step, he had already caught up with the chaotic Tao body, and continued to smash his right fist at the chaotic Tao body. His qi movement had already locked on the chaotic Tao body, and his momentum increased again. This punch was even more powerful than the previous one. Roar! The chaotic Tao body sensed great danger, and he roared. The power of chaos all over his body seemed to be burning, and the broken bones in his arms were instantly healed. Boom! While flying, the chaotic Tao body waved his hands, and broke the void, and a black hole appeared in front of him. He used his chaos divine technique with all his strength, trying to guide the power of Gu Fei's fist into the void black hole. Recommending a book by a friend, Immortal Martial Sage. Friends who like fantasy should go support it. For the latest and fastest chapters, please go to it. Is a pleasure to read, and it is recommended that you collect it. Chapter 1586. Please remember the domain name of this website. Or here, Rumble. Chaotic divine power surged and a heaven-devouring power surged out from the pitch-black hole, trying to guide the power of Gu Fei's punch into the black hole. It was a black hole with endless nothingness behind it. It could even devour the power of a martial sage. However, Gu Fei's fist continued to smash forward. It was unwavering, and even the heaven-devouring power could not shake it. His fist shattered the void. Bam! The black hole in the sky was shattered by the force of Gu Fei's punch. Without any suspense, the chaotic Daoist physique was sent flying once again. This time, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Roar! The chaotic Tao physique was peerlessly powerful. He was very unwilling. If his physique could really grow, it would definitely be the most powerful physique in the world. But now, the human clan's martial body had suppressed him. This was something he could not accept. However, the truth was the truth. The current Gu Fei was stronger than the chaotic Tao physique. His combat skills were incomparably domineering and his martial physique was abnormally strong. He was already invincible among those at the same level. Although the chaotic Tao physique had reached the 9th minor step of the Almighty and could compete with half-saints, Gu Fei was even more terrifying than him. Gu Fei's combat strength was so strong that he could kill half-saints. The chaotic Tao physique is extraordinary. Gu Fei could not help but exclaim. The chaotic Tao physique was extremely powerful. If an ordinary peak Almighty took 2 punches from him, they would have already exploded. However, the chaotic Tao physique was only injured and not killed. The chaotic Tao physique lost. How is this possible? Some people noticed this battle, but all of them were dumbfounded. The peerlessly powerful chaotic body of the Great Path was actually defeated. It was unbelievable. The human martial physique is really that powerful. Someone recognized Gu Fei's combat skills. It was a cultivation path created by the Supreme Martial Ancestor, which was far more difficult than other cultivation paths. However, the more difficult the cultivation path was, the more powerful the cultivator would be compared to the cultivators of the same level. They could be called the emperor among the same level. How can the acquired martial body suppress the innate chaotic divine body? Many people could not believe what they were seeing. The chaotic Tao body was sent flying by the human martial body, and it was even injured, spitting out chaotic blood. This kind of god body was special. His blood wasn't red like ordinary people's. It was chaos blood, a kind of blood that contained chaos essence chi. Although this chaos Tao body was only at the pinnacle of the 9th heaven, a single drop of his blood was enough to kill an immortal god. This chaos blood was very domineering. Every part of the chaotic Taoist body was a treasure. Although you are very strong, you are not my opponent. Gu Fei was very confident that he was invincible in the same realm. He could sweep away all opponents in the Almighty Realm, even if they were at the peak of the 9th heaven. Preposterous. The chaotic Taoist body roared, but he was powerless to change anything. Gu Fei's invincible battle skill was too powerful and unstoppable. If he wanted to suppress Gu Fei, he would have to use a power even greater than Gu Fei's. Swoosh! A red flame rushed out of the chaotic Taoist body's body. In the flame, a divine bow condensed and was grabbed by the chaotic Taoist body. It's time to use the holy weapon. A vast and powerful aura spread out from the red divine bow in the chaotic Taoist body's hand. This was a great holy weapon. Although it had not been awakened, the aura it emitted was enough to make Gu Fei's expression change. Gu Fei could not throw a third punch. The aura on the red divine bow was too powerful. If he threw a third punch, he would be the one injured. He turned his right hand, and a simple and unadorned divine sword appeared in his hand. Swoosh! At this time, the chaotic Taoist body had already pulled the red divine bow. Endless Nanmingli fire gathered in his hand, and a divine arrow appeared on the divine bow. Go to hell. The chaotic Taoist body shot an arrow. The Nanmingli fire arrow turned into a divine phoenix and pounced at Gu Fei. A terrifying fire chi burned and annihilated the void. Buzz! The divine sword in Gu Fei's hand vibrated, and the endless Nanmingli fire was immediately dispersed by a sharp sword chi. He slashed with his sword and killed the divine phoenix that was pouncing at him. Although it did not emit an extreme divine power, the sword chi that emanated from the purple gold divine sword was extremely powerful. Even a divine arrow shot by a great holy weapon could be destroyed. Swoosh! 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 The chaotic Taoist body shot more than 10 arrows in a row. Each arrow turned into a divine rainbow that pierced through the void. Gu Fei destroyed 9 divine rainbows in a row. His hands were trembling. The power contained in each divine rainbow was too powerful. The power of a great holy weapon could not be underestimated. Even though it had not been fully awakened, it still made Gu Fei feel a great deal of pressure. He had no choice but to use the 8 desolate void steps to dodge the 10th divine rainbow. He didn't dare to take on the remaining shocking arrow lights. If he continued to take on these arrow lights, there was a possibility that the purple gold divine sword would fly out of his hand. Boom! An earth-shattering sound came from behind Gu Fei. A large star was hit by the divine arrow shot by the chaotic Taoist body. It exploded and the star was about to be destroyed. This kind of power made Gu Fei's expression change. If it was not for the purple gold divine sword in his hand, he might not even be able to block one arrow from the opponent. The chaotic Taoist body forced Gu Fei back and then rushed down. At this time, the battle in the shaman land was nearing its end. The entire shaman land was awakened. He Tian had no choice but to retreat. However, before he retreated, he made up his mind and killed nearly 100 ancient soldiers. The death of nearly 100 ancient soldiers caused the so-called Saint Emperor in Yanwu City to feel pain. He ordered for the 2,000 ancient soldiers to be recalled. At this time, Yanwu City emitted an extreme power. It was as if a supreme being of the extreme path was awakening. It fought against the power of the extreme path from West Earth's Spirit Mountain. The Saint Emperor in Yanwu City had to deal with the threat from West Earth's Spirit Mountain. He could not spare time to deal with He Tian, so He Tian could retreat with ease. You want to leave? Gu Fei chased down from the sky. He did not want to let this opponent go. If this chaotic Taoist body broke through the peak of the 9th level and became a half-saint, he would become a great enemy. However, the chaotic Taoist body continuously pulled the red divine bow and shot out shocking arrows to block Gu Fei. Then, he entered the shaman land. What a pity! Gu Fei had to stop. The 100,000 miles of shaman land had turned into a peerless killing trap. The power of the extreme path was awakening. If he rushed in, his life would be in danger. At this time, the aura of the extreme path emitted from Yanwu City was fighting against the power of the extreme path from West Earth's Spirit Mountain. No one was willing to use the power of the extreme path to kill their opponent. Because no one could bear the consequences of using the power of the extreme path. Gu Fei met up with He Tian and retreated in the direction of Middle-earth. Everywhere they passed, everyone retreated and did not want to get close to them. I recommend a book by a friend called The Undying Martial Saint. It is a good fantasy novel and worth reading. For the latest chapters, please log in. Reading is a pleasure. I recommend you to collect it. Chapter 1587. Please remember the domain name. Orat, the Central Plains was vast and occupied by 3 immortal dynasties, Southern Yan, Eastern Qi, and Northern Wei. Each dynasty had hundreds of thousands of miles of territory. The Central Plains was much larger than the Wildlands. It was also the most prosperous region in the entire Tinglong continent. There were countless humans there. The most powerful humans weren't in the 4 regions, but the Central Plains. The Central Plains was vast and filled with resources. Countless great sects had taken root here and recruited disciples. The strongest cultivators of the younger generation of the human race came from the 3 great dynasties of the Central Plains. Everyone was wary of the foundations of the 3 great dynasties, because these immortal dynasties had all produced real Renhuangs. Human emperors weren't just emperors in the mortal world. They were the strongest beings in the world. Even great saints had to retreat if they met human emperors. In ancient times, human emperors were almost as strong as extreme supremes. Of course, that was only almost. In other words, as long as extreme supremes didn't show up, human emperors were invincible. The capital of the Yen dynasty, the Yen capital, was one of the three great cities of the Central Plains. The other two were the Qi capital of the Qi dynasty and the Wei capital of the Wei dynasty. The Yen capital had a population of tens of millions. The great sects of the Yen dynasty all had their headquarters here. It was a land of rising dragons, where ancestral veins gathered and draconic qi rose. The ancestor of the Yen dynasty was a human emperor. When the human emperor was still in power, he used a great technique to change the geography of the land of the rising dragon so that the land of the rising dragon could continuously gather the dragon qi of the earth. He also locked the dragon qi of the earth so that it would not leak. The Yen capital had a large population, but most of them were ordinary people. Only cultivators could make use of the earth's essence. Artificially locking the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in one place was heaven-defying. The Yen capital was better than any other place in the mortal world. It was heaven for cultivators. The Yen capital was the home of all the strong cultivators of the Yen dynasty. The great sects were like trees in a forest, but they all submitted to the Yen dynasty. If they didn't submit to the Yen dynasty, they wouldn't have been able to enter the Yen capital. On a mountain 100 miles away from the Yen capital stood three people. They were three young men who were intentionally hiding their auras. This place is incredible. He Tian waved the divine fire fan in his hand and rays flashed in his eyes. As an array formation grandmaster, he could tell that the land of Rising Dragon was not an ordinary place. 1,000 miles in front of him was definitely a place where innate true dragons were born. Even during the day, the shadow of a dragon could be seen looming in the sky above Yen capital. Gu Fei was no stranger to the Yendu. Back in the day, he, He Tian, and Shao Qing had emerged from the Hell Dao, fought the Lord Buddha, killed the demon shaman, and then came to the Yendu. Back then, Shao Qing was invincible in the Yen capital, until he met the second prince of the Yen dynasty, Yen Hao. The two of them fought to a draw, neither of them able to do anything to the other. If it weren't for the Grand Preceptor of the Yen dynasty, a celestial being realm warrior, stopping them, Shao Qing and Yen Hao would have both been heavily injured. Since he was here, he had to meet his old friend. Let's go. Gu Fei took to the air above the mountain and flew forward. The land of Rising Dragon would definitely make all cultivators jealous, but no one dared to provoke the Yen dynasty. He Tian and the fatty Gu Zhong also took to the air and chased after Gu Fei. Gu Zhong had once entered the world to cultivate, and his footprints were all over the Middle Earth and the four regions. He had been to the capital of the Yen dynasty and fought with others here, causing quite a ruckus. Soon, they were close to the Yen capital. A strong aura of life could be felt from the front, as if this was the source of life. Only a super big city like the Yen capital could have such an aura. The gigantic city gate was more than 300 meters tall. It was pitch black and looked like an enormous mountain towering there. Above the city gate, there was only a single character, Yen. It was an ancient character that was said to have been personally written by the human emperor who founded the Yen dynasty. The ancient character contained a Taoist aura. Of course, only cultivators, and cultivators with extremely high cultivation levels, could see it. The handwriting of the human emperor. The last time Gu Fei came to the Yen capital, he did not feel anything special. However, this time was different. He had already become a supreme emperor, a ruler among the supreme emperors. Just by looking at the ancient character, Yen, on top of the city gate, it was as if an undefeatable human emperor had appeared before his eyes, leading countless generals to conquer the world. A godly aura, strong enough to make Gu Fei feel suffocated, was emitted from the ancient character, Yen, causing Gu Fei's expression to change. The human emperor lives up to his name. Gu Fei withdrew his gaze and walked toward the city gate. Behind him followed a handsome young man waving the godly fire fan and a fatty with a bulky physique. A combination like this would easily attract the attention of others. These three, there was no lack of cultivators in the Yen capital. How could a place like the land of rising dragons be lacking in cultivators? Someone soon noticed the strange behavior of Gu Fei's group. Especially the godly fire fan in He Tian's hand, which was made from the feathers of a three-legged firebird found in the land of fallen phoenixes and fallen dragons. It contained the essence of fire of extreme yang. The godly fire fan in He Tian's hand was used to fan himself. What a waste, whose disciple is this? He actually used the feathers of a divine bird to cool himself. Could it be that this person is a prince of the Yen royal family? Quite a few cultivators noticed the fan in He Tian's hand. In the Yen capital, these cultivators possessed an extraordinary level of knowledge. Thus, some of them cast their gazes at the divine flame fan in He Tian's hand with incomparable intensity. Go and investigate the origins of these three people. In a tea house on the side of the street, a young man in luxurious clothes and a golden crown was sitting by the window. This young man happened to be looking out of the tea house and happened to see Gu Fei and the others walking down the street. The young man ignored Gu Fei and Gu Zhong. His eyes were fixed on the godly fire fan in He Tian's hand. Essence of Yang Flame, the young man immediately ordered his men to investigate the background of Gu Fei's group. An old servant in green clothes stood beside the young man. The old servant frowned when he saw his master staring at the three young cultivators on the street. Those three didn't seem to be easy to deal with. The old servant in green clothes had a strong cultivation base, but he realized that he couldn't see through the three young cultivators on the street. Experts, the old servant felt the pressure. Although his master was strong, he might not be a match for those three. If he offended someone he shouldn't, there would be endless trouble. For the latest chapters, please log in. It is a pleasure to read. I suggest you keep it. Chapter 1588. Welcome, everyone. Gu Fei and the others had no idea that they were being watched. One should know that there were at least hundreds of thousands of cultivators in Yen City. With so many cultivators gathered here, it was hard for them to determine if these cultivators had any malicious intent towards them. As they walked on the streets of Yen capital, they could feel hundreds of powerful auras coming from both sides of the street. These auras were far stronger than the auras of mortals. Only the auras of cultivators could be this powerful. Yen capital is the holy land of cultivation in the Yen dynasty. There are countless cultivators here, and some of them are extremely powerful. The waters here are very deep. Gu Zhong said. This wasn't the first time Gu Fei and He Tian came to Yen capital. However, the last time they came, they were in a hurry and didn't have the chance to experience the prosperity of Yen capital. The streets of Yen capital were lined with shops and pedestrians. Sometimes, cultivators could even be seen in the crowd. Gu Fei and the others walked into a restaurant because they could sense the aura of more than 10 cultivators coming out from the restaurant. Some cultivators were having a gathering upstairs. Drunken Immortal Tavern, interesting. He Tian stopped at the entrance of the restaurant for a moment. He glanced at the plaque above the door and smiled. Then, he walked into the restaurant and caught up with Gu Fei and Gu Zhong. There were very few customers on the third floor. After Gu Fei's group came up, they found a corner and sat down, ordering the best Immortal wine in the restaurant. The fact that this restaurant dared to use the name, Drunken Immortal Residence, meant that it had some real skills. The owner of this restaurant was a cultivator, and this cultivator's ancestor had passed down a secret wine recipe. Following this secret recipe, the cultivator brewed a type of immortal wine. This immortal wine was very beneficial to cultivators. Of course, this immortal wine was only beneficial to cultivators whose cultivation was not that high. If it was an immortal god, they would naturally not be interested in this immortal wine. This immortal wine was very beneficial to cultivators. Of course, it was only good for cultivators with low cultivation. Immortals naturally wouldn't be interested in this immortal wine. When the immortal wine that was said to be able to intoxicate immortals was brought out, Gu Fei and the others laughed. How was this immortal wine? It was just a wine that contained spiritual energy. It's just something refined from some common spiritual herbs. How can something like this be called immortal brew? He Tian was disdainful. This kind of immortal brew was not worthy of his attention. Of course, they didn't come to this restaurant to taste the so-called immortal wine. Have you heard? The second prince of dynasty is going to fight the big shots from the east at the falling Phoenix Mountain. This news has already spread throughout the entire Yen capital. How could we not know about it? Do you know who is coming from the east? The dozen or so young cultivators were talking to each other. They were not very strong, and judging by their clothes, they should be the young disciples of some big sects in Yendu. The second prince of the Yen dynasty, could it be Yen Hao? He Tian looked at Gu Fei. That should be him. Gu Fei nodded. Back then, Shaoqing had fought with Yen Hao, the second prince of the Yen dynasty, who had cultivated the undying battle emperor's art. In the end, neither of them could truly suppress the other, and the battle ended in a draw. The undying battle emperor's art was a supreme mysterious art passed down by the ancient emperors. When this mysterious art was cultivated to the great completion realm, one could also cultivate the indestructible body. The human world had changed, and the second prince of the Yen dynasty, Yen Hao, was still an influential figure in Yendu. From the conversations of those cultivators, Gu Fei and the others learned a few things. Yen Hao had grown up, and even the imperial tutor of the Yen dynasty could no longer suppress him. In 3 days, Yen Hao would fight against a big shot from the east. The battle between the prince of the Yen dynasty and someone else was a big event, and the entire cultivation world of Yendu was shocked. All the big sects in Yendu were watching. With the battle approaching, many cultivators outside of Yendu also rushed to Yendu. Many people did not want to miss this battle, and there were even cultivators from the 4 big regions in Yendu. Where is Luofeng Mountain? Gu Fei and the others did not want to miss this battle. They wanted to see how much Yen Hao had grown, but this time, Shaoqing was not here. At this time, Shaoqing was still in the heaven realm with the old tortoise. Gu Fei and the others soon found out what they wanted to know. Luofeng Mountain was no stranger to the cultivators of Yendu. According to legend, it was the real land of Luofeng. In ancient times, a divine phoenix was injured by someone and recuperated in Luofeng Mountain for 1,000 years before leaving. The mountain where the divine phoenix recuperated was called Luofeng Mountain. Luofeng Mountain produced a kind of blood-colored divine jade. According to legend, this divine jade was a kind of divine material formed from the blood essence of the divine phoenix that was recuperating on the mountain. Gu Fei and the others finally left the Drunken Immortal Tavern. However, as soon as they walked out of the Drunken Immortal Tavern, they found that they were being followed. TSK, reckless bastard. He Tian was about to kill the people who were secretly watching them, but he was stopped by Gu Fei. Ever since He Tian fought with the person with the ancient inheritance, his murderous nature was still very strong. Just a bunch of clowns, Uncle He doesn't need to care about them. Gu Zhong said. Even he did not care about the cultivators who were secretly watching them. Let's go. Gu Fei led the way towards the Yen Imperial Palace. It was time to meet those people from back then. They wanted to know more about the current human realm. In the entire human realm, no one was more well-informed than the Yen Imperial Dynasty. However, not everyone could enter the Imperial Palace. However, Gu Fei was not an ordinary person. He stood in front of the palace's gate and no longer concealed his aura. A surge of qi and blood surged from Gu Fei's body. The sudden appearance of this aura alerted many big shots in the palace. That friend is here to visit. An old voice came from the depths of the palace. Then, a figure walked out from the depths of the palace. It was a figure surrounded by dragon qi. Gu Fei is here. He wants to see the imperial tutor. Gu Fei directly stated his intention. At this time, the figure had already arrived in front of the palace gate and stood in front of Gu Fei and the others. It was an old man. However, in the eyes of Gu Fei and the others, this old man was like a real dragon. The power of the real dragon in his body was extremely strong, causing them to feel great pressure. "Friend, you are Gu Fei." After the appearance of the old man, the commotion in the palace immediately calmed down. The Yan Imperial Palace was incredible. Not only was there a peerless expert in charge, the entire palace seemed to be a great formation. "I am Gu Fei." Gu Fei did not hide his identity because there was no need for him to do so now. Roar! Just at this moment, a furious roar rang out from within the palace. A figure rushed out from within the palace with a strong aura gushing out. "Where is that dragon? Is he here too?" A loud voice rang out, spreading throughout the entire palace, begging to be shared. Please go to the net. Chapter 1589. Please remember the domain name. Gu Fei's arrival caused the imperial experts in the palace to feel uneasy. He was a powerful figure, and no one knew why he had come. An old member of the imperial family was alarmed and came out to greet him personally. However, before they could exchange a few words, an angry roar rang out from the palace. "Where's the dragon? Is it here yet?" The roar shook the sky and spread throughout the entire palace. Even the experts in other parts of Yan capital were alarmed and looked in the direction of the palace. "Yan Hao, don't be presumptuous." The old member of the imperial family was a little unhappy. The newcomer was so powerful that even he couldn't see through him. Yan Hao's rudeness would cause trouble if he angered the other party. The newcomer ignored the old man and arrived in front of the palace gates in an instant. It was a young man with a majestic gait and a powerful aura. "Second Prince Yan, you're not dead yet." He Tian glanced at the newcomer and said. However, he was secretly shocked. Yan Hao had only been here for 100 years, but he had already become an almighty emperor. One had to know that the second prince was not even an immortal 100 years ago, but now he was already an almighty emperor. What kind of miraculous encounters did he have? "It's you." At this time, Yan Hao also recognized Erebus. "Xiao Qing isn't here, but if the second prince is itching for a fight, I can spar with him." Seeing that Yan Hao had the cultivation and strength of an almighty emperor, He Tian couldn't help but feel a desire to fight. "I heard that you're going to fight someone in 3 days. Who is it?" asked Gu Fei. The small practitioners in Yan capital knew very little, so they had no idea who the big shot from the east was. "That person is Emperor Dong," said Yan Hao, glancing at Gu Fei. "Emperor Dong, how arrogant." He Tian said disdainfully. In the history of the world of cultivation, those who called themselves emperors were peerlessly powerful. The big shot from the east actually dared to call himself Emperor Dong. Could it be? Gu Fei fell into deep thought. Could it be someone from that bloodline? "I can't believe that dragon didn't come." Yan Hao was a little disappointed. Back then, when he fought with Xiao Qing, under the interference of Grand Preceptor Yan, the outcome of the battle was not decided. This was one of his regrets. If you want to see Xiao Qing, you'll have to ascend to the heaven realm," He Tian said. "What?" Hearing this, Yan Hao couldn't help but be surprised. Even the eyes of the elder from the Yan kingdom brightened. The heaven realm, such a name was enough to attract everyone's attention. 100 years ago, when the sky market was in chaos, someone saw you enter the heaven realm. I didn't expect this to be true. Yan Hao was incomparably shocked. The news of the Immortal dynasty was extremely well informed. You can still come back after entering the heavenly realm. The elder from the Yan kingdom was also shocked at this time. It should be known that the path to heaven had long been severed. No one had ascended in the human realm for more than 100,000 years. In the human realm, the only way to enter the heaven realm was through the sky tower left behind by the supreme Tao ancestor. However, this sky tower appeared in the sky market and caused a commotion in all directions. In the end, it was taken away by Ghost Emperor Fingdu. During the Battle of the Sky Market, many people died. It was one of the rare disturbances in 100 years. In the end, Gu Fei and the others were invited to the Yan Kingdom's palace by the elder and Yan Hao. People who could return from the heaven realm were worth befriending. It should be known that the heaven realm had become a legend in the human realm. All the major powers in the human realm wanted to know about the situation in the heaven realm. It could be said that Gu Fei and the Yan Kingdom each took what they needed. Gu Fei wanted to know about the changes in the human realm in the past 100 years, while the Yan Kingdom wanted to know about the situation in the heaven realm from Gu Fei. There had been rumors in the human realm that the gate of heaven and earth would reopen. At that time, the experts of the human realm would be able to ascend to the heaven realm. Almost all the major powers were preparing. Some people wanted to make a move on Ghost Emperor Fingdu because he had the sky tower that all cultivators coveted. This was the only supreme sacred item in the human realm that could open the passage between the heaven realm and the human realm. However, Ghost Emperor Fingdu was extremely powerful. All those who dared to make a move on him were killed by him. Even some of the old antiques were killed by him. Some people said that Ghost Emperor Fingdu had already become a saint. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such powerful battle prowess. Others said that Ghost Emperor Fingdu was a supreme being. In short, Ghost Emperor Fingdu was one of the few supreme existences in the human realm that couldn't be provoked. His strength was a mystery. No one knew how powerful these existences were. Gu Fei stayed in the Yan Imperial Palace for a few hours. He found out the whereabouts of Imperial Preceptor Yan. It turned out that Imperial Preceptor Yan had fallen 10 years ago. He was killed by a young expert from the southern wasteland. This matter once shook the southern wasteland. The Yan imperial family wanted to take revenge, but they were stopped by the Yan emperor because Imperial Preceptor Yan was killed during a duel. And the one who killed Imperial Preceptor Yan was called Azure Dragon. When night fell, Gu Fei declined Yan Hao's good intentions. He didn't stay in the Yan imperial palace for the night. They left the palace and found an inn to stay in. I didn't think that the big shot from the east would actually be from that family. In the guest room of the inn, Gu Fei's expression was not very good. This was because he had heard from Yan Hao that the person who would fight with Yan Hao in 3 days was an expert of the younger generation from the Dongfang family. That Dong Huang was very mysterious. He had never shown his true appearance to anyone. Nobody even knew if the person called Dong Huang was a man or a woman. However, one thing was certain, and that was that this Dong Huang was one of the strongest people in the eastern region. The Zhao family of the Desolation in the eastern domain also produced a genius who was equally stunning. The human world ushered in a great era. In this great era, experts emerged in large numbers. There were constantly peerless figures rising rapidly. Experts from all sides would collide with each other and create the most brilliant sparks. As a warrior, Gu Fei was a natural god of war. In such a great era, he wouldn't be lonely. Dongfang Chen of the Eastern family was killed by Yu long ago. He Tian knew about the grudge between Gu Fei and the Eastern family. Gu Fei didn't just kill Dongfang Chen. Back then, he also burned a big shot of the Eastern family to death. It could be said that Gu Fei and the Eastern family had already formed a great enmity. No one could resolve this enmity. But Gu Fei didn't want to start a massacre. After all, he had already killed Dongfang Chen. Master, we can't afford to offend that person. At this time, under a flowering tree in a courtyard in Yandu, an old servant in a green robe was saying something to a well-dressed young man. What do you mean we can't afford to offend him? The young man's eyes shot out 2 rays of light. In this Yandu, there are people that I, Song Tian, can't afford to offend. The young man was very proud. Recommended a fantasy novel by a friend, Immortal Martial Saint, ranked second in the fantasy novel list. Not bad. For the latest and fastest chapters, please log in. Reading is a pleasure, I suggest you collect it. Chapter 1590. Please remember the domain name of this website. Or at, the Song clan of Yen capital was a large clan. In a place like Yen capital, there was no lack of large sects, and the Song clan was one of them. Song Tian was the second-generation ancestor of the Song clan. He was a good-for-nothing and didn't dare to do anything too outrageous in Yen capital. On this day, Song Tian had his eyes on 3 outsiders. He sent his subordinates to investigate the background of these 3 people and found out that they had no power in Yen capital at all. The cultivation of these 3 people was not high, but the things they had on them were of the highest grade. Song Tian didn't want to let go of such fat sheep. He guessed that these 3 people should be here to watch the battle between the second prince and Dong Huang. The news of the battle between the second prince and Dong Huang at Luofeng Mountain spread throughout the entire cultivation world of the Yen dynasty. Dong Huang, a young expert of the eastern region, was extremely powerful. He had once entered the eastern region Devil Cave and killed a great demon, bringing out the head of that great demon. The eastern region Devil Cave was a forbidden area in the eastern region. Legend had it that there was a great demon sleeping in the Devil Cave. It was a place that even the experts of the older generation were unwilling to set foot in. Being able to enter the Devil Cave and kill a great demon was enough to show how powerful this so-called Dong Huang was. The battle between Yen Hao and Dong Huang caused a lot of commotion in the cultivation world. Many people wanted to watch the battle, and the number of cultivators in Yen capital gradually increased. 3 days passed quickly. During this time, Gu Fei and the others went out a few times, and each time they found someone following them. There are too many people who don't know the difference between life and death these days. He Tian said such words, and his killing intent was already aroused. This time, Gu Fei didn't stop He Tian. These people were too despicable, and he had already given them a chance. In the cultivation world, kindness to the enemy was cruelty to oneself. On the morning of the 3rd day, Gu Fei and the others left the inn and went out of Yen capital. At this time, many cultivators were heading out of Yen capital. At noon on Luofeng Mountain, the second prince of Yen and Dong Huang, who had come from the eastern region, would fight at the summit of the mountain. According to the legend, the mountain where the divine phoenix once landed was located in the mountains 3,000 miles away from the Yen capital. It was still early, so Gu Fei and the others were not in a hurry. They walked along the main road outside of Yendu, all the way to Fallen Phoenix Mountain. There were many cultivators on the road, and not far behind Gu Fei and the others were 2 people. Looks like we're going to see blood again. He Tian sighed. He couldn't be bothered to kill these weaklings. However, these people were courting death. Since they dared to provoke him, he would just have to reluctantly send them to the Western Paradise. After walking for a few hundred miles, there was no more road ahead. Gu Fei and the others had already arrived at a remote area, and there were very few people here. When they arrived in front of a forest, a figure silently walked out of the forest and blocked their way. Finally, can't wait to fight. He Tian smiled. The reason why they walked so slowly was to see who had eaten a bear's heart and leopard's heart to dare to fight against them. It was an old man in cyan clothes. There was no aura coming from the old man's body. He was like an ordinary person without any magic power. Who are you? Gu Zhong walked up and stared at the old man in cyan clothes. His voice was extremely cold. Celestial being Shen King. Seeing Gu Zhong, the eyes of the old man in cyan clothes could not help but shrink. This person was very powerful. He turned out to be an emperor of the celestial being realm, which was beyond the old man's expectation. Boom! A shocking aura suddenly erupted from the old man in cyan clothes. Suddenly, the whole area was set off by a strong airflow, and leaves were flying all over the sky. You are also an emperor. Gu Zhong was very surprised. He did not expect that this old man who looked like an ordinary person was actually an emperor of the celestial being realm. He had met his match. War slave, kill them. A cold voice came from the forest. Scoundrel, come out. Gu Zhong's sword-like eyebrows stood up, and then he directly slapped his palm towards the forest. The powerful palm force shook the void, and visible ripples could be seen in the void in front of his palm. Master, run. The old man in cyan clothes knew that he was in big trouble today. He shouted loudly and waved his hands. Rays of divine light rushed out from his hands and strangled towards Gu Zhong. Humph. Gu Zhong sneered. He did not stop slapping his palm. Instead, he pressed his left hand towards the old man in cyan clothes. Rays of dazzling divine light collapsed under his palm. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The whole forest was instantly turned to ashes by Gu Zhong's palm force. A figure was sent flying, and blood sprinkled in the air. Master, when the old man in cyan clothes saw this scene, he could not help but turn pale. If anything happened to his master, he would also be buried with him. You dare to be distracted while fighting with me. Taking advantage of the shock of the old man in cyan clothes, Gu Zhong had already used the 8 desolate steps and instantly approached the old man in cyan clothes. Then, he slapped his palm on the old man's chest. Bang! With a muffled sound, the old man in cyan clothes was sent flying by Gu Zhong's palm. His chest caved in, and the sound of bones breaking came from the old man's body. Ah! Mouthfuls of blood gushed out of the old man's mouth. The blood was mixed with broken internal organs. Gu Zhong's palm was almost about to explode the old man's body. Who are these people? The old man was shocked. He wanted to escape, but he found that Gu Zhong had already caught up to him and directly smashed his head with a punch. Swoosh! A ray of divine light soared into the sky. Within the divine light, there was a small figure. It was the old man's soul that had escaped, and it wanted to break through the void and escape. However, at this time, He Tian stretched out his hand and directly caught the soul in his hand. Then, he swallowed it. The old man's soul was refined into the purest form of soul energy and was absorbed by He Tian. Swoosh! Gu Fei took a step forward and directly arrived in front of the young cultivator that was sent flying by Gu Zhong's palm. He saw that the young cultivator was already heavily injured. Both of his legs were badly mutilated, and his chest was pierced by a thick tree branch. However, although the young cultivator was heavily injured, he did not die. The young cultivator roared, "You actually dared to beat me to this state. You are dead for sure. The experts of our Song clan will arrive soon." Song clan. Never heard of it. Gu Fei didn't care about the young cultivator anymore. He didn't want to know why this person would target him. In front of a strong expert, all kinds of tricks and schemes would be useless. Gu Fei left, and Gu Zhong followed. He Tian arrived in front of the young cultivator, looked at him, and smiled. Then, he directly destroyed the young cultivator's Niwen palace and destroyed his soul. Just as Erebus was about to destroy the nascent divinity of the young cultivator, a jade medallion in a pavilion in the Swallow capital suddenly exploded. For the latest and fastest chapters, please log in. Reading is a pleasure, it is recommended that you collect it. Chapter 1591. Who was it? Who killed my grandson? Although Song Tian is incompetent, he is still a direct descendant of the Song clan. Is someone challenging the Song clan? An old voice came from a pavilion in the Yen capital. That person was furious. The Song clan of the Yen capital was definitely a huge force. Song Tian's death was definitely a slap in the face to the Song clan. The death of a direct descendant was not a small matter. Soon, experts of the Song clan came out of the Song clan. At this time, Gu Fei and the others had already arrived at the Luofeng Mountain. The Luofeng Mountain was located in a mountain range 3,000 miles away from the Yan capital. They did not know that the Song clan had already sent experts to chase after Song Tian's murderer. At their level of cultivation, even the Yan dynasty could not threaten them. Song Tian's incident was just a small interlude. The Luofeng Mountain in front of Gu Fei and the others was a short mountain. It was not steep and there were many mountains around it that were taller than the Luofeng Mountain. However, when Gu Fei approached the Luofeng Mountain, he felt a special aura. This terrain, He Tian could also see that this area was extraordinary and was attracted by the terrain in front of him. Tao patterns intertwined in his eyes. He used the yin-yang divine eyes and carefully observed the situation in front of him. Amazing! No wonder there are rumors of an injured divine phoenix recuperating here. He Tian's eyes became brighter and brighter. The entire terrain in front of him appeared in his mind. Uncle Master He, what is so special about the place in front of us? Gu Zhong did not understand array formations, and he did not know how to observe the sky or the terrain. In his eyes, the short mountain in front of him that was surrounded by mountains was not special at all. Boy, learn a little. Do you see the mountains in front of us? Don't they look like dragons? He Tian pointed ahead and said. This, after listening to Mahakala's explanation, Gu Zhong was able to see some differences. If the surrounding mountains could be seen as great dragons, then the short mountain would be surrounded by great dragons, and the short mountain itself would seem to be the divine pearl that the great dragons were fighting over. Dragons fighting for pearls. Gu Fei's heart trembled. The legendary place where the divine phoenix once resided was indeed extraordinary. This is the terrain of two dragons vying for a pearl. The mountains around the short mountain are like two huge dragons surrounding the short mountain. The two towering peaks are the dragon heads. He Tian said as he pointed at the mountain in front of them. He was an array master, and his forte lay in observing the sky and looking at the terrain. Although this kind of terrain was rare, it was not heaven-defying. One had to know that the earth dragon Qi within a radius of 10,000 miles was constantly gathering towards the Yan capital. The terrain here was on a completely different level compared to the Yan capital's rising dragon land. There were no sects or forces occupying the fallen Phoenix Mountain. It was not that no one wanted this place, but because it was near the capital of the Yan dynasty, no one dared to occupy this spiritual land. This area became the private property of the Yan dynasty. This time, Yan Hao, the second prince of Yan kingdom, and Dong Huang, the big shot from the east, were going to fight here. At this time, many cultivators had already arrived near Luofeng Mountain. All the sects in the Yan capital did not want to miss such a great battle. In the past 100 years, the cultivation world of the Tinglong continent ushered in a blowout type of development. Peerless geniuses quickly rose from all the major regions. Yan Hao emerged from the Yan dynasty, Dong Huang emerged from the eastern domain's Dongfang family, and also the South Wasteland and the West Earth. These rising stars even surpassed the experts of the older generation. With the arrival of the Great Era, experts from all over the world have already shown their brilliance. The cultivation world of the human world ushered in a golden age. Gu Fei and the others found a mountain and waited there. They occupied the best spot, and some of the experts in the Yan capital were not happy. It was a bit too much for a few outsiders to occupy a mountain. However, Gu Fei and the others didn't care about the gazes of others. He Tian even took out a table and 3 chairs from his inner world and placed some fruits on the table. Of course, these fruits were not ordinary. They were fresh fruits that were rarely seen in the human world. He Tian even placed a few peaches of immortality that could only be found in the immortal world. Who are these people? Seeing that every item He Tian took out was rare in the world, the surrounding experts couldn't help but be moved, especially the ripe peaches of immortality. No way! Isn't that the legendary peaches of immortality that can let people live for hundreds of years just by smelling it? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? This kind of fruit only grows in the heavenly realm. The great sects in the Yen capital had existed for a long time, and their knowledge was extraordinary. They recognized the peaches of immortality that He Tian took out. Did you visit the peach garden of a female immortal in the heavenly realm? Gu Fei gave He Tian a meaningful look. He Tian's handsome face blushed after hearing this. His eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he took out another pot of wine. Anything that could catch He Tian's attention was not ordinary. The so-called immortal wine from the drunken immortal tavern in the Yen capital couldn't be compared to it. This was a true immortal brew. Martial Uncle He, don't tell me that this wine is also from there. Gu Zhong said with a smile. What do you know, little brat? Get lost. He Tian scolded. He Tian took out 3 white jade cups and filled them to the brim. A burst of wine fragrance wafted from the top of the mountain, causing the experts in the surroundings to be moved. A person who could take out such a thing must have a great background. Although the experts from the great sects were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. Time passed by and the sun gradually reached its zenith. At this time, many cultivators had gathered around the Luofeng mountain. On the other mountains, people were bumping into each other. Everyone wanted to occupy the most advantageous position to watch the battle. During this time, many people had ideas about the mountain where Gu Fei and the others were, but in the end, they didn't make a move. You 3, hurry up and get down here for this, daddy. At noon, a voice broke the silence in the depths of the mountain. Someone came to the top of the mountain where Gu Fei and the others were and directly told them to get lost. Courting death. This was He Tian's voice. He didn't even look at the person in the eye as he continued to enjoy the immortal wine and immortal fruit. Fine, if you won't get lost, then go to hell. This person was very domineering. He directly waved the mace in his hand and smashed it towards Gu Fei and the others. There were Dao runes on the mace. It was a holy weapon. Chapter 1592. Welcome, everyone. Who is this, a saint weapon in the shape of a wolf-tooth club? Could it be that madman? The experts around the fallen Phoenix Mountain were shocked. There was actually someone who dared to challenge the 3 people on top of the mountain. It was very surprising. Die! The man yelled. His entire body emitted a surging killing intent. It was as if an ancient god of death had descended. He waved the wolf-tooth club in his hand and smashed it towards Gu Fei's group. Whoosh! Before the wolf-tooth club could hit Gu Fei's group, a gust of wind had already swept over. The mountain immediately became a raging gale, causing sand and stones to fly. This person was tall, and he was wearing divine armor. He looked mighty, and when he smashed the mace with all his might, the entire space shook. The markings on the mace appeared, and an extremely powerful force was quickly recovering. Buzz! The space shook. An image of an ancient cauldron appeared on Gu Fei's body, enveloping Gu Zhong and He Tian. The terrifying saint-tier aura was unable to threaten them. Swish! Gu Fei stood up directly. He then extended his hand and grabbed the wolf-tooth club. He threw the wolf-tooth club and the expert off the mountain. Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded. They could not believe what they had just seen. There was actually someone who caught the saint weapon with his bare hands and threw the expert off the mountain with the saint weapon. Is this real? Someone's voice began to tremble. These people originally wanted to fight against Gu Fei's group, but they did not do anything in the end. At this moment, they secretly rejoiced. If they had done anything just now, they would probably end up even more miserable than the madman. Roar! An angry roar came from the bottom of the mountain. The madman roared as he rushed up from the bottom of the mountain. His entire body was surging with killing intent. He was a powerful expert. Although he was not a great emperor, he still made the experts from the Yen capital fearful. Rumble, the wolf-tooth mace in the madman's hand rapidly grew in size. In an instant it was as big as a mountain, appearing before everyone's eyes. An extremely powerful holy aura spread out from the mace, causing the cultivators around Luo Feng Mountain to retreat in panic. The pressure of a martial sage was not something they could withstand. However, in the face of this saint-rank pressure, Gu Fei's expression did not change. Does this guy really not know how to write the word death? I've already been merciful. The mace, which had transformed into the size of a mountain, smashed down from the sky. It could be seen that the madman had used all his strength. However, another scene that left everyone dumbfounded appeared. The young cultivator on top of the mountain directly punched upwards with his right hand. Bam! With a muffled sound, Gu Fei's fist directly collided with the huge mace. Without any suspense, the mace was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. The madman roared angrily as his entire body was sent flying. His hands were dripping with blood, and he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood in a row. His expression also became weary. This time was different from the previous time. This time, Gu Fei deliberately wanted to teach the madman a lesson. Therefore, he did not show any mercy this time. How can this person be so strong? Madman was sent flying 3 kilometers away. His entire body seemed to have been shattered by the powerful force that came from the wolf-tooth mace. His wolf-tooth mace, a sacred weapon, rapidly shrunk after receiving a blow from Gu Fei. It smashed into a nearby mountain, shocking the cultivators on top of the mountain. The battle prowess that Gu Fei had displayed had stunned everyone. None of the people present had the strength to fight against a saint weapon with their bare hands. Just the mighty power of the sacred weapon alone was already unbearable for the people present. Even the madman Zhou Baotong was no match for that person. He only attacked twice and beat Zhou Baotong half to death. No one thought that they could beat the madman Zhou Baotong. Therefore, everyone stayed far away from the mountain where Gu Fei and the others were. They were unwilling to go near them. Today's main characters did not appear, but this accident happened. This was just a small interlude before the big battle. Seeing that the second Prince Yan and Dong Huang had yet to arrive at noon, everyone could not help but feel a little impatient. Why isn't that guy Yan Hao here yet? He Tian sat on a chair, leisurely tasting his celestial wine and eating his celestial fruits. Gu Zhong could be considered to have benefited from He Tian's blessings, so he also began to enjoy himself. On the other hand, Gu Fei was not a wine lover, and the celestial fruits that He Tian had taken out were even more inferior to the immortal fruits produced by the immortal ancestral dragon herb. Brother Gu is in such a good mood. Just as noon arrived, a loud laughter was heard from afar. Everyone hurriedly looked in the direction of the laughter and saw a figure slowly walking over from afar. It seemed like he was taking a leisurely stroll, but in an instant, the person had already arrived. The person took a step forward and directly climbed up the mountain where Gu Fei and the others were. You don't have to be so punctual. He Tian's scolding voice rang out. The person who had arrived was the second prince of the Yen kingdom, Yan Hao. Today, Yan Hao's essence, qi, and spirit had been adjusted to their peak state. He Tian discovered that Yan Hao's level of practice was actually between the almighty 7th heaven and the 8th heaven, and it seemed like he could break through from the 7th heaven to the 8th heaven at any time. If he did not die in this battle, then his level of practice breaking through to the 8th heaven was already an ironclad certainty. Just at this moment, Gu Fei suddenly sensed something. He abruptly turned his head to look at Luofeng Mountain. He saw that a figure had appeared on Luofeng Mountain at some unknown time. Dong Huang is here. Someone exclaimed. It was a white figure covered from head to toe in a battle suit. The battle suit was not simple, as it was actually refined from the ninth heaven meteorite iron. This ninth heaven meteorite iron was a type of sacred iron. Although it was not comparable to the ninth heaven star iron, it was not far off. It was very difficult to find ninth heaven meteorite iron the size of a fist in the mortal world. This battle suit refined from the ninth heaven meteorite iron was definitely a precious treasure. Is Dong Huang here? He is very punctual. Seeing the figure on Luofeng Mountain, Yan Hao's pupils involuntarily shrank. This was a powerful opponent who came from the east and had once killed a great demon in the Devil's Den of the East. Such a battle record made everyone look down on Dong Huang. It should be known that the name of Dong Huang had once been famous in the East tens of thousands of years ago. He dominated an area and intimidated all the major regions, so the experts of the major regions did not dare to set foot in the East easily. This person also called himself Dong Huang. Did he want to become the second Dong Huang? Yan Hao did not say much to Gu Fei and the others. He directly took a step on the top of the mountain and came to Luofeng Mountain to face Dong Huang. At this time, everyone was nervous. This was a battle between almighty emperors. Even Gu Fei had a feeling that his blood was boiling. He was a natural warrior. Chapter 1593. Welcome, everyone. The appearance of Yan Hao and Emperor Dong Huang made all the spectators nervous. This was a battle between two almighty emperors. Both of them were the best of the younger generation, but they wanted to determine a winner at this time. There was only one supreme being. Who would become the supreme being of the younger generation? This was something that everyone wanted to know. In the past 100 years, the younger generation of cultivators were too experienced. Some people said that in the past 100 years, there were already young cultivators in the human realm who had achieved the semi-sage body. Becoming a semi-sage in 100 years was simply a miracle. Many people did not believe it, but in this great world, there were many things that could not be understood with common sense. Above Luofeng Mountain, two powerful figures were confronting each other. The second Prince Yan Hao and Emperor Dong Huang's aura continued to rise. The powerful pressure of Almighty Emperor spread in all directions. Rumble, at this moment, 9 chariots appeared in the sky. These 9 chariots were like 9 huge mountains, emitting a terrifying aura as they crushed down from the sky. Every chariot had an expert sitting on it. There were dragon shadows circling around the chariots. The terrifying pressure caused the entire world to tremble. The experts of the Yen royal family have arrived. The one in the middle seems to be the Yen royal family. These 9 people are incredible. The cultivators around Luofeng Mountain were all shocked. Some people recognized the 9 experts. The 9 chariots quickly approached and stopped high in the sky. The chariot in the middle was different. There were ancient Tao patterns engraved on it, and there was an unimaginably powerful force hidden in it. This chariot was the Yen royal family's carriage. It was pulled by a strange beast that looked like a qilin. The strange beast had clouds under its feet, as if it was born to ride on clouds. The arrival of the 9 chariots caused the entire area to be filled with the roars of wild beasts. The chariots were pulled by some powerful wild beasts. These wild beasts were extremely powerful and looked ferocious. Especially the strange beast that was pulled by the Yen royal family, there was a dragon aura surrounding its body. What an ostentatious show! A sneer came from the sky opposite the 9 chariots. No one knew when, but there were 3 old men standing there. Each of them had a very obscure aura. I didn't expect the 3 Dongfang elders to come as well. This is the heritage of the Dongfang family. Legend has it that these 3 people have been asleep for countless years and have only awakened in the last 100 years. When the cultivators saw the 3 old men, there was another commotion. These 3 old men had great origins. Some people said that they were people who had lived until the late Desolate Era. Just like the Yan dynasty, the Dongfang family also had resources that made others wary. These forces that had human sovereigns were not simple. It should be known that human sovereigns were second only to the extreme path supremes. They were almost invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Great saints were just like ants in front of them. Some human sovereigns could even kill prospective supreme beings. 3 old farts. One of the 9 war chariots said this. What did you say? One of the 3 Dongfang elders, a tall and thin old man, immediately raised his snow-white eyebrows. His eyes flickered with an ominous glint, as if he was about to attack. Don't act rashly. Among the 3 old men, the one who seemed to be the leader stopped the tall and skinny old man. They were here to watch the battle, not to fight with Emperor Yan. A fair battle. Life and death are up to fate. You and I cannot interfere. These words came from Emperor Yan's war chariot. The voice was not loud, but it reached the ears of everyone present. All right, it should be so. The 3 Dongfang elders nodded. They would not interfere, but they had to prevent the people from Emperor Yan's side from interfering. This was a battle between the strongest of the younger generation. The older generation could not break the rules. The arrival of Emperor Yan and the 3 Dongfang elders made the surrounding atmosphere tense up. Some cultivators began to worry. If the 2 sides fought, the ones who would be unlucky would definitely be the spectators. It would not be good if they were caught in the crossfire. Many cultivators consciously retreated into the distance. Only Gu Fei and the others remained on the top of the mountain, as if they did not see Emperor Yan and the 3 Dongfang elders at all. Emperor Yan and the 3 Dongfang elders noticed Gu Fei and the others on the top of the mountain, but they did not make any aggressive moves. Emperor Yan naturally knew where Gu Fei and the others came from. Even the 3 Dongfang elders did not want to cause trouble at this time. Boom! At this moment, the entire area of Luofeng Mountain suddenly shook. Everyone was shocked to see that the second prince, Yan Hao, had made his move. He cultivated the Immortal War Emperor's method and had an extremely strong battle body. Although it was just a simple palm strike, it shook the entire area. Even Luofeng Mountain shook. Luofeng Mountain was not an ordinary place. This was the terrain of 2 dragons fighting for a pearl. Under the earth, there were 2 dragon veins. Luofeng Mountain was the pearl that the 2 dragons were fighting for. Yan Hao's attack directly shook the terrain. It was extremely powerful. Swoosh! Facing Yan Hao's powerful attack, Donghuang's body suddenly became blurry. It was as if his whole body was merging with the surrounding void. Seeing Donghuang use such a great technique, Gu Fei and He Tian's hearts jumped. This was the profound meaning of the void. The body turned into the void. Yan Hao's powerful palm force directly passed through Donghuang's faint and illusory figure. It was as if it hit the void without any force. One of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the anti-void secret technique. He Tian was shocked. How could Donghuang know such a supreme secret technique? Could it be that the Dongfang family had obtained the 9 secrets of the immortal path? If so, it was not a good thing. It's not the anti-void secret technique, it's just similar. Gu Fei immediately saw that the great technique that Donghuang used was also a kind of void technique. It could also turn into the void and dissolve all the power of the opponent's attack. Kill! Donghuang's faint and illusory figure instantly solidified. Then, he stretched out his right hand. Dazzling martial light immediately shot out from his 5 fingers and pierced towards Yan Hao. Swoosh! Yan Hao soared into the sky and avoided the 5 beams of divine light. Then, he pounced on Donghuang from the sky. The Immortal War Emperor's method was a kind of martial arts technique. The attack technique was extremely fierce. Green dragon absorbs water. Yan Hao shouted. He seemed to have turned into a divine dragon. His hands turned into a dragon's head and directly swallowed Dong Huang. Above the dragon's head, there was a devouring force that pulled Dong Huang's body, causing him to sway. All forms to the origin. Dong Huang used the divine technique. All kinds of figures appeared around him. There seemed to be a Shen King roaring, a ferocious demon roaring, and a wild beast letting out terrifying roars. Although the images were faint and illusory, they still shocked everyone. Such a strange phenomenon was too shocking. Could it be that he could really turn into all forms? In just an instant, all the illusions gathered on Dong Huang's hands, and then he struck upwards. The roaring Shen King, the crazy ferocious demon, and the wild beast all rushed out. An extremely powerful force erupted. Chapter 1594. Welcome, everyone. Dong Huang had mastered the 10,000 elephants technique. It was a terrifying technique that allowed one to create 10,000 elephants and borrow unimaginable power for one's own use. Boom! Dong Huang thrust his hands upwards. Figures of gods, demons, and beasts shot up into the sky. Murderous intent filled the air as they charged towards the azure dragon that was swooping down from the sky. Rumble, the two forces collided in an instant. All the illusions disappeared, and the azure dragon that Yan Hao had conjured also disappeared. The two forces collided and formed a destructive force that caused the void to collapse. Luofeng Mountain was shaking. Cracks appeared on the surface of the mountain, and traces of dragon chi seeped out from the cracks. The dragon vein of the earth was shaken. Luofeng Mountain was not an ordinary place. The entire Luofeng Mountain was actually a divine pearl that the two dragons were fighting over. It contained dragon chi. Only such a place could withstand the power of Yan Hao and Dong Huang and not collapse immediately. If it had been any other place, this attack from Yan Hao and Dong Huang would have been able to raise the surrounding area to the ground. Die! Yan Hao did not hold back anymore. He knew that Dong Huang was the second most powerful opponent he had encountered besides Shaoqing. Yan Hao activated the Immortal Battle Emperor spell at high speed. The shadow of a dragon appeared on Yan Hao's body. He looked like a true dragon descending upon the world, displaying the great arts of Emperor Yan as he attacked Emperor Dong Huang. Dragon Chi continuously rose from the ground and was devoured by Yan Hao, causing his combat power to increase continuously. This place of the two dragons fighting for the pearl was extremely beneficial to him. Oh no! The three elders of the Dongfang clan could not help but worry when they saw this. The dragon vein of the earth provided Yan Hao with an endless supply of dragon chi. It was as if Yan Hao had an inexhaustible amount of power. This was definitely not a good thing for Dong Huang. Yan Hao is not stupid after all, attracting the essence of the dragon vein for his own use. Gu Fei saw this and knew that Yan Hao had a higher chance of winning than Dong Huang. This was because Yan Hao had the advantage of time and place. Such an advantage greatly increased his chances of winning. However, a scene that shocked everyone happened. A dragon shadow also appeared on Dong Huang's body. He had also attracted the dragon chi of the earth. What? How is this possible? This Dong Huang has also mastered the Immortal Combat Monarch technique. The cultivators around Luofeng Mountain were all stunned. They could not believe that Dong Huang had actually used the divine technique that Yan Hao had displayed and was fighting endlessly with him. This is the 10,000 mammoth divine power. The voice of Emperor Yan came from high up in the sky. There was no emotion in his voice, as if he was not moved and was very calm. What's going on? In the eyes of Gu Fei and He Tian, Dong Huang's great technique was interpreted in a different way. Dong Huang's manifestation of all things was very similar to the chaotic secret art, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Imitating and using the opponent's divine arts was an invincible divine art. It was an invincible divine art that made the opponent feel like they were fighting themselves. The art of the immortal battle emperor was a secret art of the Yen royal family. Even the side branches of the royal family were not qualified to cultivate this art. Only the direct descendants of the royal family could cultivate it. Dongwang came from the Dongwang clan of the Eastern Domain, so it was impossible for him to cultivate the art of the immortal battle emperor of the Yen royal family. This was the art of the immortal battle emperor that he had derived from the 10,000 mammoth divine power. But even if it was a fake art of the immortal battle emperor, it was still very shocking. Nice move. Yan Hao shouted, and his entire body shone with dazzling divine light. The dragon on his body seemed to be about to rush out of the void, exuding endless dragon might. Soaring dragon force. Yan Hao seemed to have transformed into a true dragon as he struck out with his strongest punch. He transformed the power of the soaring dragon into this strike. His fist was like a true dragon as it soared through the 9 heavens, emitting a destructive aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Bam! The entire void in front of Yan Hao collapsed and then shattered, turning into an extremely chaotic power that rushed towards Dongwang. The power of the soaring dragon was too strong and unstoppable. In the face of absolute power, all divine arts were useless, and Dongwang was sent flying. After Yan Hao sent Dongwang flying, he took a deep breath. Roar! A dragon roar came from Yan Hao's mouth. This dragon roar shook the heavens and the earth. Dark cracks appeared in the void, and the entire area was shaking. It's the roar of the Azure Dragon. The cultivators near Luofeng Mountain were shocked. Some cultivators hurried to hide far away, while the cultivators closest to Luofeng Mountain bled from the roar and fainted. Even Gu Fei and the others felt their ears ringing. For a moment, they could not hear anything. Roar of the Azure Dragon. Gu Fei saw Yan Hao use this killing art and was secretly shocked. He was surprised that the Yen royal family had the killing art of the Dragon clan. The roar of the Azure Dragon was a killing art of sound. It killed with sound. Yan Hao's roar made Dongwang feel a great impact, and his entire body was sent flying thousands of feet away. Divine light flowed on Donghuang's 9 heavenly meteorite iron armor. Divine patterns of the Great Path appeared, reducing the lethality of the roar of the Azure Dragon to the minimum. This is a saint garment. The cultivators watching the battle could not help but be surprised. Dongwang was fighting with someone wearing the saint garment. How could he fight? Could it be that someone could break through the defense of the saint garment? The Dongfang family has a lot of good things. He Tian said to himself. He stared at the saint garment on Donghuang's body, and his eyes flashed. The saint garment made from the 9 heavenly meteorite iron was definitely extraordinary. Donghuang's entire body was covered in the saint garment. The patterns on the saint garment were faintly discernible, and it could dissolve any attack. Dongwang was already in an invincible position. This is not fair. Among the cultivators of the Yen royal family, someone said. Dongwang was wearing the saint garment. There was no way to fight. Even if Yan Hao was a semi-saint, it would be difficult for him to break through the defense of the saint garment. You chose the place for the battle. It is fair for you to choose this place. The tall and thin elder of the 3 Dongfang elders sneered. Buzz. At this moment, a sudden vibration came from Yan Hao's body. Then, a divine weapon rushed out from his body and was held in his hand. An aura that could change the color of heaven and earth spread from Yan Hao's hand. Everyone was shocked. Even Gu Fei and the others could not help but be moved. The divine weapon in Yan Hao's hand was a big spear. The body of the black spear was covered with ancient patterns of the Great Path. It was a special kind of pattern of the Great Path. It was like a small dragon that was imprinted on the spear. The whole spear was like a sleeping black dragon, and the aura it emitted was frightening. The weapon of the Renhuang, the dragon spear. When the three Dongfang elders saw the spear in Yan Hao's hand, their breathing became faster.